Okay, I'm going to start live streaming simply so that I can begin to work with the links. And so we are now live, though I'm not going to be saying anything of any consequence. And what I'll do is I will be checking for the... okay, give my young man here some signals. There we are. Okay. So, young lady, are you driving as well? What's going on with you? Are you heading home or heading out?
Yes, I'm heading home. I'm gonna be home in like 2 seconds. I'm in the neighborhood.
Take your time.
But I can talk while I'm driving.
Oh no! Keep your eye on the road, honey. Just let me know when you're home. Say.
I'll do that. It's not a problem, but just 2 more minutes, like a minute or so. So, Brandon is gonna join. That's what he told me. I wanted him to join. So hopefully later when he's finished
work, yes.
Work, I think 7 o'clock or something. So.
Okay. Now, can anyone tell me if they hear me? Jameson Reese, young man, can you hear us? Are we audible? I need to know. Okay.
What was that? What was that beeping sound?
That's Selena Khan. Something's going on with her. Yeah. And can you hear me? Can you hear us? Oh, you're not?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, but I mean, forget the you. You're fine. Don't worry about you. I mean, anyone else. You can hear me because you're on a phone. So I need to know if people are hearing us over the bandwidth. So I need somebody who's going to go in studio and tell us if that's the case. And so Jameson Reese, I'm counting on him. Can ye?
Yeah, but I just turned on my YouTube, so
okay.
You're being heard on YouTube.
Oh, good. Oh, God bless you. Thank you. And I will ask Jameson Reese to cross-reference it. Okay.
You're being heard on YouTube.
Oh, good. Oh, God bless you. Thank you for once. And I will.
All right, I'm going back on mute.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, good. Okay, good. All right then.
Do I have to turn around? I can get through though.
Oh, yes. Okay, I cannot set calls when transmitting or okay. That's interesting. Well, other people can see it. Right now, Jameson Reese says he cannot see the stream at the moment. He cannot even see the stream. So I hope that's not the case with everyone else, because I could see the stream. And hopefully everyone else, he's got us. Okay, good. He's got us and he sees it. Okay, good. And there we are. And now I'll ask him, can you hear it? Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Okay. I presume he can. All right. Now I'm going to work with the changing the links in all of our good man. Thank you, young man. All right. So now I'm going to work with the changing of the links. All right. Okay. Got that taken care of. And now this is the most difficult part. This is the bitch. All right. One of many bitches. Okay. Beyond link for burning bandwidth. Okay. Make this visible. Alright. Check into some of the other stuff. Okay. Okay, but all anyone's going to hear is my doing this nonsense. What I might do is bring on Jameson Reese to speak trivia to take us to the top of the hour, and that will help immensely. So let me go to the call, and okay. Let's add our man Jameson Reese. Shit. I'll close that. Need to block that Zach G character. Okay. There we are. See if this works. Okay. There you go. Excellent. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. It's recommended. It sounds like there's no echo, but if you have the bandwidth on in the background, make certain to turn it off for now while you're on with us, because it will cause an echo. Even though I don't hear one, it might confuse yourself if you're able to hear it. And so we're live streaming, so people can hear what you're saying. Just bear that in mind. And
Gotcha.
What we want to do right now is just have yourself talk trivia to take us to the top of the hour, because both Selena Khan and Derek Talley are driving, of all things, at the moment. And so it's only you and me, and I'm counting on you so that you can do all the work while I attend to the bitch of the project, which is, these links. Okay, and bless you for being there. And this is Jameson Reese of Staten Island, New York. He will qualify himself. Basically, he is a researcher in many things arcane, and as such, would have been traditionally burned at the stake in various ages. But he's with us today, and is still being burned at the stake in one way or another. So he'll talk about how that feels if he wishes, or other things that are going on. Speak of the most trivial crap. And
all right, so you don't need me to cover anything big that's happening in the news right now, then?
Oh, you can speak of what you wish, but honestly, anything that you feel is truly relevant that you would prefer people to educate people about, which I presume would include current events, it's best not to bring it up now, not in this time span, until we're at the top of the hour. All
right.
Yeah.
So I'll just make a brief introduction as to who I am. My name is Jameson Reese. I'm somewhat of a weird guy, artist, occultist, someone who's interested in researching things of the occult, and also interested in finding out what's behind the fabric of this thing we call reality, because I'm convinced that there's a lot more to it than that we've been told, and there's a lot more to it than science has even put forth. Even though I would trust science before I would, trust the people in the New Age cults who are clearly trying to steer people into a money pit.
Thank you. Yeah, I like that. Go on.
I mean, they've been they've literally been reaping millions off of people with the self-help bullshit of convincing people that there's something wrong with you if you're not happy with the way things are in the world. The world is shit. That's why no one's happy with the way things are.
Yeah.
I mean, shit. So let's think positive. Let's put our heads up our asses. And oh yes, for this price, come to my conference for $100. You can I will show you the secrets of life, the secrets of attracting wealth, jobs, and everything you ever fucking wanted. You will have everything beyond your wildest dreams. Yeah, that's the salesman pitch. It's no different in the occult, where they're like, buy my shit now, and guess what? You can become this powerful mage. You can be just like those dudes in the video games, shooting lightning from the sky and raising the dead. I mean, holy fucking shit, dude. And people buy this shit up. And to be fair, I myself did fall into that trap. So that's one of the reasons why I can talk about it from experience, because I was pulled in
Yeah. And what was it that seduced you? Was it Harry Potter that started you, or what? Yeah, I'm
What
being
started me
facetious.
was funny. On the History Channel, they were doing this documentary about Merlin, and they had this dramatization where Merlin is like waving his staff, and this army of guys is being knocked out, and I'm looking at that shit, and I'm like, that is so full of shit. And my father tells me, well, you don't know what I've seen, son. And so I'm like, really? So next thing I know, I'm looking up magic, and I'm looking up magic as it differentiates from magic as in the stage magic, prestidigitation, sleight of hand.
Yes.
And the funny thing is, when I bring the story up to my father, he doesn't remember telling me this.
Wow.
So that's the funny thing about it. But I would start by doing research on magic, buying books. When there was Borders, I would sit there like a nerd and just read magic books after magic book. I got pulled into the forums of what was at the time chaosmagic.com. So I had learned about how to do chaos magic. I was fascinated by the work of Orson Osman Spare, but I found out, now I can say, the way that they're teaching it in the books is bullshit.
Right.
What I will say is that while I was at chaosmagic.com, I happened to meet someone who was claimed they were ex-member of the Temple of Set, a gentleman by the name of Derek Dashaw. And he would go on to create his own forum called the Cult of Cthulhu, which I joined for a short amount of time.
Right.
Now it turns out he would turn this into a religion.
Yes.
Which it is, apparently.
Yes.
And I'm not affiliated with them anymore, but I suspect that a lot of the negative things that were happening to me at that period of time in my life might have been a connection with that forum.
Right, very definitely. And by the way, I consider this actually to be heavy enough stuff, material with enough gravitas, where this would be worth saving until the show is legitimately on. But since we haven't scheduled you for tonight, go ahead and go with it. But I do want you to reiterate this story at some point in the near future when we've scheduled you. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying?
That makes perfect sense. I can go back into it on cue.
Yeah, great. And one of the things I do want to let people know is the best way to describe what Derek Dashaw was doing was that he was taking a existent cultic practice and he was personalizing it into a personality cult. So in other words, there is the ongoing cult of the Kings of Edom, which is including the cult of Cthulhu within that. But what this man was doing was he was personalizing his own personality cult as the Cthulhuoid cultists do. That's what the whole point is. It's a chaos ideology. So it is an ideology in which everyone is expected to do that within that ideology. So just to thank you, and I'll let you get back. Go on, go back to it.
And of course, there are several platforms out there where people are doing that.
Yeah.
Now there are some individuals who I have found, and it's because there's call it somewhat of an intuition, where I've been able to intuit that these people aren't full of shit. And so those individuals I'm in contact with, for all purposes, I'm probably not going to reveal their names or anything.
Right.
Suffice to say that they have passed the test, so to speak.
Yes.
Of what I would look for, as far as and having carried out their rituals and having seen the results of it, I can attest that there are some people out there who are authentic. And what separates them from the people who are like really just cultists is the fact that the people who are authentic, a lot of the stuff they're putting out there on the internet is free. You don't have to pay for it.
Right. Yes. Important distinction.
Yeah. And the other problem I'm finding is that, the occultists, especially when it comes to the people who are like into the Sumerian cults and whatnot, they're not, they're following the writers of occult authors, but these occult authors are writing in the same style that New Age people write, which is based off of no archaeological research.
Thank you.
There's no research on anthropology whatsoever. If I wanted to find out about, let's say, the identity of an entity like Lucifer, I would do my digging through reading things that were written from an anthropological perspective, not from a perspective of someone who's practicing magic or someone who worships that entity, you know?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
It's an objective way of getting information, and I think that's what's missing out there, and that's the reason why everything's become just cult driven.
Yes.
You know, everyone somehow, now all of a sudden, somehow everyone who has been, you know, practicing and you know putting out their stuff about magic, they're all Trump supporters. What the fuck?
Oh, that tells you all you need to know. Which is
that should tell everyone in the audience all they need to know. If those individuals are interested in going down that path, I would say you would have to create your own system. Because another thing I'm finding is that, you know, when people tell you in these how-to books how they do things, a lot of times those systems are egregores.
Yes. Thank you.
Which
explain what that is. Yes, thank you.
And that thought form is then feeding energy to the person who authored that technique.
Yes. Thank you. And again, could you go into a little explanation of the egregore as kind of like a thought vacuum sucking in your thought to feed the egregore itself, which feeds its summoners. So please explain a bit more and then go on with what you were saying. Thank you.
Well, the egregore is sort of like a servitor, except it's like a servitor created by more than one person.
Right.
A servitor is what I would create, you know, essentially, if I were to boil down what a spell is, you can to some degree say a spell and a servitor are the same thing, except unlike the spell where you just finish the spell and forget about it, the servitor, you're continually putting energy into it over a period of time. And that's manifesting on the plane of thought. That's manifesting as an entity, as a thing that allows that event to occur. You can even program them so that they can be triggered by certain things. You know, for example, every time someone walks by me and spits on the floor, that person trips and falls on their ass.
Right.
For example.
Right.
Well, what they've been doing with egregores is they have their own agenda. They have their own, I guess, I don't know what to call it. I suspect that it's a white male supremacist agenda.
Yes, thank you.
All too much. And I suspect they're using their egregore and their writings on magic to fuel that. There are some who are using it to fuel a anarchist egregore. And what happens is every time people do this magic, it is pumping more of that mental energy towards that construct so that it can manifest in the material world as an event or as a reality.
Yes.
It's basically reprogramming reality as a whole. It's like creating a new layer over reality.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you. And by the way, you don't need to wait for myself to acknowledge with grunts of affirmation. Just go at your own pace and keep on with your narrative. I'll let you know when it gets to the top of the hour, which is only about 5-6 minutes from now. 6 minutes. So go on. Thank you.
All right. So as far as reality is concerned, my earliest interest in this was when I was probably 13, 14 years old after seeing the movie The Matrix. I grew up in a Judeo-Christian family. I never really felt the presence of God or Christ when I prayed or anything like my family members did. They used to tell me that I did magnificent prayers that moved them to tears, but I really never understood what was going on. For me, that was just indoctrinated. What happened with The Matrix was it opened my perspective to, well, what if I'm a brain in a vat somewhere and this entire reality, including my body, is being projected from this brain in a vat? Or what if it's something else? Or what if it's something non-corporeal? You know, what if this reality is a simulation? And the thing is, that seems to be a growing zeitgeist that's growing in the fields of mathematics and quantum mechanics, where there are aspects of reality that seem as if we're in some form of computing as if the universe is a computing system. And so I suspect that the ultimate reality that the practitioner is tapping into when we're producing magic is perhaps that hardware that's projecting the hologram, so to speak. I use the hologram as my own model, my own analogy. I don't know if it's true or not, but I suspect that if this simulation was created, whatever created it might be eerily similar to us, or it might be completely alien to us. Perhaps it was something that was created because at some point in time the human race fucked up, and we needed to remodel and go through a multitude of scenarios at once to figure out where we fucked up and why. Who knows? I mean, I could come up with all kinds of storylines. I could make millions. I could gouge people for movies and shit like that. Why the fuck not? But then, you know, the fans are so simplistic and so dumbed down in America. I would do better trying to sell it to the Japanese.
Thank you. I was about to say you'd have to. Yeah, go on.
The sophistication to appreciate the nuances of the subtleties behind reality, and aren't going to say, "There's not shit blowing up. There's not boobs and people getting shot. I'm bored."
Yes.
That's your average American male, by the way.
Yes, bombs, butts, and booze. Yes, go on.
I mean, I love bombs. Trust me, I love butts and boobs.
And explosions. Yes, all the good shit. Yes, of course we all do. Yes.
But entertain my desire to question the possibilities of what might, exist behind reality. Try to entertain that intrigue of that intellectual intrigue. There's no stimulating the intellectual mind in the West. Everything, and even with the horror, this is why I sort of have a better appreciation for Japanese horror.
Yes.
Japanese horror plays on the subtleties of dissonance within the psychology of the human mind.
Yes.
Whereas the West, they try to just jump scare everything. Oh, and they have the music beat to it, like, dun, 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 dun. It's like, oh, great. Yeah, I know the fucking monster's coming. And all of a sudden, everyone's like, ah! Everyone's screaming. And I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Well, remember, half the time guys are taking chicks to horror films just so the chick will jump in their lap. It's half a courting ritual. It's half a mating ritual. So go on, yeah.
Oh my gosh. But I mean, it's just... even when it comes to, this is also why I prefer manga and anime, is because, they explore what can be possible. It's there's a sort of freedom, whereas in America, DC Comics had this whole thing where, oh my gosh, they had a Batman novel that was supposed to be adult, and they showed Bruce Wayne's dick, and everyone's like, oh my god, they showed Bruce Wayne's dick. Meanwhile, in Japan, you have like manga where guys are like shoving like fucking massive meat sticks up chicks all the time. It's like every other fucking page. It's like, holy shit. And Americans are like, oh my god, I don't know what to think about this. I don't know how to react with this. I'm scarred for life. It's like, oh, come on.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. And it's not just Americans. It's interesting because I saw on an online forum that was Russian, and I read Russian, and so there was this Russian guy who was, I was following it for the geopolitics of these white supremacist Russians, because basically when they're Russian, they're all white supremacists, because Russians are all fucking white, and so they basically were bitching about Japanese anime and manga, which they were bitching, said, oh, the Japanese always portray the Japanese empire as this incredibly expanded geopolitical powerhouse, which I've never fucking seen on any Japanese maps in anime or manga, but one of them alluded to Evangelion and said, oh, that left me scarred for life, and he was explaining how he hated the Japanese, and he blamed them for leaving him psychologically scarred for life over Evangelion, which, I'm not going to go deep into it, but basically Evangelion was an anime that was written...
Yeah, I watched it.
Oh, thank you.
I watched it, and I loved it. To be honest, it tackled something more of a sort of spiritual, a borderline Buddhistic, existential nature.
Thank you.
And anyone who watched the last episode, the one that they didn't show on Adult Swim, if you would have to buy I actually bought the the CD, the DVD of that last episode, you would see that this sort of alludes to the idea of Maya, the illusion of reality.
Thank you. And beyond that, the entire screenplay, if you will, the storyboard for the anime was writ by the writer when he was in a deep state of clinical depression. It's just so people understand that, and which I'm sure you intuited.
That's actually what gravitated me towards the show, was the sort of emptiness and hollowness, because at that time I was mourning the passing of my grandfather. And I was very close to my grandfather. My grandfather on my mother's side was a veteran. He served in World War II. I think he served in World War II briefly. He was in the army. He had gotten discharged because of an injury. And so I was mourning his loss. And, most of the times, my parents were great, but most of the times my father, he suffered from epilepsy. He was on medication that was giving him mood swings. So many times I would get hit in the head. I was getting struck a lot, and I was like traumatized by it, And so when I was downstairs and I was like in the apartment with my grandfather, he would watch more war movies and guy movies, and he would just chill and watch it, and I'd chill and watch it with him, and we would enjoy ourselves.
Right.
So we created a kind of bond.
Yeah.
So when I lost him, when I lost him, this also corresponded to a working I did, where I was doing a working that was on an old Church of Satan website, which was meant to awaken sleepers of certain demons. I didn't know what this meant. You can't find the ritual on the website anymore. But
interesting.
What I did was you would take the seals of Lucifer from the Grimoire Verem,
right,
and you would anoint them with blood and semen, and then you would also put all these pictures and artifacts around you and enchant the name Lucifer while looking at this while going to sleep. I was living I live in a basement, so I was like under my bed was under the staircase at the time, so I just tacked all the stuff over my bed, and as I was going to sleep, next thing I know, I saw this being. My body seized with terror. I can't move. I feel like I'm being burnt alive, and I see this guy whose face looks exactly like mine, except his irises are like a yellowish color, and his pupils are like a sort of reptilian type.
Right.
Behind him were like two beings of fire, and he told me, "Give me what you owe." And so I was like, "Oh, what?" And I couldn't shut myself out. So I finally figured out. I was like, all right, my soul. He was like, good. After that, my grandfather died. That while that was a bad thing, it wasn't necessarily triggered by that ritual.
Right.
What happened was I would encounter Lucifer without having to summon him. He would come to me in different forms, and the final form he showed up to me in was the form of a female goddess. This was a woman who had brown skin. Her hair was braided. She didn't have eyebrows. She had a sort of dress around her shoulders, as we see in the Egyptian pharaohs. Her breasts were exposed, and she had sort of like something around the waist, like a loincloth. And I knew that, and after that, when I started to do research and bought books, and there's a good book called The Secret History of Lucifer, which I would recommend, I would find out that the secret history was that Lucifer was a goddess. It was representing Venus, which was represented by Ishtar, which, if we go back, was represented by Inanna. Now, here's the thing that the people of the Simon Necronomicon don't acknowledge, is that Inanna had a twin brother by the name of Utu-Samash. Inanna is the goddess of the underworld, right? And Utu-Samash is the god of the heavens and the god of judgment, who judges the dead. And the two had a sort of incestuous relationship. So when people talk about Lucifer, you're talking about the merging of two beings. I would come to the gnosis that these two beings are actually Lilith and who you would call Taush Melech.
Yeah, the peacock angel. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And by the way, I do want people to know the show has officially started. We are 5 minutes after the top of the hour. I am going to invite Derek Talley and Selena Khan to interject when they feel the need to do so. But I'm going to let Mr. Reese continue his role. He's on a roll. And I'm going to read a little bit from the chat room because they're behaving well. And I think what they're saying is in a very respectful way, quite funny. And so Sarah Shields says, "Hi, Jameson. Who's the speaker? That's so cute. It's Jameson Reese. It's so he's the speaker, honey. That's the guy who's talking right now. Is the guy you're talking to in chat." And Spartan O Negative says, "Hello, brother. Good evening, everyone." And he gives us about 3 gin out of the bottle and says something. Let me roll that down. Genie, yes. Thank you, Spartan. Definitely appreciate the sentiment. Turd Ferguson is very funny. Says, "Can't be spitting on the floors." That's why Jameson set up his spell to, as basically a tripwire. And he says, "Grunt away," because I'm grunting affirmations. And then he says, "Blood and semen, Lucifer. Now we're talking. Dude has a Lucifer female goddess in his basement. I think I want one myself." And so then Spartan throws in Anubis, because that's what comes to mind for him. Arietis of Rigor Mortis says, "For the low price of your soul." Yes! And that is a question. People are probably wondering if you feel that you now have any control over that, or whether that's been
All right.
kind of, how would you say, mortgaged? Go on.
Let me go into the understanding of the soul.
Yeah.
I think that for all purposes, Michael Aquino had the closest idea of what the soul is when he considered it sort of like your morphic field. In physics, what separates one object from another is, because there's 98% of something is empty space. Why don't we walk through walls? It's because everything has a field of information that holds it together. Mm-hmm. And so the soul is somewhat, to a degree, like that. Where Aquino was in error, which I've recently found out, is that, a person can have more than one soul within one lifetime inhabit the body.
Thank you.
So the soul isn't something personal to you. The path of a black magician is to, rather than becoming one with the universe when you die, this thing we call consciousness, this thing we call spatial awareness, which we have now, it deteriorates. You become an astral corpse. And as an astral corpse, you have to keep feeding off the living or you start to disappear. And you eventually fade back into whence everything comes, the source. And there's no control over what happens next. The idea behind black magic is, well, I went through this life, I suffered all these hardships, I don't want this to be for nothing. So it's like, fuck that shit. I want my vehicle of consciousness and sensory awareness to remain immortalized. So it's not so the thing is, you can have multiple souls in one lifetime. I've had 2. I'm what you would call a walk-in.
Right. Go on. And notice that this is somewhat, and this is not to make a comparison between Michael Aquino and Jameson Reese in the sense that they are alike at all, but to draw a kind of parallel. Michael Aquino, of course, made a very big deal, so to speak, or rather he was emphatic about the fact that he was born dead, and that therefore he was not a human soul at all. He entertained the notion and wanted other people to purchase it, to buy into what he was saying, that he was rather an empty body with an entity in possession thereof, which may well have been the case, and I am not antithetical to that stance, but it's one of those things that other people, of course, have the experience where it's not necessarily an entity, but rather a different soul is inhabiting the body, and the other soul has vacated it and moved on. This is what the New Age calls the walk-in soul phenomenon, and so that's when you see a person completely change. And it can be that the person simply rehabilitates or simply changes, but then there's instances where it goes beyond that, and it's like the person really is not just the same guy you knew before, except much worse or much better. It's like, this fucker's
just different.
Yeah, this fucker's not the person I knew. I do not know this person anymore. This is, go on. Yeah. So, yeah.
And that's my case. what I will say is what I found out by someone who I believe, and honestly, at some point, I'll ask him permission if I could give him a shout out on air, because the guy's good at what he does. He deserves that much. But I had recently, the soul I had recently, the one that made a contract with Lucifer, had walked out. So the one that the entity that walked in, I found out was the archangel Michael.
Okay, and that's important. And by the way, I'm trying to get someone else in here on text. And now I want you to know that I am asking. Okay, honey, you're on the Skype. Yeah, I see you on the Skype. You're mute right now. You should be able to join in case you feel that whenever you feel like you have something that is constructive to add, wherever you deem it relevant, please, by all means, go ahead and speak by unmuting, and you should be able to talk. I'm speaking to Selena Khan right now. And what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to... so, honey, can you do that? Can you try and unmute? We just need to experiment with this to see if she can do that. I want everyone to know, by the way, that today, I want you to maintain that train of thought. There is something I do need to remind people of. Today, Wednesday, August 5th, is the 75th Hiroshima nuclear terror bombing Memorial Day.
Yeah, I'll do that. It's okay.
Yeah, there you go, honey.
No problem. I got back in. It's fine.
Yeah, we hear you. And you sound great. And so go ahead and introduce yourself to Jameson. And I want to see if the two of you can hear each other. Jameson, can you hear this young lady?
Yes, I can.
Okay, wonderful. So, honey, say hello to Jameson, and I just want to make sure the two of you can talk. And Derek's welcome to do the same, because I see him in chat, and I presume he's home safely now since he left me a message. He was. So I want Derek to say hi to us as well. So let's see if we can all hear each other. So,
hey, how's it going, Jameson?
I'm hanging in there, man. How are you guys doing?
Good. It's nice to talk to you. It's a very interesting conversation. So I'm just listening.
Wonderful. And before Derek totally finishes off, Derek, I want you to know something you probably already know, is that the amphibious vehicle with all of the bodies of the Marines inside has been found. So the bodies should be recoverable. If you didn't know that yet, do follow up on that for us, and you can bring that up later during a time that I have to break, and you can update everyone on that. And Derek brought up the fact that, of course, there was one sailor among them, which very likely was a corpsman. One thing Derek did not articulate was the other role that a sailor would play in a Marine Corps uniform would be that of a chaplain. So the chances are much higher it would be a corpsman, but the chances are also there that the individual who died with them was a chaplain, in which case at least they had a man of God among them, presumably, when they went down with military chaplains. You can never fucking tell. And so he may have been on the other side and intent on dragging them all to hell. That's something you need to take seriously when you speak of the United States military. Do not think I'm just being evil. Derek reiterated the story of these Marines when I came back. I suspect simply because he wanted to manipulate me into appearing to be not such a hard guy. So I mean, what am I going to say? Of course I'm going to express my condolences. It's just plain rude and mean to say otherwise, but obviously I'm always very ambivalent about the Marine Corps for obvious reasons, having been dishonorably discharged myself and never having enjoyed a minute while I was in there. Well, the majority of minutes I was in there I didn't enjoy, but people like Derek would always make it a redeeming experience in one way or another, so that's important to emphasize. and beyond that, what the fuck happened to Selena?
I think she dropped out. I don't know. She left the call.
Yeah, she left the call. Oh my god.
Well, I will say that there's been a lot of blackouts going on in New York.
Yes, there was a hurricane, which was...
So it's very possible that, they're still trying to fix the transformers that blew and shit.
Yes, let me reemphasize that for the general public. Exactly what Selena said. She said, I had a holocaust in my neighborhood yesterday from the hurricane all day, had no electricity until 2 p.m. today, therefore I guess my Wi-Fi is not very strong. It's buffering. And she did send a number of pictures of many trees in entire Manhasset Hills. Most roads are blocked from falling giant trees. She has been out of the road multiple times, yet has never been hurt yet from the uprooted trees or the falling branches. But there is no neighborhood throughout the electricity at the majority of the time at currently. So this is monumental. So the hurricane hit Manhasset Hills. As far as she knows, no one was hurt. But I'm going to try and bring her back in. We'll see if that works. Just to hang out in the background. And if I can't right now, hopefully we'll get her later. Now she's definitely there. And I'm just glad that we have Derek and Jameson with us. And I want Jameson to continue. And what I'm going to do, Jameson, is I am going to actually pretty much vacate. I'm going to be here, but I have something I have to do. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to vacate the call. I'm going to be on call. I'm not going to leave the call, but I'm going to be basically taking off the microphone, which is not going to impact Jason, I believe. We're going to test it out, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to jack the microphone back in, but it should only impact myself because I need to jack the microphone in someplace else and briefly listen to something else for a few minutes on my other computer, and then I'll be coming back. So at the most, I'll be gone for about 15, 20 minutes, which I know Jameson can hold. I mean, obviously, the way he's going right now, he could hold 2 hours. So I'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes. But, when I sense something's going on, if I sense something's happening, I'll come right back in. But let's experiment. I'm going to unjack this, and I want Jameson to start talking. And let's see if people are hearing him, and then if they can't hear him, I'll jack it back in, and hopefully the computer will accept the microphone. This is kind of risky. I really shouldn't be doing this, but it's kind of an odd night, and it's been an odd few days. It's just been fucking just awful. People can't understand how awful it's been. There's really no describing it. I haven't been out partying, by the way, which I suspect Peter Moon probably suspects I've been doing. He refers to it as nefarious partying. Nothing close. It's just been miserable, and so it's now beginning hopefully to stabilize. That son of a bitch, Zach Garrett, had a lot to do with it. I know Jameson is very painfully aware of this individual. We spoke of that scumbag on the last transmission. We may not speak of him again until the next or shortly after that, because I want Lena Shea with us when we do, because I don't know if you were aware of this, Jameson. Did you know that the motherfucker not only had multiple accounts, but when you know that, but when he came back in at one point, he came in as a monitor. As a moderator. He actually yes, he came in as a moderator, so he could not be knocked off by yourself. So Lena Shea had to enter as a manageress of my channel to knock him off. That is, so we have to thank Lena Shea, or we never would have gotten rid of the son of a bitch. So this is how serious a gang stalker he was. He showed up only after Aquino died. He's obviously an agent of Lilith Aquino. So now that Aquino is dead, Lilith Aquino is making it known that she is on me, that she's on our case. So we have that to concern ourselves with now. Our man Jameson is dealing with the more immediate issues in terms of occult threats, but Selena Khan says, no worries, I'll stand by. Please continue. And so let me try and bring her back on again. In the meantime, if it doesn't work this time, we'll just try again later. But so that hopefully will give people some perspective on this son of a bitch. But it's best for me to speak of such when Lena's actually with us. If she's not with us tonight, she'll hopefully be with us next transmission or the one after that. And we're going to ask Jameson to kind of just hold ground, which I know he can do. And one other thing I want him to address is a Magikian who was kind of an influence on him, and whom I believe he may have personally known or was acquainted with via the internet at least, who then he realized was a follower of Michael Aquino, was affiliated with him, at which point he was truly disgusted and felt violated. So that's an experience that I think is relevant as well to bring up. As a matter of fact, tonight's opening hour we can kind of dwell on this. Well, and when I come back, I'm going to try and bring people some perspective on what happened in Beirut in comparison with something like Hiroshima. And
Douglas,
so go on. Yeah.
Actually, I would like to address that at a later time specifically.
Okay. What
Because,
Jameson's going to address at a later time specifically.
Yeah,
is
you and me
the-
could talk about
Yeah.
that. The thing is, I feel there's a hesitancy to call these people out right now because
Okay.
I realize that I have to cover my ass too,
Understood.
and I got to take care of my family. So
Understood.
I do not need them to be sending shit after me.
Thank you for
And-
clarifying that. And also, if you could, aside from clarifying that, also clarify the fact that what Peter Levinda with his Simon Necronomicon did was he did not follow or root or base anything in the Simon Necronomicon on true Sumerian or Chaldean or Assyrian or Babylonian mythos or cosmology. He perverted everything, and
did.
yes. So please make that known so that people understand the differentiation between that and for lack of a better word, the noble demons of that culture that he was maligning with the anti-gods or the entropic entities. So I'm gonna let's see if we can still hear you. I'm gonna unplug this. Is there anything you need to tell me before I unplug the microphone for the next few moments?
Not at the moment.
Okay,
Everything's
good. So let me unplug this and let's see if we can continue hearing Jameson. I'm gonna need everyone's feedback to tell me if they hear Jameson. They should be able to hear him, and so let me try this.
All right.
Okay.
Am I audible?
Well, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, shows you that things are still working, and hopefully when I jack the microphone back in, it'll work. But at the absolute worst, all you're gonna hear is me keyboarding, or my moving or grunting, hopefully not farting. All right, it's Jameson's show. So for the next 15-20 minutes, take it away.
All right. Well, what I'm going to say is this: when it comes to the gods and goddesses in occultism, we have to look at these as individual formulae of the magician from an alchemical perspective. So, for one person, they might equate one entity with being.
Fuck. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, it's you and me now. What I'm gonna have to do is try and start the live stream over again. How the fuck did that happen? That shouldn't have happened. Yeah, well, these things happen, and so. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna call. I'm gonna have to call you back. Okay, thank you. All right, let's do this. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, please, thank you. And then I'll call you back. Okay. Okay, good. So what happened there? Does anybody know? Are we still live streaming? We should be. Right?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Derek, how
I
are
got
you?
knocked off. I'm back.
Okay, that's what happened. Derek got knocked off. See, I knew pulling my fucking microphone off should not have done that. So are we streaming? That's the question. So let's check it.
Let me go check. But then I got knocked off unexpectedly. You know what? I don't think we're streaming.
Okay,
Let me check and see.
Alexandra Martin says, yes, you are. Alexandra Martin, I need your reassurance, as well as the other people watching. Are we streaming? Meeping Peem, any one of you wonderful people out there. Seth P says, I hear Derek. Okay, so...
Am I audible?
Okay, yeah, we need to know if other people are audible as well, such as myself, Douglas Dietrich, and Mr. Jameson Reese. Alexandra Martin says, I am Marcus Grix. Thank you. Good. Okay. Spartan Negatives. O's Negative says, yes, I hear you. Alexandra Martin says, yes, I hear both of you. Ariadus of Rigor Mortis says, yes, streaming. Seth P says, everyone. So they hear us all. Oh, thank God. Thank fucking God. You see, God bless you all. I'm going to let him go back to what he was doing, and I'm going to try the microphone experiment again. We should not be knocked off. Okay, so what happened to Derek Talley. Nancy Machino says yes, all streaming. Jim Davis says HFX, yes. Alexandra Martin says, you banned me on chat on my account. Please unblock my chat. Yes, we'll do that as soon as possible. Jameson Reese will tend to that when he's done with Marcus Grix. He'll unblock Marcus Grix if you know how to do so. Otherwise, Lena Shea will tend to that, hopefully.
I don't know how to do so.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to unblock people either. We'll find out. You know, the only person who could do it would be Brendan Zoget, who should be with us later tonight. And I know, Marcus Grix will get to you. Brendan Zoget, I'll tell him to get to you and unblock you later tonight if possible. Spartan No Negative says it all sounds good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try this again. I'm going to unblock. I'm going to unplug my microphone. I'll be able to hear all of you. You will still be able to hear me. And so long as Derek Talley's call holds, we're all going to be fine. We're all going to be just fine. And so Alexandra Martin says, now you know if you can follow it up for the next cast. Yes, thank you, Alexandra. And Miguel Gonzalez says, hello, Doug. Hello, Miguel. And Alexandra Martin says, many thanks, DD. Thank you, Mr. Martin, and for your patience. And Jim Davis says, Nova Scotia, Canada. Halifax, HFX. Thank you. Okay, that's what he meant by the HFX. So he hears us in Halifax. Okay, I'm going to shut up now. We're turning over to Mr. Jameson Reese. And Derek Talley is welcome to interject as he sees fit. Selena Khan is hanging out in the background. And in the interim, it's Jameson's stage. Jameson is going to go back to the train of thought he was on, which was talking about the original gods of the ancient Near East and the Fertile Crescent, I believe. Was that the case? Was that where?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going into the Necronomicon.
Okay. You mean the Simon Necronomicon,
yes, Simon
by
Necronomicon.
Peter Levinda. Okay. Thank you, sir. All love to be unto you, and it's all yours.
All right. Well, the Sumerian gods and goddesses, I think, were mostly they were given a human face. What happens is
a lot of times, instead of taking the gods as they were mythologically from an anthropological and archaeological perspective, what people will do is they will affix personality traits to these gods as they see fit. And by doing that, they're making an egregore of those gods that will serve their purposes. And I believe that's what the author of the Simon Necronomicon did. Because from my understanding, again, Inanna, going back to Lucifer, Inanna was the goddess of the underworld, because she was dragged into the underworld, and Utu Samash was the god of heaven. So you have the male you have the male of light, and you have the female of darkness. Notice these are archetypes. These archetypes are significant. We look at I'm going to reference a book called The Sacred Symbols of the Dogon by Laird Scranton. And the word Tuat, according to Wallace and Budge, who were Egyptologists, means the other world. The other world also translates to morning star, which is where we get the original word Lucifer from. Now, to get back to the Simon Necronomicon, I believe that people have to understand each magician is actually doing alchemy as well. The alchemy is where you will use different gods as different formula based on the traits as you understand them. So, for example, I would put there was a time when I would put Apep, Set, and Lucifer together and create my own personal meta-god for whatever I sought to do at that time, which, I'm no longer in that mindset, which was a very negative one. But, so a lot of what they do is they'll distort the mythology and reshape these gods in accordance with what they want. And so because the gods themselves are infinite beings. They don't have forms. They don't have stories that we humans can comprehend. it's almost like Aquino's view on Netter. Or as there's also another book for those of you who are interested in a more African perspective called MEMºRIAL, which goes into the original Egyptian archetypes of who we know as Osiris and Isis, as Asar and Aset. The Netter are creative forces, the creative energies. So the magician is channeling this like a medium. Oftentimes, these magicians will become corrupted by their own personalities. And so when what they'll do is they'll channel this energy and they'll incorporate into it their face. And so they'll rewrite the entire pantheon completely opposed to what the original sources have from an anthropological and archaeological perspective. They'll completely rewrite history to suit themselves and to suit their own alchemical transformation. Now, there's nothing wrong with that per se, but it becomes a problem when you start to market it to other people, and you start to convince other people that your personal truth is the objective truth of reality. I believe they're doing this as a form of apotheosis, as a form of becoming from human to God, which, again, I don't condemn that idea or practice. Because, if we were ejected from the source, why return from it? Apparently, we're not meant to return from it. If we, at this point, apparently we're meant to, at least I personally see it as us having, being meant to become gods in and of ourselves. And again, one can look at the scriptures of the Bible. I don't remember the verse, but it's in Matthew where Jesus says, "I tell you all, you are gods." What he's basically saying is that this is all within you. It's not outside of you. When the magician is evoking an entity, that intelligence exists outside of time. It's an atemporal intelligence. Now, human consciousness as we know it, we don't know where it's sourced from. So human consciousness as we experience it is also atemporal. So on an atemporal level, outside of this dimension, outside of what we're seeing, this intelligence interacts with the human being, and the human being, through the human body, projects this manifestation into the material realm. It takes human energy to give that stuff off. So a lot of times, people get it twisted. What people is talking about as sacrificing animals to the gods, you don't sacrifice a living animal to the gods. If you're going to sacrifice an animal to the gods, you're going to cook a meal. That God is going to be eating through you, because the God has to interact in the material world through you. We're like avatars. We're like game avatars. We're like video game avatars being played by a user of a video game that we cannot see. And that's exactly what the human collective of conscious is. The user we can't see, that's what these gods and goddesses are. Their experiences can be completely alien to us. So what people are doing is they're affixing what they experience, that essence, what transformation they experience through interacting with that consciousness of that being is the attributes that they give these gods and demons and entities. It's not entirely fixed as, they would have you believe. And to some degree, you don't have to even rely on the sigils of the medieval grimoires. What I would encourage one to do is to write down the names of these entities that you want to work with and see if you can channel them. Then ask them to show you the sigil that they will draw that will be your personal key. The problem with modern magic is that everyone's using everyone else's keys, and that shit is just a nightmare. If you don't have your personal key, you can't unlock the kingdom of the divine within yourself, because everything's already in us. The whole idea of getting us to seek outside for help, seek outside for answers, is to get us to spend our money. It's to get us to push this, capitalist war machine that has just spiraled out of control. Now I'm going to segue into something a little different as far, and I should hope that you can bring this up later, Douglas, is that, we have to realize a lot of our utilities, such as electricity, are coming through contracted agencies. They're not controlled by the state themselves. And so who's to say that some of these contractees or contractors aren't part of some kind of other agenda or aren't deliberately cutting off power to these places? I'm not trying to, scaremonger. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but I wouldn't put it past them. That's all I'm saying. Another thing of interest is I don't know if people are aware of what's happened in Beirut, Lebanon. Apparently there was a ship that was full of ammonium nitrate within the docks, within a port somewhere. Now, earlier today, this thing went off, and it went off. Apparently thousands of people were injured, 3,000 people or so. The source I got this information from is The Guardian, and they're saying that this ship that went off was a Russian vessel. It was a Russian vessel that they had flagged down because it wasn't supposed to be there. So I'm starting to suspect that what's going on in Beirut, Lebanon is partly tied to Russian involvement with Syria. Again, this is just speculation. And I advise the listener to not take anything I say as the truth, because, again, I'm not a whistleblower. I'm just a regular guy who has some really profound interest in some really weird and dark shit. And,
And by the way, you're doing great. I want you to know that I'm listening, and you brought some things to my attention. Don't be afraid to reiterate those in brief when I get back online formally. I am listening with one ear, and I'm doing something with the other. So my brain is split in half, but I want people to know I will, of course, be getting back inescapably to Beirut, and what our young man, Jameson Reese, is saying is it's good. I mean, it's a sensible and logical observation. I will contextualize that in depth, and so thank you. I'll be going mute now again.
All right. Apparently, in other news,
and by the way,
states...
I'm sorry, Derek Talley, if you want to join in with this now at this point, because Jameson is speaking about current events, go ahead and do so. And Jameson, one last caveat I'd like you to share with the public. Make certain that when you bring up the occult issues, you can reinforce the fact that you are not emphasizing that everyone should do this. This is just
trust me, it's not for everyone. It's something where I'm a really depressed person. I don't take a lot of joy in going outings, partying, being with friends, or things that most people do. So for me, I need something intellectually. I need something that stimulates that intellectual need for gratification, that need for curiosity and adventure. So the occult calls to a very specific type of person. And it also often calls to people who have had traumatic experiences in childhood, which I have. Some of which do involve the paranormal. And I'm sure this will be entertaining to segue into. Some of my earliest memories are at like 3 years old, seeing this, almost being in a black room and seeing in a crib and seeing this white hand just materialize out of nowhere in this apartment in Brooklyn where we were living. We were living around Utica at the time. And it terrified the shit out of me. And I was screaming for help and crying for help. And my parents apparently were in the other room. They didn't hear me because they were making my sister. So, I mean, hell, why not? Let's just be honest with it. At the age of 8, I had received some kind of shot for some vaccine shot. For some reason, the vaccines did not take well with me. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Get your fucking vaccines. Do not fucking walk around spreading the plague. Because, I mean, shit. At this point, it's just gross. But to get back to the story, as a result, I had a bad reaction where I was kind of sick. I wasn't like really sick. Anyway, at that point in time, when I was 8 years old, I was sleeping in my bed, and the room was black. You know, there's maybe a little night light in there or something. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, this blue light just enters the room, and this being materializes out of blue light. And the thing about this thing is that it's lighting up the entire fucking room, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? What was so surreal about it was that I didn't feel scared. And all of a sudden, it started to connect to me mentally, whatever. And it's telling me about space and about these strings in space. And it's telling me to try to imagine this impossibly long, the thinnest, narrowest string you can imagine, stretched out from Earth all the way to infinity. And I didn't understand what the hell I was seeing or what I was being taught at that time. And so I just wound up falling asleep at some point. I don't know if it was the shock or whatever. But 3 days later, I would come down with a severe fever, throat infection, the whole nine. You know, I got sick continuously growing up because, you know, I have a condition called thrombocytosis, which means my body doesn't produce enough platelets. That's hereditary. But other experiences I've had before I even got into the occult, when I was 15 years old, there was an incident where I was going to sleep on a Saturday night. Saturday nights, I used to like to listen to this techno program that was on 92.3 K-Rock back then. It was like a rock station. Because, you know, I'm one of those black guys who other black kids hated because I was never, you're not black enough, you're not hood enough. So I'm like, you know, whatever, fuck it. I'll just be me. I like techno, I like death metal, you know, I'm sort of like into my own thing. Anyway, I was listening to this program. All of a sudden, I entered the state of like paralysis. And the thing is, it didn't make any sense because I'm wide awake. And I can only turn my head to the right. And I saw these three beings in my room. This is when we were living in Staten Island. I was on the second floor at the time. And outside my window, these three beings were like these shadows. One was the size of a regular man. He was sitting on a desk in my chair. My brother was on the bottom bunk. I was on the top bunk because we had bunk beds. Another man was standing at what looked like to be a position of attention. And there was a man at the dark corner of the room who had to have been at least 14 feet tall because the guy was hunched over and crouched down. And he still couldn't lift his head up. That's how big the shadow was. Next thing I know, everything went black. I don't know if it was a shock. I'm waking up from the bottom bunk, looking out the window, and it's snowing. And it's like January, and it's winter. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I'm running around the house asking, I wake my sister up, and I ask her, what month is this? What time is this? And so I look at the calendar, and it seems that we're in January. I have like over 3 months of missing time. And so I woke my mother up. I asked my father what my behavior was like in these last few months because I can't remember anything. Completely missing time. I don't know what the fuck happened, but from that point on, things just got weirder. Things just got a hell of a lot stranger. Even with the occult, a lot of what people consider aliens, extraterrestrials, aren't extraterrestrial at all. We have to understand that if you were to look at space-time, if we were to just try to explain space-time, it's not linear like people think. I would look at it like a circle, because if we look at what is it called? Hyperboreal space. Hyperboreal space. Okay, hyperboreal space takes into account the curvature of space-time. So we take into account the curvature of space-time. Time itself then is no longer a line, it's a circle. Now if you stack all these circles together, you have a donut. You have what we could call a ring. It's also what's called a toroidal structure. I believe that periodically, you know, these structures are parallel to each other, and each one is probably different. Each one probably has different beings. And I believe that, you know, magic in the occult allows you to intersect into other timelines, so to speak. And when we really look at what time is in science, you know, in physics, they call it rate of change. When we look at rate of change, what we're actually looking at is consciousness itself. We're looking at entropy. So consciousness can't exist without change. It can't exist without transformation. It can't exist without, and we can't measure, you know, a rate of time without change. So the two are interrelated. So consciousness is space-time, as we know. And I think some of the ufological phenomena that aren't technological in origin are projections or emanations from human populations. I believe that humans have this innate power to be able to project into reality, materialize things into reality based on belief. This is nothing secret, because you can find this in any chaos magic book or any book that talks to you about practical sorcery. Where things get unique is, I believe that because the human collective unconscious is atemporal, so too are these other alien intelligences. They're atemporal. They're not in the physical universe. So the idiots sending broadcasts out into space are just wasting a colossal amount of money and time to get you believe in bullshit, so they can make more and more money feeding into a fantasy that goes nowhere. It's a dead end. What happens is, I believe that these things, these UFOs that are projections or emanations from the human body, I believe, and Kenneth Grant goes into this, and actually he goes into it in, I can't remember what book it was. I think it was the Mouth Zone by Kenneth Grant. He goes into this. He talks about what UFOs are and the natures of UFOs as related to, you know, some of the tantric practices of the East, specifically dealing with chakras and things like that. Now, I believe that these, a lot of these phenomena occur when an atemporal intelligence is communicating with the atemporal human collective unconscious without consent of the individuals in question. So these people are materializing these things against their will, and they don't know what's happening. This also happens in hauntings. Why is it that these UFOs often take the same shape as what we would call ectoplasm in haunted areas? And the thing is, these areas aren't haunted until people come in them knowing the history that people have died there. So what we have is a case of humans being able to project thought forms of these things into reality based on their beliefs and their convictions. Even if someone doubts the belief in the paranormal, you know, if somewhere in the unconscious where there's disbelief, there's a belief as well, or there's a fear of the belief of, and that fear could also cause that manifestation of things like ghosts and whatnot. And I'm not saying all these things are, you know, manifestations that are being projected from the human unconscious. When one interacts with a demon, or one summons a god or an entity, you know, a lot of practices, they use candles and tools and things like that. You don't really need them, in all honesty, because the candles, the water, these symbols are meant to speak to your unconscious, to let you know that what you're doing is priming your own consciousness to get ready to manifest something of a mystical nature. So apparently, you know, some people need that to get into that headspace. That's the reason why they'll light these certain incense, candles, and whatnot, and they'll go into the symbols of this, representing that. As you advance, as someone practices magic or becomes a little more adept from the beginning levels, even if you weren't taught this stuff, you start to realize you don't need half of that. Some of my most successful rituals have been just drawing a sigil on a piece of paper, and literally I would achieve a state where I would pass out. There's a technique where you can cause the blood to rush from your brain to your feet. If you squat down and start breathing really fast, and then you stop, and then you exhale, then you inhale as you stand up, you'll pass out. you have to have a bed or something to fall on behind you, or you fucking break your head. So I wouldn't recommend anyone try this, especially not if you have health problems. But the thing is, the biggest trick or the biggest secret out there that I suppose that the people in power don't want people to know is that everyone has this ability, everyone has this power built into them. They want you to believe that you have to be born into a certain bloodline. They want you to believe that you have to spend your money, you have to have been taught by this priest, you have to have the current passed on to you by someone else who has the current. Nah, it ain't like that. Everybody has chakras, everybody has sexual organs, everyone has sexual energy. That's where it all comes from. Honestly, I hope I don't get killed for saying all this shit. Oh God, I think if anything, I will say, don't believe any of what I'm saying. I'm a fiction writer. There we go. I'll cover my ass. I'm a fiction writer. I'm someone who thinks a bit too much into things, and so therefore, that should keep everything off my ass. But it would seem we also have developments going on, which Derek Talley has made me aware of, going on in Illinois.
Is Derek Talley communicating with you in text or something like that? That's
No, I'm just pretty much speaking into Skype. I haven't actually looked at what's going on in the channel.
Okay.
Let me see.
Yeah, sure. Take your time for the moment. I'll cover your ass for a few seconds here while you do that. And you're doing great. You're doing great. I want you to keep on going because I'm still doing what I'm doing, and may actually vacate the premises for a few seconds while I go to the lavatory. So I'll be tending to a bathroom break, so to speak, for a few moments in the very near future. But other than that, our man has it. And you ready to come back on? Take the stage again?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go mute.
All right, so it's kind of strange how they're trying to, if this news source is credible, what they're trying to do is make it unlawful for citizens to record policemen who are engaging in brutality against citizens. This should be very concerning. Another thing that's very concerning is there is the development. I found out about this on a group on Facebook called Acid Math, of these shields that allow one to conceal their. What the shields do is they refract light in such a way to render someone invisible, so where you only see a pair of feet walking or something. So it's not that they're invisible. It's that the technology they're incorporating into these police and anti-riot shields are such that they can conceal. You could conceal an entire army at this point. This is where you should be fucking scared. And I'm not trying to be a fearmonger, because Alex Jones and the rest of those fucking sloppy, ugly, fat pieces of shit have that shit covered.
Don't forget the word white. White trash, fat ass. Yes. Anyhow, go on.
I mean, were you gonna trust someone who looks like he? Oh God, the guy looks like. Oh, he's just gross. Oh my God, he looks like a fucking Jabba the Hutt. Oh my God. Well, anyway, and these macho guys, I think they're trying to overcompensate for small penis size. Or a lot of times,
or no penis, one or the other. Yes, it's so hidden in their flabs of fat. Go on. Yes.
And you know what the irony of it? The funny thing about it all is that they like white women with big boobs and fat asses and these black features like big lips. It's like a sort of disconnect. You're attracted to black women, but you see black women and you see black people as garbage. So it's like, oh no, because I'm indoctrinated by high white society that we're supposed to be supreme. I can't feel attractions for that race. So
yeah, so they're fucking black chicks in whiteface, basically. Go on.
Yeah. It's what you call, they're completely that's what we call cognitive dissonance. It's completely it's completely by design. American society has been designed this way for a long time. And so we black people have to take shame of what we are. within the black race, there's a lot of prejudice within black prejudice. I'm someone of light skin who oftentimes can pass as something other or someone mixed. Honestly, I'm more black than I am white. Most of it's British, and I think from the British and Nigerian is most of my blood. So I mean, go figure. You know, two races who fucking hate each other. I got the best of both worlds. Is it any wonder why I'm so self-destructive? But anyway, what I'm getting at is for one to say that for the founding fathers to say that slaves aren't human beings, they're items, they're cattle, they're animals. Yet for them to be for the founding fathers to fuck them means that they would have to admit to bestiality. So I mean, shit. Why don't they just say, okay, we really hate you because if we don't see you as, you know, I mean, because how do I put this? Oh, god damn it, drugs. Ugh. I'm tripping right now. What I'm getting at is there seems to be a hypocrisy that they don't want to look at. They don't want to look at it. Why is it they want? You know, if they're not attracted to black women, why are they taking out all the black males who would fuck the black women? Why are the police arresting all these black women and raping them? Why are these black women disappearing from our communities and being fucking raped and used as sex slaves? Anyone have an answer for that? So you see, you know, the way everything is just all fucked up here, and that's why, honestly, sometimes I wish I could just go to Japan and say, fuck this shit. Get me the fuck out of here. Of course, I'd have to learn to speak Japanese, and you know, which, you know, it would be worth the effort. It would be worth the effort. But at this point, Trump's wall to keep the immigrants out turns out becoming a wall to keep us in, to keep citizens in, because no other country wants us because of the coronavirus bullshit. Apparently now the CDC is starting to acknowledge that particulates, very small particulates that can linger in the air, are potentially vectors of COVID-19. This means that people who aren't wearing masks outside are putting themselves at risk as well. Now, I've been told that, you know, supposedly Fauci has said that, you know, ooh, you can't catch the coronavirus outside. To some degree, this is no longer the case, because there was that case where the people were there's a case where people were singing in a choir, and one person infected scores of people by particulates, not just big globules of spit. So this is why I advise everyone to be their own boss and to mask up wherever the fuck you are at this point, because this thing is not going to go away. And for people who think that, you know, they're young, they'll get through it, what the virus does is it prevents your blood from being able to it prevents your blood from being able to pick up oxygen. So your body becomes starved of oxygen and hypoxic. The brain becomes more prone to stroking out. The heart becomes more prone to heart attacks and heart failure, and the kidneys become horribly damaged. There's one story where a woman had successfully gotten a implant of 2 new lungs due to the irreparable damage that COVID-19 caused her body. So this is not a joke anymore. It's not something that's going to go away. This is our new reality. I think the idea of them, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make a false sense of security by telling people, we're going to come out with a vaccine, we're going to come out with a cure. If anything, we're not going to see a cure or vaccine until 5 to 10 years from now, and when we do see it, they're going to gouge the price up just like they did with HIV and AIDS. Because it's fucking business. Because, you know, the corporations aren't being held accountable for anything. And that's another problem. You know, whether Democrats or Republicans are in office, we have a runaway capitalism where our rule is by corporate or by a corporate autocracy by now. I don't know. There's a lot of these terms. I might have the terminology wrong, but that's where we're headed to. If the government collapses and fails, corporations will be able to gouge people and have them pay whatever price they want for necessities like food, water, electricity, whatever have you. And that would be a nightmare scenario. And I suspect that by the end of 2021, we'll be there. So, I'm not optimistic. Another reason I'm not optimistic is because my experience with human beings has not been a positive one. I'm not what you would call anti-human, but we have to face the facts that if, let's say we do have the resources to support 10 billion people, but the resources are being controlled by a 1% of super wealthy people. Well, because things are designed that way, and because that design isn't being broken, guess what? We can't sustain 10 billion people. So we're reaching a point where we're probably on the brink of extinction. So if I'm letting a lot of things out of the bag that I shouldn't say that might come to bite me in the ass in the future, it's because I'm not really convinced we even have a future. Shit, you know. And I want to survive. I don't want to die through this thing. I don't want to sacrifice myself. I am not sacrificing myself for anything. Fuck that, you know. I want to live. Everyone wants to live. But the problem is these, again, and Douglas Dietrich brought this up, with if this was a fascist system, the government would have to hold the corporations in check. They wouldn't be allowed to go outsource everything to China. You know, China wouldn't have the power it has if there was a fascist government. But we're the opposite of a fascist government. In some ways, we're becoming what I would say this communist Soviet Union was. That's what seems to be happening here in America. That seems to be what Trump wants to do. As to whether he'll be successful or not, I hope he won't. But, you know, there's a lot of reason to believe that even if Biden does get in office, that there are just too many hands that are compromised and there are too many things that are already corrupted. Basically, we're probably seeing the last decade, the next decade will probably be the last few presidents of the United States of America before the system is completely unrecognizable. And I don't even want to imagine what it's going to look like. I got no speculation on that. You know, again, I'm someone who looks at patterns. I'm not someone who's an authority. I'm not someone who's worked with the NSA. I don't have any credentials. You know, I'm just a regular guy. I'm on disability due to mental health issues, mental health crises, I would say, that were caused by, you know, working and the stresses of working while, you know, having to use drugs to try to cope with day-to-day existence. Because unlike a lot of you out there, I have a hard time interpreting people's intentions by their facial expressions. A person can smile and I won't know if it's sincere or not. I can't tell if someone is, you know, I can't read body language. Someone can pass all flirtatious body language and I would have to question, is this person doing it because this is how people are acculturated to act if they're that gender? Meaning, is this person just playing a role? Or is this person pretending to feigning interest? Or is this person trying to attract somebody else by deceiving me? You know, it's just things like that. So this is why I spend most of my life alone. And people who spend most of their time alone seem to go into, you know, darker subjects like the occult. They seem to start looking into, you know, darker things such as, you know, the Montauk Project or, you know, MK Ultra and things like that. Because when you're alone for a long time and you start to see, you've experienced, you know, some of the dark sides of human beings, such as discrimination, which I faced all my life. I faced discrimination from other black people for not sounding like a black person, not having that, that, I don't know what the fuck it is. I grew up, I was a stutterer. I had a speech impediment, a massive speech impediment. So, by the time I was in, what is it called? After kindergarten, anyway. I was in a speech program where they taught me how to articulate my words with precision. And so I grew more and more accustomed to being able to use larger words and whatnot because of it. So because of this, I often had to fight in the schoolyard every day of the week. And at some point, I just grew tired of, having to, be bullied. So I would just pick, I would get into a conflict with the toughest kid in the schoolyard, and I would just hit him. And he would probably, most of the cases, I would get my ass handed to me. Many times I would get knocked out unconscious for a few seconds, and I would get back up, and after that point, after doing that, people stopped fucking with me. They just stopped bullying me. So this became how I had to earn respect through physical violence, which is something I am not very good at. I prefer, I'm a lover, not a fighter. I prefer fucking. And any women I've been with have no complaints about that. So I don't mean to be inappropriate. It's just, What I'm saying is, I've experienced the black on black racism. When I was in high school, I was one of the only black students in an accelerated program called the Math Science Institute in New Dorp High School, which I graduated in 2003. So if anyone wants to vet this, they can go look it up. I'm not full of shit at all. In that institute, I was hit with every stereotype from my white classmates and Asian classmates imaginable, to the point where I would, when I started out, I would hit them back with white stereotypes and whatnot. And at some point, I just withdrew and closed up into myself and said, fuck it. I was morbidly depressed, so I was just, fantasizing about taking my own life while I was in high school. And I think at some point in time, what happened was I uncovered this card game called Magic the Gathering, which it wound up many of the nerds and, many of these popular kids in that program played. So I became cool to them. But by then the damage, so I started to become friends with them. But the words of their jokes and their criticisms still stung me, which is why I didn't open up to anyone. That's why I didn't date. I'm an attractive guy. I didn't date because I didn't know how to speak to women. I can't interpret women. So I had to wait until I was 27 to lose my virginity, which I paid for through Craigslist. To which there's no shame in that, There's no shame in that. But I've seen a lot of people who have all these I've encountered all the stereotypes out here on Staten Island. Staten Island's a really harsh place because this is where everyone has American flags and Trump banners. People will drive around. Sometimes people will be obnoxious, People will wear their mask inside on their chins instead of on their mouths and nose because the science says to come in you have to wear a mask. They never said you have to wear it correctly. So people are doing their fuck you thing, But it's sort of that's how Staten Island is. After high school, I served in the Air Force for just shy of 6 months, a few days shy of 6 months. They may sort of get me out of there so they didn't have to give me VA benefits, which they did deliberately. I originally went in to be an aerial gunner. My parents were furious about that. So I had changed my profession to explosives ordnance disposal, which now looking back, I'm glad they were furious. So I had taken the exam to become a computer programmer. And so I was one of the only, black people who left the MEP station to go on into computer programming in the Air Force. I went through 6 weeks of Air Force basic training, at Blackland Air Force Base, and after that I went to Keesler, Mississippi Air Force Base, where I was being tech schooled into computer programming. Of course, I was so fucking depressed and downtrodden, I had attempted to kill myself with the intention of dying. The thing is, I didn't cut my wrist correctly. I didn't realize that you needed to vertically slice your wrist, even though I was told had I gone an inch deeper, I would have probably bled myself out seriously. They had discharged me with a entry-level separation. According to their psychologist, who was full of shit, I was a narcissist, which I'm told is not the case by many people in the mental health profession after that point. I also saw a psychiatrist who told me I have what's called a schizotypal personality, meaning that I don't like to socially engage with people, and I don't feel comfortable socially engaging with people. I can articulate with people, but I choose not to. So that's probably closer to the personality type. So after that shit blew up, I would go on to work washing cars, fast food, and I would go to Borough of Manhattan Community College in Manhattan, where I would get an associate's in liberal arts. Originally, I went into it for multimedia programming, but me being depressed and me drinking heavily at that point, by the age of 21, after the age of 21, I was a chronic alcoholic until the age of 25, I think. At which point I was turned on to DXM, and after that, it was fuck alcohol. I'd rather trip balls all day. But part of the drinking happened after I was doing rituals, working with Kenneth Graham's Cult of Lamb. The Cult of Lamb uses Aleister Crowley's lamb image as a means of establishing a connection with this praetor-human intelligence and a gateway to permit you to be able to project out of your body, which it did initially. And even before that point, I had experiences with, entities that looked almost like gray reptilian hybrids, so to speak. And I never got a sense of fear being around these things in the astral realm or in the dream world. Nor did I get a sense of negative vibes from the grays during my out-of-body experiences. What did happen, though, was something else saw I was advancing and decided it would fuck with me. And that was around the time that I was on that forum, chaosmagic.com, where I was communicating with various members. I would find myself getting hijacked by these small entities that looked almost like 2 feet tall, 1 to 2 feet tall. Sometimes there'd be one of them. I would see it almost transparently in the darkness, and it would stand out because I sleep in a pitch black room. I like darkness, and it would stand out because I would see the forms, and the next thing I know, I would be paralyzed, weighed down. And one of the things about the initiation that these entities that were really nasty put me through was it felt like I was being raped. And so this would happen for a number of years.
I was drinking alcohol. And despite the fact that I had just tossed magic away at that point because I was just too drunk to do anything. By the time I hit 26, it had stopped because I had started to attack these things back by using my imagination to try to create astral weapons to attack them and to tell them to fuck off. Now, as for the gray aliens, there was an experiment I did when I was 19 years old, where I had decided to take a depiction of the gray in Aleister Crowley's Lamb and meditate on it. For as many hours as I can every day while I was working, I would have in the back of my mind a visualization of what that being would be seeing through their eyes in space, in the cosmos and whatnot. By the 3 days in, I was dressed, I was laying down, I was getting ready to head upstairs to go on the computer for something. I turned around and there were these 3 entities just walking through the fucking walls of the basement. Literally walking into the walls. And at that time, you know, I wasn't as composed as I was now. I just was like, what the fuck? I bolted upstairs, went back downstairs to do a double check. They were gone. So things aren't what the UFO mafia have people believing out there. You know, things are far more complicated. And it was until before I bumped into Douglas Dietrich, I did follow Alex Jones. I'm ashamed to say, especially being a black guy. I started to have my suspicions about his shit when he said he was best friends with Alex Jones, and then he was best friends with Trump. Then I was like, wait a minute, something's not right here. With Natural News, I would go to Natural News because I was interested in doing things organically, naturally, right? But then that guy, Mike Adams, started ranting about all this alternative right shit about how Hillary was evil, and you know, I remember myself voicing an opinion like, well, what makes you think Trump is going to be any better? The only reason why he's getting as far as he's getting is because they want him in for a reason. He's going to fuck shit up. Sure enough, he gets in and he fucks shit up. Granted, you know, I didn't vote for that election because at that point I was morbidly depressed. I was being treated for my drug use with DXM. I mean, shit, my history is a dark history. Most people would be reluctant to share this much. The reason why I can share this much is because at this point, the world is fucking trashed. I mean, what's someone going to do? I'm sorry, we can't hire you for a job where you're most likely going to get COVID because you're going to be working with a fucking shitload of people because you were on this podcast saying shit that just sounds ridiculously absurd. I mean, come on, I'm nobody to them. They don't know I exist. Nobody knows I exist out there. And so, you know, I'm not someone who's a public figure. I'm not someone who's out in the open. Nor do I want to be, you know. I'm more or less just interested in Douglas Dietrich because a lot of things he revealed are things that I found out through doing research into people like John Keel, whose book Mothman Prophecies opened me up to other books of his, where he talked about, you know, in many of his lectures, where he talked about the Fugu balloons. The fact that Area 51, what was actually recovered were Fugu balloons, and that they had wanted to silence that by making up this alien narrative because they didn't want Americans to know that we were being invaded by the Japanese. Somehow, that makes rational sense. Why, I mean, think about it. Why would an advanced alien civilization from another planet, how the fuck are they going to crash a spaceship? Seriously. What's the likelihood you're going to have the ability to travel through light years and then crash a spaceship? Oh, because Americans were using this technology. So Americans had the technological advancement to crash a fucking alien UFO while we were behind the Japanese and the Germans technologically in World War II at that time. There was just too much that made too much sense intellectually, and so that's why I follow Douglas Dietrich, and that's why I'm willing to share what I've experienced. I also share what I've experienced because I feel that a lot of what's out there is just blatant bullshit. Honestly, I don't want to start a war and have to go into a magical war with people and shit because I'm not interested in that shit. I'm interested in the least, you know. But I'm going to probably slow down a bit because I'm getting kind of thirsty. So if you could come back on, Douglas.
Well, I'm here. This is Derek.
Oh yeah. If you could come on for a while, then.
Okay. Well, I'm really enjoying listening to you, Jameson. I'm getting the echo. Let me make sure that I it's down. But
Well, I'm glad
okay,
you're.
my media volume is down, so I don't know why I'm hearing echo. But yeah.
Did you?
So huh?
You might want to mute the. You might want to mute the YouTube channel.
Oh, I did already. Yeah,
Oh,
I got
okay.
it muted. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
how have things been going on your end?
Oh, I've been hanging in there. You know, like I was saying last week, my long-term disability got approved, and so I'm just enjoying my the rest of my time off. They only gave me through September, so I already called my job and told them I'll be back at work October 1st. So I'm just kicking back. I went to the pool today, you know, for the first time in a long time, and I'm going to start working out again, doing my little routine in the pool and the gym. I'm pretty much starting from scratch. I'm telling you, you know, before I caught cancer, I was bench pressing 315. Now I'm back down to just the bar. You know, I've never been at just the bar. You know, not even when I first started lifting weights. You know, when I was in high school, I started at 200 or something, or 180 something. You know, when I first started lifting weights. So, you know, I lost a lot of weight, and then I'm starting to gain it back. It's just fat with no muscle. So I'm pretty much on that ground level, but I got that mindset that's going to get me back where I need to be. The only problem with my left arm is that blood vessel that's been damaged by the radiation. I feel it, but I've been going to therapy for that, and that therapy's been helping me out. So I'm working on that, and I'm going to the gym now, and I'm not ashamed, because a lot of people there know. I had a guy come to me because I was doing the pull downs, and this guy came to me and said, "Man, you used to be able to do that whole thing." You know, like I'm at 70 pounds now, bro. You know, I caught cancer, and I had to give him the whole rundown. You know what I'm saying? My personal trainer knows what I've been through, but the reason my personal trainer knows what I've been through is because not only he's a personal trainer, but he's also a roof inspector, or a person who, you know, helps, you know, rebuild roofs after, you know, and so he came to my house on a cold call, and I answered the door, and he was there with another guy, and I'm all, "What, Andrew? What are you doing here?" He goes, "Hey, I was in the area, and I was, you know, looking at your roof, and seeing that your roof needed some help." So, you know, I told him the reason I hadn't been at the gym, and he sat there and listened to my whole story and everything. So I seen him at the gym today, and he said, "Get on it, man. Get on it." I said, "As you can see, I'm on that ground level. I'm starting all over from scratch." He goes, "Well, you need to get on it, you know, get busy." So that's what I'm doing. So every day between here and the time I got to go back to work, I'm going to the pool, and then I'm going to go to the gym, or vice versa. Because at the pool, I do my cardio, you know, running in place. Jumping jacks under the water. Yeah, I do all that. I can do everything at my own pace in the pool, and plus just standing in the pool and just walking in the pool.
Yeah, walking is one of the most important exercises that people should do. And I want to share this with the audience. I'm someone who makes it I make it my job to walk at least 5 miles a day every day. Walking not only keeps especially if you're walking at a brisk pace. If you try to walk as fast as you possibly can for at least, 2.5 to like 5 miles, what I find is that it speeds up your metabolism, and you put on fat a lot. It's a lot more difficult to keep fat on. So I recommend that to, listeners as well. That's a very good exercise to do.
All right, tell that to me again. I'm gonna write that. I'm gonna put that in my notes here. They're walking at what pace?
At the fastest pace that you can manage.
Okay. Well, it's strange when you walk underwater, because when I walk in the water, the pool I go to is like a therapy pool. So it's 4 feet all the way across, which is just right for me.
It's even better because you have that resistance. So you can walk as fast as you can with that resistance.
Right. So then sometimes I walk and sometimes I sprint. But if you notice underwater, you're going the same speed. It doesn't matter whether you walk or sprint. The only difference is when you're sprinting, you're just on the balls of your toes, and when you're walking as fast as you can, you're pushing off of your heels. You're pushing off your flat feet. So sometimes I'll do like 5 minutes of walking where I'm just walking as fast as I can underwater, and I get that resistance of pushing with my legs, and then I'll do 5 minutes of sprinting as fast as I can, which I don't go any faster than when I'm walking because I'm underwater. The only difference is I'm pushing off of my feet, pushing off of the balls of my toes, which kind of gives you more of a calf workout.
Yeah. And the good thing about building the calves and the leg muscles is that they're larger muscles of the body. So they're going to require a lot more energy and they're going to burn a lot more calories. And when you're walking, it's also important to like put your whole body into it. You're moving from the hips as well, kind of like rotating yourself, sort of. It's kind of different, but
But by the way, both of you gentlemen are doing fabulous. Honestly, I have come back, and I was so glad to hear Derek Talley because I'm glad to know he's still there. I was wondering where the hell he had gone, so I'm glad he's back with us. And I want everyone to know that Jameson has been holding well with the audience. The listener numbers have not only stayed up but increased, and people's responses are positive in the chat room. And I don't see any sarcasm or any kind of.
And, hey, Jameson, did you see the message that I left you in the chat room?
No. I'm actually just I'm literally looking at the Skype screen.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go find it, but
it's up there when you scroll. Later on, Jameson can go in and just casually scroll up. He'll find it. And what I want you two gentlemen, we're already near the bottom of the hour. I'm going to make myself another pot of tea since I finished the original one and did everything I needed to do after drinking a full pot of tea, including a trip to the lavatory. I'm going to make a new pot of tea and return here in about 10, 15 minutes. And I'm going to leave you two gentlemen to hold stage. You're both doing wonderfully. Honestly, I'm very impressed. And so both of you keep going at it, and then I'll be back and start participating a bit more, and then gradually wean my way into the monologue, because both of you gentlemen are helping to buy me time and keep me afloat. We can go on at this, for quite a bit longer, certainly to the top of next hour at the very least. So I'll be back in about, as I said, about 10, 15 minutes or so. So thank you. I'll go mute now.
Right. Thanks a lot, Douglas. But what I was saying, Jameson, is that you had mentioned earlier that the Bible had said, "I say to you that ye are gods." Well,
yes.
Actually, that's in Psalm 82:6 and John 10:34. So you had brought up Matthew, but it is in one of the 4 Gospels, but it's in John. It's in John 10:34. So I just posted those 2 Bible verses. So the next time you bring that up, you can have the 2 Bible verses that mention that, and do some more research on it. So that's what I do. People give me Bible verses. I don't use Bible verses as weapons, as what do they call it, billet, or like but some people use Bible verses as weapons, and they use them as they'll roll them up and shoot them at you rapid speed, and you're supposed to just take what they say. But whenever I give someone a Bible verse, I give it to them so that they could then go back later and compare what I said in the name of God to the Word of God, and say, okay, well, let me investigate this verse and look into it and get some good commentary on it and bring it out. So but I think that was good that you had brought that up. So I posted those 2 Bible verses where God says that same thing.
Good. And to the listeners out there, I was very, very well versed in Christianity. because for a time when I came back from the military, I did read the Bible a lot. The thing is, I was looking at it more from the perspective of historical and archaeological fact than, you know, really looking at it from the moral perspective. And the thing is, what happened was, at some point we were going to this evangelical church, and these women were fanatics, and they were screaming and yelling, and there was this Hispanic lady who like led the whole thing, and she was like, "Oh, and I tell you," and she would speak in tongues and be like, and all this other stuff, and it was just like antics. And so I started reading the history of certain things like tithing, because they would talk about giving tithes, and I found out that with tithing, you're not giving someone money. What you're doing is you're sacrificing an animal before God. And the sacrifice, again, this is going to tie into something I wanted to get into with the occult. It's something I might have brought up before earlier. When you're sacrificing an animal, you're not leaving the dead, sacrificed, burnt remains there in a fucking pentagram, or leaving just the blood in a dead thing in a pentagram. No, that's the theatrical bullshit that they perverted it into. The sacrifice of the god is because the spirit of the god is coming in and experiencing the world through your body. So the offering you're offering up is you're offering up that feast. This is why people say prayers before they eat. You know, it's no different in ritualistic magic. If I'm to sacrifice a certain animal, that animal is to be, you know, either that animal's already dead, or if one has to kill it, one would have to kill it with mercy. Again, the best place to go to would be one of those kosher butcher shops, or one of those places, one of those Arabic places where they butcher the meat, because they have a better way of doing it than we do here in the West, where the animal doesn't suffer profoundly. And so what you would do was, you would invoke that god or that being. And a lot of people aren't aware in Judeo-Christianity that the god Yahweh had a female counterpart, and the female counterpart was Asherah, or it was based off of the goddess Ishtar. Again, we have to understand that the Jews were a nomadic people, and historically, not only were they nomadic, their specialty was warfare. So they weren't necessarily enslaved by the Egyptians. Rather, they were being contracted by the Egyptians as armed forces, because the Hebrews invented what we call the night raid. They invented the tactic of striking your enemies while they're sleeping at night and just tearing them apart and burning them to the ground. So a lot of people don't realize this, that my understanding of the Bible comes from doing research on the history of their practices. And that's another thing that led me into occultism, because at first, when I was interested in magic, I was interested in magic as relates to the path of using, you know, the entity Yahweh. But that entity became more profoundly disturbing to me the more I, you know, started to read the Old Testament and saw the way they were treating women, and saw how they were, you know, treating children. Because they didn't have pedophilia back then. So the guys would just take girls as young as they wanted them. Things were fucked up around that time period. So a lot of my understanding comes from a historical context. Now, the Asherah, there used to be what were called Asherah poles, which were a reference to the Shekinah. The Shekinah is supposed to be the presence of God, the female essence of God, or the female counterpart of God. And the female counterpart of God back then was the equal of God, not under God. And in the temples, the prostitutes were sacred prostitutes. They would initiate men into the mysteries of the occult and into the mysteries of the Kabbalah and other forms of mysticism that the Hebrews might have had before the Kabbalah came out. Because the Kabbalah came out around 1492. That's when the term came out. What they would do is basically through sexual magic, what you're doing is you're taking down the divine energy into the, emerging it and marrying it into the physical form. This is the whole point. What happened was, over time, the society of the Hebrews became more patriarchal, and they turned on the women, they turned on the church, on the practices of prostitution, and made it so that it's shameful. They started slut shaming and female shaming, because women had a lot of power back then. And when humans, most agrarian societies where people are, have moved from hunting and gathering to planting and harvesting and farming, were matriarchally ruled societies. And so most of the male initiates would be initiated through the females through sexual magic. And so what happened was, in the Bible, they will often say high places. There were many verses where they would talk about, you would take this to high places. The high places is a reference to before these Asherah poles, which were constructed, which would have a sort of serpent coiling around it. They would have like some kind of mock serpent or leaves curling around it to represent the Kundalini, almost like the Kundalini, that the two serpents, the twin serpents that rise and embody human spirituality. Again, all this stuff was perverted. All this stuff was taken out of context. Once the patriarchal rule and the masculine became dominant again, they completely demolished everything, all the balance that the females had established. And we became brutally unbalanced, and we've been destroying and fucking self-destructing ever since. And that's the problem with the system we have today. And that's the problem with modern religion as we see it today. None of it's taken into its archaeological and anthropological context. Nobody's doing research on from scholars who have a non-biased perspective. If you're getting your perspective from someone who's a practitioner of a faith and leans a certain direction, it's going to be skewed by some form of confirmation bias. And confirmation bias is what we also see, and that's also what we see happening in the occult world. That's what we see happening all over the place. The self-help people, they're skewed to a certain agenda. They skew to their own bias. The white light people who claim they're all healing. And again, there's another thing I wanted to address called toxic positivity. They're selling you people toxic positivity, where people are told not to think negative thoughts. I don't need the negativity. I'm going to shut out all things aren't negative. If you shut out everything that's negative, you're not going to do anything about it. That's the whole point.
So you're talking kind of like, are you referring to the word faith?
No, I'm segueing here into this New Age cult that's very prominent here in the United States, where they're trying to sell people this self-help New Age guruism bullshit.
Right. So I know what you're talking about, and a lot of that has seeped into the Pentecostal church. Like the week that Aaron Tice came on, we talked a lot about the serpent seed doctrine, but we never got into another thing that the Pentecostal church picked up, just like the Kundalini spirit, like how you have brought up the Kundalini. That's where the speaking in tongue comes from. That same speaking in tongues is the same things that they do in India and Buddhism. Yeah. So and they picked up on that in the Pentecostal church, and also this positive affirmation that I haven't heard that term that's used before, but it makes perfect sense. And that's pretty much the deal. Another thing that the Pentecostal church has picked up on, and that's that you got a cold and you'd be like, I'm sick. No, don't say that. You're speaking that into existence. And so you're kind of imprisoning yourself to only speak positivity, like you said, and then you can't do anything about the negativity.
And you see what they're doing there is in psychology, we call this operant conditioning. So now you're conditioning yourself so that every time you have so that you can only think positive things. Anytime you see something negative, you're not going to acknowledge it. You're going to put it out of your mind. The problem is reality is a negative fucking place. Life is a negative fucking experience. So you know, by doing that, you have people who are willing to let these pedophiles, these people who are doing what the fuck they're doing underground, get away with this shit. And if you enable that evil, you're just as guilty as the people who are doing it, because you're doing the monkey act where you see no evil, hear no evil, say no evil, and you know what that makes you? That makes you an accomplice. You know, for those people who knew this stuff was going on, and they knew kids were being sexually molested, which sickens me, because I'm someone, you know, I had some happy moments in childhood, but a lot of times I had some painful situations, and I'm not going to go there. All I'm going to say is this, that, you know, when one turns their back on something that's wrong and says, you know, there's a difference. If I see police beating up on someone and I'm a black man, yeah, I'm going to turn back around and walk to the other fucking block, because next thing I know, I could be next. That's called survival. There's a difference between that and knowing that your neighbor is raping one of your other neighbor's daughters and not saying anything about it. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. And
yes,
this is
it. I can't explain that. Now, see, to back up what you're saying, there's a organization called Silent Lambs, and what they do are they're from the Jehovah's Witness group, but a lot of pedophilia is going on in the Jehovah's Witness community, and what the Silent Lambs do is they expose it, because if someone within the Jehovah's Witness community expose it, they put a fear out there. You're going to get excommunicated. You're going to get you know, and the Jehovah's Witnesses are very good at excommunicating people, because they cut you off from everybody else. That's why they when I lived in Gary, Indiana, see, when I lived in Chicago is a very Catholic town. I mean, it's like the whole police department is 95% Jesuit Catholic. There's a bunch of Catholic schools. You'll see Catholics of all races, mostly white, but there's a lot of Catholic schools. But when you move to Gary, Indiana, which is basically still part of Chicago, it's still like it's like Gary, Indiana and Chicago, Illinois is one big city. But when you go to Gary, Indiana, it's a very Jehovah's Witness town. And what they do is while most of the men are at work, because, you know, you got U.S. LTV still, and most of these men are at work, they send big, handsome, strong, handsome-looking men to go knock on the doors of all the, you know, the wives, and, you know, try to talk them into Jehovah's Witness and get them into their religion. And then, you know, once they reel you in, they'll say, well, you know, you should talk to your husband. If your husband doesn't understand, then, you know, you're going to have to leave him and, you know, and marry a Jehovah's Witness, because you can't be unequally yoked. They take terms from the Bible like that. Well, they used to come knock on my door, and because I worked at night, and my wife worked during the day, and I worked at night, so we hardly ever seen each other. So after coming to my house a couple of times, these big, handsome, strapping young dudes, they started sending women to my house. I mean, pretty women, to come talk to me, and you know, so that's what was happening when I was living in Gary, Indiana. So I knew a little bit too much. So when I said, well, you know, you guys don't believe that Jesus is God, you know, and that's something that I do believe. And once I started talking to the young lady about, you know, Jehovah's Witness, about Jesus being God, and, you know, the Holy Spirit, and that more than 144,000 people are going to heaven, because in the exact same chapter that tells you about the 144,000, John says, I looked and I seen a great multitude which no man could number. And I said there's certain things in math, certain laws in math that you have to recognize. For one, anything times 0 is 0. And anything times 1 is itself. So I said, here's another rule in math. Anything times or anything plus a number that no man could number is how much? What's that number? a number that no man could number. And as soon as I said that, the older lady grabbed the younger lady by the back and whisked her up out of there, because she was really starting. You see the look on her face, and she was really starting to get what I was saying. So these two beautiful ladies came to my door, but it was an older lady and a younger lady. And as I was spitting my knowledge of common sense about the Bible to the younger lady, the older lady just kind of put her hand on the back of the younger lady and whisked her up out of there. And I hadn't seen the Jehovah's Witness for the next 2 years after that. Like, they marked my house, like, don't go there.
You know what I do when the Jehovah's Witnesses come to my house? I tell them, "Hail Satan," and they look at me and they back the fuck out. But in all honesty, it's these things are cults, and the problem is the problem is that they're exploiting a part of the human psyche, the aspect of the human being to need to belong to. And now, if I've had that need myself, and most of my life it hasn't been met, and what's happened is it's grown into a form of independence where I don't need to belong to anymore, because I am part of myself. And so this is the problem: that fear of belonging to, that fear of having to validate your existence because other people value you, is the weakness that they're exploiting. And that's something that as a society we don't address, because if the societal mindset is you're either with us or against us. You can't be by yourself. You can't be who you are. You can't be people if people want to believe in Jesus, because I'm not a Christian, but if people want to believe in Jesus, I say more power to you in your faith. But remember that Jesus is within you. So you're not looking, so don't look to some guy in a fucking robe who's a fucking queer pedophile behind closed doors to give you the light of Jesus. Don't look to someone outside of yourself to find it. If you read the Bible then. But you are the one who's interpreting that. You're the one who's coming up with what that means. You're the one who's responsible for it. And that's what Jesus was saying when he says, "I tell you all, ye are God." At least that's my interpretation to it.
Thank you, and I thank both of you. You're doing wonderful. Honestly, I would have guffawed concerning the stories about the Jehovah's Witnesses had I not been chewing on saltine crackers, and it just would have sounded just obscene. It just would have sounded obscene, because then not only that, it would have looked obscene. I would have witnessed all of the cracker crumbs coming out of my mouth, and it just would have, at any rate, avoiding that. My own sister, it was certainly devastating to my father's psyche when my sister became a Jehovah's Witness. And that was one of the few things that really hurt him, considering how open-minded he was about so much else. And obviously, it's one of those things where different families have individual experiences with these religious movements. But believe me, the Jehovah's Witness hold on its members is very cultic. And their interpretation of the faith is well, basically, I'm sure Derek Talley would agree with this. They essentially write their own Bibles, okay? As
a matter of fact, their Bible writers were originally chicken farmers.
Yeah.
So I don't know what relevance that has, but that's always, whenever you listen to any kind of commentary about the Jehovah's Witness from a Baptist that does the study of Jehovah's Witness, they always, not that it matters, to anything, because I'm a truck driver myself, so I'm not down in anyone's profession, but they always bring up the fact that the writers of the Jehovah's Witness Bible are professional chicken farmers.
Well, all we need to know is that one of my primary stalkers, and indeed one of the most repugnant, Richard K. Cole Jr., raises chickens. I think that tells you all you need to know.
Maybe they're fucking their chickens.
Yes.
That's what they're telling you.
Yes.
We fuck chickens.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, my God.
Them New York chickens. Yeah, them New York chickens that be smoking them blunts. Yeah, give me one of them New York chickens.
Yes, and
We got turkeys out. We got turkeys out here in Staten Island who just roam wild around.
yes, and
And
yeah,
you were
go.
talking, Derek Tyler. You were mentioning like the large Catholic community. There's a large Catholic community out here in Staten Island. It's just massive. But then
I
again,
believe it because
this is
when
just
I
like-
listen to the history, well, you know, I'm really big into hip hop, and I got a book called The Big Payback. And when Run DMC tried to do a concert in their own town, man, there was big pushbacks from the unions, and the unions that worked the stages and the different stuff out there, the different venues for Billy Joel and all that stuff. All the unions got together and said, we're not gonna put anything together for those niggers. They're on their fucking own. You know what I'm saying? So, but that helped the hip hop community get stronger. You know what I'm saying?
Something else in context, if I can. What a lot of people also have to realize is that the unions are heavily connected to the mobs.
Yes.
And the mobs are heavily connected to American intelligence agencies, and I leave that at that.
Yes.
Right. Well,
yes.
the book that I had recommended before, Operation, and Douglas, correct me on the pronunciation of this, but Operation Gladio.
Oh, Gladio. Yes, you got it right. Thank you. Go on.
Yeah, the untold story of the CIA, the Vatican, and the Mafia. Operation Gladio. The untold story of the CIA, the Vatican, and the Mafia. So yeah, that's a good book that actually ties that all together.
Well, it at least gets people started down the path towards some general context. I do warn people, here's the problem. It's as they say, you read one book, you get the feeling from reading one book that is compelling and has a good narrative that does, as Derek Talley says, connect the dots. You get the feeling that you're an expert. If you read 20 books on the same subject, you realize you know absolutely nothing. It takes,
That's what I've done. But you know what? One of the best books I read about the same subject, because I read a lot of the CIA books. It's called Brothers, and it's about Alan Dulles and John Foster Dulles.
Right.
And of course, everybody know who J. Edgar Hoover is. J. Edgar Hoover is the head of the FBI. And so you have two competing forces here. Nobody really knows about Wild Bill Donovan.
Right.
With William Donovan is his name, but he's called Wild Bill. William Donovan, Alan Dulles, and John Foster Dulles. These were the founders of the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, who eventually, under Truman, created the CIA. Well, one reason the CIA and the FBI are rivals, and they were rivals until September 11th. From the 1940s into September 11th, the CIA and the FBI were enemies because the FBI wanted to be the international, not just the United States, but the FBI wanted to be the international, the ones that sent out the spies to Germany and Russia and stuff. But the CIA are the ones who got that, and you know they've been rival ever since. But when the OSS tapped Eisenhower, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, to be the next president of the United States, they said, we're going to send you to Washington. You're going to run as a Democrat, and you're going to do whatever the fuck we tell you to do. You're going to do our bidding. And he said, I will go to Washington. I will do your bidding. But my father was a Republican, and I'm a Republican too, so I can't run as a Democrat. And they basically, in so many words, told, we don't shit whether you go to Washington wearing a blue tie or a red tie, you know. Well, the thing is, when you get there, you're going to do whatever the fuck we tell you to do. And he said, fine. He said, yes, master. So when he got there, when he got there, they said, speaking of manipulating the public, they pretty much, it doesn't matter whether you wear your American flag pin on the left side of your double-breasted suit or the right side of your double-breasted suit. When you get there, you're going to do whatever the hell we tell you to do. He said, but speaking of, you can manipulate the public however you want to. But speaking of that, you are a Jehovah's Witness. They told General Dwight D. Eisenhower. They said most of America is going to have a problem with that. So you're going to go to church on Sunday. John Foster Dulles is going to baptize you, and starting Sunday, you are going to be a Presbyterian. And he said, yes, Master. So when they told him he was going to run as a Democrat, he said, fuck that. I'm not a Democrat. I'm a Republican. And they said, fine. Then they said, oh, well, you got to change your religion to change your God. He said, yes, Master. So they baptized him. He became a Presbyterian, and then he became more palatable for the rest of America to vote for, and they put him in office.
Just like Trump.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
Trump is smart. I mean, people try to talk about how stupid it is, and I love to hear people talk about how stupid it is because the way he talks and the way he acts and how he shoots off at the mouth. But for one, to build skyscrapers in New York, you got to have some kind of smarts. And one thing he did was he used to give money to the Democrats and the Republicans. He used to pay everybody off. He didn't give a shit what your political party was. If he needed you, he gave you money. You know what I'm saying? He didn't ask you whether you were Democrat or Republican. He took money to the Democrats and the Republicans, and he did whatever it had to do to get the job done, and he got the job done regardless.
Who he reminds me of? Are any of you guys familiar with that show, The Boondocks?
Yes, I love The Boondocks. I love that show.
The way you describe Trump reminds me of the Wunkler. The scene.
Oh yeah. I love Wunkler's grandson too. Oh man, that's right. Mr. Wunkler's grandson is dead. Not only is Grandpa dead, but Mr. Wunkler, Charlie Murphy, his son. The son and Mr. Wunkler himself. He was the guy from Mary. What was the show?
You're talking about the people who do the voice are actually dead, or the characters are dead within?
No, the people who did the voice.
Okay.
There's like 3 major characters in the Boondocks that are actually dead. Mary Tyler Moore. Okay, Mr. Wunkler was the boss in Mary Tyler Moore. He's dead. Mr. Wunkler's son was Charlie Murphy, the brother of Eddie Murphy. He's dead, and now Grandpa's dead. So now they had to try to. Yeah, Grandpa's dead, right?
Holy shit!
Oh my God!
Yeah, so now and guess who went out for the voice? Because they want to bring the show back, but the guy who played Grandpa, his son actually went out, auditioned for the part of Grandpa's voice, and they said they found somebody else, which was kind of bogus. I kind of wish they had got his son to do it, because the son grew up with his dad, and he knows how to imitate. And he even did an imitation over the, I think it was the Breakfast Club or somebody who did an interview with him. But he actually did the voice of his father doing the voice of the grandpa, and everybody's like, man, why don't they just use his son? When they made the NWA movie, they used Ice Cube's son to play Ice Cube, which he did perfectly because that's Ice Cube's son. They need to put Grandpa's son up there to play Grandpa. Then they'll have someone who can play that part for years.
Yeah. That's thank you. I agree with that definitely. And both of you, please go on, because the Boondocks is obviously it's like a cultural bellwether to me. It really has the guts and the balls to express so much that no one else dares to do. The Boondocks goes
right.
Yes.
Right. The only other people that come close is South Park. And you know what? One thing that South Park made me laugh on was when they did the Crips and the Bloods, and when they said when they sent out Jimmy and Timmy to pop some punk ass bloods, and they said, well, pop some punk ass bloods must means buy them ginger ale and marshmallows. And so the police had pulled up and seen them walking down and said, hey, what are you boys doing out here this late at night? And then they turned to police and said, "Hello, Mr. Officer. We're going to go pop some bloods." And you see the police sit there for like 3 seconds and then kind of just say "fuck it" and drive off.
Yeah.
That was just so
Oh my God. Other than that, certainly my stupid sister, of course, sent people to plague us to proselytize for the Jehovah's Witnesses for years while my parents were still alive. It took a long while after my parents' death before they finally stopped coming, and they literally got frightened off at some point when I answered the door, and I'm not quite sure exactly what I did, but they saw something in me where they just screamed and ran away, and I'm not kidding. It was just very bizarre, well, such is life. Of course, I have many people who say, well, you know, people do see something inside of you come out at times, but at least it helped in that case to end what was essentially to myself a pestilence. So aside from all of that, and my sister ultimately, she became an elder, which meant that she no longer had to go out and proselytize like the peons in the church, of course, who remain at that level where they do that. And she ultimately, I don't know how many people are aware of this. Actually, Derek Talley really impressed me. He knew so much about some of these cults that he had done so much cultic studies himself, did a lot of reading, that I was impressed by how he knew what he did at times, because I knew he had a comparatively sheltered childhood growing up on a military base. And so when he knew about things like what I was saying about my sister was able to get herself declared legally dead, that the Jehovah's Witnesses just basically hide people from the world and get them to disappear in such a way even private detectives agencies cannot locate them. That's one thing they're really good at in terms of their sinister capabilities. And my sister is one of those people. And so it was like when I brought that up, there were other elements of the Jehovah's Witnesses that Derek Talley was validating, reinforcing with his own studies, and he basically impressed me with that. And of course, Jameson, of course, has impressed us all with what he said. I'll add some context as to why the introduction by Jameson Reese is important in light of the atomic bombings and the development of nuclear weapons as it was perceived and hyped by the Allied High Command. But definitely, we're going to go back to Mr. Talley and Mr. Reese for a few moments. I want to see if I can bring Selena Khan on. I'm going to try and call her so she can help add to this conversation. And Brendan Zogit may be joining us. He should be off of work. Let me check in with Brendan Zogit here.
Douglas,
yeah, go on.
When Brendan comes in, I'm going to take a break so I could, play, so I can obsessively play Guild Wars 2 while listening to you. I'm a fucking game nerd. I wanted to bring up one more thing for Mr. Talley about what Peter Moon brought up about the figure 8 walking.
Yes.
It turns out in the occult, we use that technique as well. It's called circumambulation. And what it does is it concentrates your energy in that sort of infinity symbol sign. Don't ask me why, but for some reason, I think that the idea of the traditional summoning circle that people have had might be more effective to look into the idea of using the infinity symbol instead as a foci.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay.
Because there's something more to that, and again, I approach this like as a mad scientist who's just experimenting with shit to see what happens, because I'm just like I'm born crazy like that.
Well, that's understood. I mean, it's good to experiment with these things, and in terms of the infinity symbol, what is? Did we knock Derek Talley off? He's with us, right?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Good. Yeah, I'm forgetting what the actual name for that is. Infinity symbol. Let's look that up.
Mobius strip.
I'm sorry?
Mobius strip.
Mobius strip. Thank you. Yes. Mobius strip.
It's something important in mathematics.
Yes.
It's sort of And when one analyzes the mathematics of a Mobius strip, you realize if in fact you were to make the universe, if we were to take the shape of the universe and we were to, you know, make it sort of toroid, and if we were to have it in that sort of infinite loop-like shape, it would make it so that it would seem like you could never fall off the edge of the universe. It would be perfect in design when you think about it.
Right. Yeah, definitely appreciate your bringing that up. Okay, so Selena Khan seems to prefer to sit back and listen. She does mention that you have, speaking of Jameson, she mentions that he's reinforced much of what I've said in the past, over the past several years, that he has essentially validated much of what I've said through personal experience. By the way, one of the things you can do is also differentiate. I don't believe you probably did this yet. Kind of differentiate your experiences from that of how you interpret the experiences that Justin White had when he was talking about the show and waking up with this kind of silvery, female-looking, feminine, comporting or presenting, self-presenting itself in a feminine manner or comportment. He interpreted it to be female, even though there was no real indication that it had actual nipples or actual genitalia. It had the general form of a female and yet appeared to be naked. So almost like it was just mocking the form. And because, of course, the general consensus is that there are no female Cho except those that are produced in hybridization with human woman, and those Cho, of course, look the way he described them. They're not mistakable. You can't mistake them for a human woman. And
I'm actually familiar with that because there's an artist there's an artist who made his fame on the fact that he had painted what looked like a woman body with a gray head with hair on it. And I've encountered something interesting in a dream. I had this weird dream where I was like, you know, there was this banging chick with red hair. And she was like, you know, we were getting ready to get it on. She took her clothes off and she's sitting on me. And I'm like, holy shit, this isn't a dream. This has to be an outer body experience because I'm feeling it. And then like a few seconds later, I see the head of a gray. And I'm like, oh, mo fucking no, get the fuck off me. So I woke up. And the funny thing is when I woke up, I could see this sort of like, when I got out of that state, I could see this sort of like almost ectoplasmic form drifting away from me. And so I wonder what would have happened if I fucking nutted in it. I mean, really, I wouldn't be adverse to it. I mean, it would be something different. But what I will say is that I don't know how much, I honestly don't know how much of these things are actually the Cho and how much of these things are actually thought forms at this point. Because the brilliance of Thine Enemy and what they've produced is they've made things so that things are indistinguishable. And that's exactly what the occultists have done. They made things so that the real thing is, the authentic article is indistinguishable from the thought form. So I do not know. And I also do have experiences with the woman who Justin White was speaking about, was Maria something or another. We were friends on Facebook for a brief period. And, you know, I didn't get the impression there was anything wrong with her per se, because she was able to relate to a lot of things I spoke about as far as the occult was concerned.
Of course, but go on.
Because, you know, she was talking, because we were both talking about this guy, one of the guys I was following for a short period, which I stopped doing, was this guy named E.A. Kilwedding. He has this platform called Become a Living God, and apparently he had received his information from another cult whose name I will not mention on air right now, because I don't really want to, you know, expose myself that much. Because what I will say is that group in question, their magic is legit and it's quite powerful, and I'd rather not fuck with them.
Yes.
To be perfectly honest, I'm trying to cover my ass here because, you know, I don't know how vulnerable I am. So I should hope that, you know, that's not that I don't offend you in any way in doing that.
Yes, go on. No, of course not.
Because for now, I want to, you know, for now, I need to feel out how this will be taken, how what little I did expose will be taken,
right?
Based on my personal experience. And again, you know, people can say, "Oh, this he's mentally ill. He's stark raving mad. He does drugs." Fine, I'm delusional.
You know, these are the kind of people. What people don't understand is that in the very near future, I'm talking like 20 seconds, 20 minutes into the future. I'm being somewhat facetious, but what I mean is in the near now, more and more people are going to become aware of the fact that aside from security consultants who will make their professional living, as I did for a number of years with mercenary contracts in security enforcement, there is going to be another kind of contracting industry in occult security. Right now, just as Mr. Derek Talley is our resident expert on the doctrine of the Bible, or shall we say the literal word of the Bible, Jameson Reese stands as our resident occult security consultant for the more practical aspects of just dealing with what we're dealing with under occult siege constantly. So he has joined the fray, and he's volunteering in his time and services. But at the same time, we have to respect, of course, his being cautious in his own sense for himself and his family. And so just remember this: at some point in the near future, something that will be included in whether it's works of fiction or depictions of the security scene, you're going to see more and more references to occult security consultants in the near future, on screen or off, and in the real world all around you, which is all that the cinema and popular media ever reflects, is really what's going on in the real world. Consider it kind of a combination of predictive programming and simple leaks. Just reality leaks would be the word for it. Reality leaks that come through these various media when it comes to portraying fiction. And people know this. They know this intrinsically, or intuitively and instinctively. And this is why we haven't had an overtly hostile reaction to the subject matter you're discussing tonight, as outre as it would seem from the conventional sense. It's one of those things that makes what I do so specifically niche. It's basically you'll notice the overwhelming majority of the people in the chat room tend to be, how would I call them? They're arcane hobbyists would be the word for it. They're hobbyists or investigators or researchers at the personal level in the arcane. And just so people understand this, when our man Jameson Reese is speaking about geeking out with guild wars and shit, excuse me, I had to take that sip. What we have is a situation where most of the older people grew up with the tabletop role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons, or at least heard of it, and they had this incredibly stupid term. And one of the things that Gary Gygax was dealing with, by the way, for all of you who don't know, Gary Gygax was an old white guy who was built like a ex-biker or something. And he, met him personally more than once. What he basically was an obsessive compulsive. And his big thing was, he may have had some autism of some sort. He's somewhere on the spectrum. But his big thing was listing and trying to organize the world around him in various kinds of lists. And that's how he got into creating the Dungeons and Dragons. And that's how he began to think on those terms of redefining mythos in terms of quote-unquote statistical hit points because everything was very skirmish oriented. This could, of course, get quite ridiculous and absurd when you're dealing with mythical figures like the anti-gods. And so when he was trying to work with the Cthulhu mythos and was trying to introduce entities like Cthulhu, you're talking about like, I don't know, 400 million hit points or something absurd like this. Something obscene. Actually, more like 4,000 or 40, something like that. But in terms of how it looked ridiculous to outsiders, was really inconsequential to the fact that he was dealing with all kinds of mythos like the author of Lord of the Rings, Tolkien, and the author of the works of oh God, who is the albino dwarf? You would know this, Jameson. Help me out here. The albino dwarf who was in the mythos that was created by an author that was writing about this kind of magical sword in this kind of mythical universe of his own in which chaos was fighting order. It was just
Are you talking about
Elric, the Elric mythos, and how could I forget that? And so, in terms of Elric of MEMÊ/Melniboné, this was this fictional character created by Michael Moorcock. So when you had Gary Gygax dealing with all of these different mythos and combining them into a systemic mythos all his own, he was synthesizing and systematizing. Synthesizing and systematizing, meaning he was combining them all and then creating a way to graphically represent them as interactive characters before we had video games.
To a degree, that was also his personal alchemy.
Yes. And what he did was he encountered multiple lawsuits from multiple estates. Now, all of these guys, Tolkien and I don't know if Michael Moorcock is dead, but I'd be surprised if he's still alive. And certainly H.P. Lovecraft was dead. Nevertheless, all the estates came after him and sued his ass. So he had to redefine much of what he did. So what happened was hobbits just became, quote-unquote, halflings, or hybrids between whatever the fuck they were in that mythos. And he would describe the magicians as different from priests by classifying them as clerics and quote-unquote magic users, which was the stupidest fucking term I ever heard. I have no idea why he settled on such a stupid term as quote-unquote magic user. It was like he couldn't use magician because too many people would confuse that with stage magic. But what he could have said.
What about mage?
I'm sorry.
What about mage?
Well, but there you go. But what he could also have used was the term arcanist. When you have someone who's basically welding genuine magic as opposed to stage magic, basically they're an arcanist. So what we have are multiple hobby arcanists who are oftentimes in the chat room. And so they, the reason they're attracted to what I have to say is because of my background, and they understand that I do something people don't do, which is to contextualize current events in an occult perspective, from an occult context. And so they understand that they're on the bleeding edge of what will at some point become commonly recognized. Now, when that happens, the world as you know it is going to change. And the majority of people who function in the world that is dying right in front of us, and COVID-19 is the death of your world, there's no way we're ever coming back to what was. It's gone. Kiss it goodbye. That we've got 44 fucking million people unemployed. The economy's about to collapse. But we've got a plague. This is what we're entering is a new dark age. And in a new dark age, people begin to redefine and comprehend their environment, the very world, their reality, from an occult perspective. And so what we have at that time will be a understanding that magic is real, and therefore security consultants, an entire new subdivision, just as we once had the concept of occult crime that was then taken from us at a point when the old reality was still dominant, and they could enforce an obsolete paradigm that was nothing but a matrix. That was the matrix, the obsolete paradigm that the world around you had a normality. That was the insanity or the psychosis of self-delusion that was ongoing at that time. All of that is disappearing now. And so with that disappearance, you will begin to understand a respect for the Arcanist and a fear of the Arcanist's capabilities, and therefore a contra-Arcanist security kind of industry that will develop. So Jameson Reese is simply pioneering that. And he's doing that by volunteering his time with us in the face of incredibly potent adversaries who have done their best to bring us down in incredibly technical ways that are quite, how would I say it? Well, yeah, there's that. I'd say very much cybernetically oriented, considering that they're so into magic. But that's because cyberspace is the magic of today. What you have is the magic to cop men's minds and women's. And the computer, of course, probably one of the most bizarre films that your average person is never going to comprehend. And I would like the review of both Derek Talley and Jameson Reese on this particular film. Is you could probably find it on YouTube. It's called The Manitou. The Manitou is an American Indian concept. The Native American Indian concept of the Manitou, the Great Spirit. Manitou. And it hasn't gotten anywhere near the infamy of Wendigo. I mean, more and more white people hear the term Wendigo, and they try to interpret that and shoehorn it into some kind of conceptual understanding that they prefer. This is what people do with their cryptids and their fantasies.
The problem is that oversimplification doesn't do justice to what the actual mechanics of what's going on.
Yeah.
Because as I stated before, we're dealing with atemporal intelligences who are interfacing with the human collective unconscious and individual consciousness from outside of space-time as we experience it.
Mm-hmm. And so when it comes to the Manitou, the film, the climax of the film is when they're in a situation in a hospital with its own self-generator, with its own backup generator. And they're dealing with trying to contend with a Manitou that is trying to overtake the hospital. And the Manitou is, in this case, a negative entity, a very dark entity that does not die, but continually attempts rebirth. And so when it comes to the Native American who's brought in as a shaman to play the role or enact the role of the exorcist in that film, the horrible actor who's brought into the film as the white straight guy, the white straight man, is Tony Curtis. But he does what he has to do in the film, according to the script. So, it's just, he's there for a purpose. So you just take him with it. He's just part of the package deal. But Tony Curtis, of course, has always been a horrible actor. I can't stand even looking at him, really. But he carried it off as well as he could. And the climax of the film is that they are asking Tony Curtis is with the Native American shaman, and whose name I believe in the film was Spring Rain or something of that nature. And he was saying, well, this computer, we've got the backup generator, and this computer's working, and they were dealing with this Manitou entity, and he says we can call on other Manitous, you said, to combat this Manitou. What about this computer? And bear in mind, this movie was made in the 70s, so computers then were still very primitive, very big, clunky machines. But the shaman acknowledges in the film, yes, the computer has its own Manitou, its own spirit. This is something that I have spracketh on before. and this can help us. And he says, well, can you call it up? Call up. And he says, no, I can't. It's white man's magic. And that's where Tony Curtis comes in. So as the white guy in the room, he calls upon the spirit of the computer, the Manitou of the computer. So this is something that would be very, how would I say, incomprehensible. This is it. You've never heard of this film. And the reason you've never heard of this film was it's simply too incomprehensible for its time. It was decades ahead of its time. And because it was decades ahead of its time, the film remade today would be something that everyone would take as basically almost commonsensical. I wouldn't say cliche, but commonsensical enough where they would understand the message that was conveyed. They couldn't get it then. But so that's something, a little homework for everybody. With that, of course, I'm going to bring Derek Talley and our man Jameson Reese back on stage, or center stage, so they can hold the fort while I look around on the computer again, just for a few more things to report on and analyze. May not be on too long tonight, but okay, you guys take over for a bit.
I'm gonna probably head to get something to eat and take
I don't blame
take a
you.
bio break. So
Yes.
Derek, I'm gonna leave it to you, but before I do, there's also something else I would bring up. I would recommend you do that that figure 8 walk, because that it probably will really work for you.
I thought we agreed it would be the Mobius strip walk.
Well, the Mobius strip walk, yeah.
There we are. Yes, and
I think Jameson's talking about in the pool. You're talking about in the pool, right, Jameson?
Yeah, you could do it in the pool. You could do it in your own home space. Personally, I do it at home because I could listen to music. Because I can't do it for like 45 minutes, but I could probably do it for like 15 minutes or so. But it's just very interesting what it does to the state of mind.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Derek asked if he could do it in the pool because
Yeah,
that
you can do it in the pool.
Yeah, that
You
takes
can.
all the weight off his body when he has to walk on dry land. Then he's got to combat gravity because, he weighs as much as Jameson Reese and Douglas Dietrich put together, maybe even a bit more than that.
I lost a lot of weight. In my cancer treatment.
That's true, and all respect, and that's of course this is the tragic irony of it. Derek Talley has been approached by all kinds of people who have just been so impressed. Oh man, you lost so much weight, and Derek Talley has to tell him, oh man, I got the secret. It's called cancer. Yeah, and there you go. There's a secret to everything, and sometimes you just have to pay the price. So we're going to say, I take it, good night, at least for now, to Jameson Reese. But if you want to come back on the call anytime tonight, once you're on the call, you can come back on any time of your own accord.
Right.
I don't know if you're aware of
What I'm
that.
going to do is I'm just going to go mute.
Yeah, that's fine. Good. Sounds good.
All right. So I'll see you guys in a bit.
Sounds good. So he's going to mute, and it's up to Derek Talley now. He's going to tell us a bit. Now, forgive me, did you... While I was gone at any given time, did you bring up any new details that you might have found about the sinking of that Marine Corps amphibious vehicle and the body?
Yes, I did. I found from the Marine Corps website itself, Marines.mil, that's a military website, Marines.mil, location of sunken AAV remains found off San Clemente Island. So it went pretty far out there. Mm-hmm. This is coming from Camp Pendleton reports. Officials with the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 1 Marine Expeditionary Force, and the Macon Island Amphibious Ready Group positively identified on August 3rd the location of the amphibious assault vehicle that sunk off the coast of San Clemente Island on July 30th. The U.S. Navy's Undersea Rescue Command confirmed that human remains have also been identified using their underwater remotely operated video systems from the merchant vessel's HOS Dominator, a ship specializing in undersea search and rescue. The Navy has expedited the movement of access to recover the remains of the Marines and sailor, as well as raise the AAV. The equipment to properly and safely perform the rescue from the seafloor will be in place at the end of the week. And a dignified transfer of our Marines and sailor will occur as soon as possible after the conclusion of recovery operations. The AAV sunk to a depth of approximately 385 feet after taking on water during a shore-to-ship maneuver approximately 1,500 meters off the coast of San Clemente Island. One Marine was pronounced dead at the scene, and 7 missing Marines and 1 sailor were subsequently presumed dead August 2nd as the search and rescue efforts ceased. A previous press release had estimated the depth of 600 feet. So, well, at least it wasn't 600 feet. It was, let me see that again, 385 feet. So they doubled the estimate. The cause of the July 30th incident is under investigation. We will continue with our communication to the public and media if more information is available. Imagery of the search and rescue efforts, as well as the current recovery efforts and the HOS Dominator, are available at www.dvidshub.net/feature/15THMENU. Underwater video imagery from the ROV is not available. For more information, email media inquiries to IMEFCOMMSTRAT@usmc.mil. So they found it, and so they're going to give it to the end of the week to recover it and recover the bodies, and they plan on raising the AAV,
Right.
which apparently they can do at 385 feet.
Right. Definitely appreciate it that you catch us up on that, and of course now cover anything else that you want to bring up. As I said, I will be giving in-depth analysis into what's going on in Lebanon quite soon. When we have Brendan Zogit on soon enough, they'll also give me a time to, buy a little more time. But right now, what I want everyone to appreciate is, of course, the incredible amount of information you've been exposed to already tonight, thanks to these 2 gentlemen working in tandem. And do maintain our web mistress, Lena Shea, in your thoughts and prayers. She obviously did everything she should have done as a manageress when she went into the studio and took out the gang stalker, Zachary Garrett. And that's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, really, for a young lady to have just really taken the initiative like that, she deserves high praise, and that's wonderful. So she's been very responsible, but all of this nonstop attack, it takes its toll. People haven't lived like this all their lives, as I have. And it takes someone like Jameson Reese, who has kind of been under psychic siege or occult assault all of his life, to appreciate what I'm dealing with. And Derek Talley, of course, views this as a spiritual war, so he's also able to understand that. Anyone else who has a more conventional background, it's very difficult. And it's very difficult for them to do this while they have a family, and she is, of course, raising 2 young children. So that's something she has to take into consideration. So she's in the background right now, but we're definitely. I want everyone to maintain her in your thoughts and prayers, and that all things normalize in her regard. So do take that seriously. I'll be counting on Selena Khan to be giving her a call. And aside from that, Derek Talley, by all means, continue with whatever you feel is relevant.
Okay, I'm looking up some stories right now, but I want to talk about a commercial that I've been seeing over and over and over again here in Tennessee. It's about a politician. And the politician must be a Republican, but what they were saying, the two main points in this commercial was this guy, whatever his name is, I can look it up later and try to find it, but this politician, whoever he is, he refused. He's a millionaire, and he refused to give money to Donald Trump during Donald Trump's campaign. So that's strike one. He refused to give money to Donald Trump. And then strike two, you'll never guess strike two. He's for gun control in today's middle schools. So, you know, I can understand if they wanted to give a half truth and say he's for gun control and just leave it at that to make him seem like he's a bad guy. But they went ahead and told the truth and said he's for gun control in middle school. So apparently this guy is against middle schoolers shooting each other up. So that's supposed to be the two strikes against this guy. He's a millionaire, and he didn't give money to Donald Trump. And for two, he's against middle schoolers shooting each other up in the middle school. So I need to write this guy's name down so I can vote for him. If he wasn't a Republican, I'd put him in office myself. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Yeah, I'd say forget the vote. Just put him in office. Hell.
Thank you.
You know.
Yes, I agree. I mean, I sympathize with that completely. Let's just put it this way: it's a sentiment that we can share. Yes, and what else? By the way, did you ever see? I'm just curious. Did you ever see the film Snowpiercer, or did you? Just curious.
What's it called?
Snowpiercer. I was just curious. Did you see that film? It was popular enough where they've turned it into a series recently, which in and of itself is rather bizarre. But you know, more power to them. The environment is fascinating, but that's postulated within the scenario or the storyline of Snowpiercer. I take it you didn't see the film. Do you see movies very much? Yeah. Oh, no, of course not. You've been kind of homebound. I guess I shouldn't ask.
Right. Well, I haven't even gone to Netflix that much. The last time I watched a movie on Netflix, well, I've seen two of them since then. But you had brought up a movie with the comedian. I forgot his name. The one who was he was in Israel and then he came to the United States to be a hairdresser.
Yes, that was Lena Shea brought that up. And yes, it was like something like Don't Fuck with the Zohar or something like that.
I watched it just because you brought it up. So now I'll make it a point to watch this one. I'll make a note of it. You say it's called Snowpiercer?
Yes, it's Snowpiercer, and the story behind it, in terms of its, what makes it relevant is the fact that it was originally a French illustrated piece of literature. In other words, what Americans denigrate as a comic book. Of course, Europe and Japan, or Asia, Europe and Asia, all Eurasia has a far higher regard for illustrated literature, or what Americans have finally begun to call graphic novels, as opposed to denigrating them as comics, because there's almost nothing comic about what's in the majority of comic books. You can just review Watchmen, and you can see that, which I don't recommend people do, because I don't like Watchmen, or I don't like its source, I don't like where it's, anything about it, and I don't find it...
Watchmen's on HBO, right?
Yeah, whatever it's on, I avoid it.
Yeah, because I was told to watch that one too, because they had brought up some, I think the Tulsa, Oklahoma bombings.
What they brought up right now, they're bringing up all kinds of racial issues, but I don't think they're doing it in any way that is positive. What they're doing is they're trying to turn races against each other. In this case, by presenting a sympathetic view of black races while denigrating Asian races. That's what they're doing in the film Watchmen. Okay. So it's basically one of let's turn the races against each other kind of films. It's kind of like when you saw that horrible film. What was it called? Lethal Weapon number whatever, in which they were basically at war with the Asian underworld. It was outstanding in the sense that it was the only one that portrayed oh God, what was his name? The martial arts, the martial artist.
Steven Seagal, right?
No, God, no. Oh, fuck, no. The Chinese martial artist. The one who was
Jet Li.
Jet Li, thank you. Oh my God, and I don't know what's going on with Jet Li. Maybe we'll have to bring on Daniel Arola.
He has hyperthyroidism, and the hyperthyroidism affects the organs.
Okay.
In a negative way. I know because one of my eldest cats has hyperthyroidism.
Okay.
And I have to give her medicine twice a day.
Thank you.
to regulate the thyroid. But what it does is it really starts to age one's joints and bones and everything really fast at an accelerated rate because your metabolism is going too fast.
Yeah.
And when your metabolism goes too fast, you die faster.
Thank you. In other words, I knew that despite the fact that his agents, thank you, bless you, Jameson Reese, for giving us that, because, also Daniel Arola may be able to add some other context, but I knew that Jet Li had something terribly wrong with him. And Jet Li looked years ago like he was dying. I mean, he started to look years ago like he was dying. And of course, he has publicity agents, and they do their job, and they went into damage control and denial mode. And but everybody knew there's something wrong. And so what was outstanding about that Lethal Weapon, whatever number it was that that was one of the few films, maybe the only film, in which Jet Li ever was playing a villain, which was, at least refreshing in the sense of seeing him constantly portraying a hero in film after film. But it was unfortunately also the only way in which he could get on the American big screen at the time that film was made. If people think about that now, at this late stage in the game, how devastatingly, what does that tell you about American culture? That this individual, everyone tends to know who Jet Li is. He's kind of like the closest we have to Bruce Lee who's alive. And the only way that he could get on the American big screen was to play a villain. That is how fucked up American culture is. And my gang brother Beaver made the joke because at the end of that horrible film, they make it a point where you have the actor portrayed by what's that big Judeophobe's name? Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson is portraying one of the cops, and Danny Glover, of course, is portraying the other cop. And Mel Gibson, of course, here's the irony, we all know Mel Gibson is a raving Judeophobe. He's such a raving Judeophobe, he almost lost everything in Hollywood. He had to, rebuild his career from scratch and, quote-unquote, redeem himself by making anti-Japanese films like Hacksaw Ridge. So this is how he did it with more anti-Asian films. Was, okay, I can make films that are anti-Asian then, and that got him back in. That's
why I have respect for China. China built their own, I don't want to call it Hollywood because that's giving Hollywood props, but they built their own film industry. And when they went to go build their own film industry, because they got tired of America. I mean, America treated China better in the 70s than they did, in the 80s and beyond. Because, the 80s to the present, the Chinese were portrayed as always smiling, walking around with cameras and around their necks and bowing and just happy and, just kind of effeminate. And so China said, you know what, Hollywood, fuck you. We're going to build our own industry. And Hollywood's like, we don't give a shit. Go ahead, give it a shot. Hot shot. You're not going to get anywhere with it. Well, guess what? Once they started getting places with it, Hollywood came back around and said, oh, well, hey, you guys are doing a pretty good job. We can help you with this and help you with that. The Chinese film industry said, fuck you. Fuck you.
Yes.
Blacks need to learn from that. Blacks need to learn from that. It's like the only way we know what we have to do to get in with Hollywood. I mean, Peter Moon had brought up that there's Hollywood is run by a 3-part mafia. There's the Scientology mafia, there's the gay mafia, and there's the Jewish mafia, and they're all kind of connected with a satanic undertone with it. I remember Peter saying that specifically.
Actually, I had brought that up, but Peter reinforced it. Peter, it's one of those things I had brought up. Peter, he probably, what he did was he was able to vet and verify much of what I was saying because of his experience with Scientology, and what he reinforced was also the darker satanic aspects of all three of those elements that are involved with Hollywood. So yes, it's run by those three interest groups. I was saying that for years. Of course, back when I was on Revolution Radio, I had brought that up. But yes, you're absolutely right. And
they'll hold on to something, like how they did with Kevin Hart. They'll hold on to something, and they'll vet who they can they'll vet who it is that they want to put out there. And in the case of Kevin Hart, they knew ahead of time before they asked him to host the Grammys. They held on to something that he said about, well, you know, if my son ever told me he was a homosexual, I'd whip his ass or something, you know, to that effect. And they held on to that. Then they held him up in real high regard and said, "You're going to host the Oscars," and got them all up there smiling and happy. And then right before it was time for the Oscars, they pulled what they were holding on to. It said, "You said some anti-gay, homophobic slurs in your act, so we're snatching you out of." They held him up. So just so they could snatch his ass off in public and let him know, you don't fuck with the homosexuals in Hollywood. This is our shit, you fucking nigger. Yes. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, they knew that ahead of time. So, you know, that was just their way of putting it up there to let them know that you don't fuck with us. This is our shit.
Yeah, who's running the show? Yeah. And thank you for that. And that's so true. That's how it operates. And in the case of what was going on at that stupid Lethal Weapon film, at the end, of course, they make a point of, here's the horrible irony. You've got Mel Gibson, who's a raving Judeophobe, and he's shown having his baby delivered by a rabbi. Because his wife goes into early delivery, she's going into labor, she can't control it, and then a rabbi's around to help her deliver the baby. And here's Mel Gibson, you know.
Did the rabbi give him herpes? Because
yes,
I know that in the Bible it says after the 8th day the baby delivered, they're supposed to circumcise the baby. But what they do is they have rabbis, these modern day rabbis, deliver the baby, and they circumcise the baby with their teeth. And these babies are getting herpes.
Oh, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. I thought this was a Judeophobic urban legend, but it turned out it was true. I couldn't believe it. I literally didn't want to believe it. It sounded so awful, but this is a tradition that goes back thousands of years, and what happens is the rabbi will circumcise the young male infant, and the rabbi, what he does is he puts his mouth on the penis and he sucks the blood and then spits the blood out, supposedly, to basically kind of help to cauterize the circumcision with his saliva. And so I couldn't believe what I was hearing when I heard that many of these rabbis were basically giving the infant children AIDS. Now, this was going on before we had the HIV cocktails and everything, and that was a death sentence. You know, the baby essentially was never going to grow up. And then after that, it was the herpes, the gonorrhea, and every other disease imaginable. And, you know, when I heard all this, it was just, I said, oh, this has got to be just online, you know, KKK bullshit. It can't be real. I don't usually even follow up on such things. It happened to be simply because I was getting that credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism that I actually was exposed to the information behind all of this. And yes, in the hospital system, it's one of these dirty secrets that they whisper to each other, but nobody dares to really speak about in public. And that's the Orthodox Jewish community is got this enormous problem because of this. Is that many of these rabbis, and it's insinuated that many of them are pedophiles, and that because of this they've been having sex with so many young boys that they've contracted these various diseases and then are giving them to infants. And I was appalled. It's true. It's fucking true. And I said, that can't be true, but it is true. That's one of those things that, you know, this is why you had some Jewish doctors. One of them was a guy that my dad really admired, who was on Channel 2, Dean Adele. His name was Dr. Dean Adele.
Dr. Dean Adele. I know Dean Adele. I used to listen to him for a short time on WLS 890 AM in Chicago. Uh-huh. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I actually met him personally more than once because he lives in San Francisco. And so Dr. Dean Adele was very aggressively, rabidly against circumcision. He said it's just got to stop. He said that the Jewish community has got to stop this. He didn't care that it was going on for 2,000 years. He was Jewish, and as a Jewish medical doctor, he said this is the modern age, and we have to stop this. And so my father really admired him. I think they actually drank beer together once at one point in a bar or something like that. It just happened to me. And but my dad met a lot of guys like that before he stopped drinking. Just would meet them in bars and then they'd have a drink. He also had a drink with who else comes to mind? The former head of the Hells Angels, whose name escapes me at the moment. My dad had a beer with him at some point in his lifetime. But there you have that. So. There you go with that. So in this stupid film, Lethal Weapon, you get this stupid scene, and then beyond that, then they start playing the stupid music, which, all the whites do this. And especially when you turn on right-wing Republican talk radio, you're going to hear all this jazz. And finally, one woman called in at one time, and my father laughed his ass off when one woman told the radio host, just because you play all that black music doesn't mean you're not a racist. That's exactly what they do. They try to show they're not racist by playing all this black music, and it's all bullshit. And Lethal Weapon was like that. It ended with all these black people singing, "Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?"
Man.
And Beaver.
That reminds me of Rush Limbaugh. One time Rush Limbaugh played the Daz Band. It's one of my favorite songs, but I was wondering why Rush Limbaugh played it. And he said, if you can tell me who this is, you'll win my book and a free year's subscription to the website. So then a black guy had called in. He had told him, that's the Daz Band. And Rush Limbaugh said, thank you very much. You'll get my book. Stay on the line. You'll get my book, and you're going to get a free subscription. The black guy told him, you can keep your book and you can keep your website. I just called to tell you who that was that you were playing.
Thank you.
He hung up the phone.
Yes. Oh, good for him. I mean, and that's Rush Limbaugh trying to play he's not racist. See, I mean, it's all so much bullshit. It's offensive. It's really offensive. So this film was like that. And so when they're up there singing, "Why can't we be friends?" and Beaver made the joke while we walked out of the theater, "Yeah, everybody's your friend except the chinks." Yeah, that's pretty much what the message of that film was. The only quote-unquote innocent Chinese person in that entire film, I shit you not, you can watch the film yourself if you can suffer through it, is a young Chinese boy, because they have to have a young Chinese boy as the victim that they're pulling away from all the evil Chinese adults, right? That's the, as if to imply, this is why white celebrities adopt young blacks. It's that the implication is that, just pull them out of the black environment and you can raise someone who's a civilized being despite their skin color. That's basically what the implication is. That's what they were implying in this film with the Chinese boy being severed from Chinese culture. I mean, this is the sickness of white supremacy. That introduces us to another topic. Feel free to go to town on it. What is with the trend of white celebrities like Madonna, etc., adopting black children as a thing? What is that? What is that about?
I don't know, but there's the one lady named Charlie, I think is her first name, but she adopted a little black boy and she puts him in a dress and said, "Oh, he wants to be a girl." So she waves him around as a little girl, and it makes everybody so angry. It makes me angry. It's like, how do you know? The boy is 8 years old, and you're parading him around in a dress. You know what I'm saying? How does he know that did you tell him that he wants to be a girl? He's 8. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
I got to look it up. Maybe I'll touch on it a little bit more, but it shows pictures that, every once in a while, pictures of them pop up in public with her walking around with a cute little girl, and then everybody's saying, well, this is her son, her adopted son, and she turned him into a girl, and it's just it makes me so angry when people do that to children. They're doing it to a 4-year-old. The biological parents of a 4-year-old said they put a doll in front of him, and the boy played with the doll, so he must want to be a girl. So you know, so they started, you know, dressing them up like a little girl. Do you want to wear a dress? You know, and I think they're putting this into these children's heads without, you know, I don't know. It just doesn't, you know, it just makes me upset.
Well,
when they do this to children.
I myself would say that is a form of abuse. That is a form of abuse too. That's before a child comes of age. It's one thing to allow a child to explore on their own. If the child on their own is playing with dolls and wearing dresses and prefers them, to tolerate that is important. When you're stuffing them in a dress and shoving dolls in their hands, then that, of course, is the imposition of the adult onto the child. And that is, you know, the funny thing is, American whites in particular can understand it if you conducted the parallel with a dog. If you brought up the fact that if you trained a dog into a fighting dog or a killing dog, that was trained to attack or kill anyone or fight other dogs, most white Americans would say, "Oh, that's horrible." Yet at the same time, if you do this with children, where you impose some kind of, shall we say, a program onto them, basically, when you're training them to become something, somehow this falls into parental rights, which is bizarre to me. Maybe we've got to be a bit more like England, where the social workers can take your children away at a moment's notice. You know, it's a tough call, but something like that is that.
Well, speaking of that, in Ireland, the Ireland Child Protective Services have lost so many children, and a lot of those children are turning up all over Europe as human trafficking victims.
Oh God, yes. Everything has its problems, doesn't it? Yeah, I know. We live in an imperfect society. The society itself does not provide the solution. On a lighter note, do me a favor and go off on Kanye West. Certainly you've heard Donald Trump at the White House on Wednesday evening, midweek last, I believe, saying, "I like Kanye very much," and they've got some kind of campaign going. Actually, maybe that.
Kanye is such a cartoon character. You know, he's not anybody I take seriously. One time, Eddie Murphy told a joke when Jesse Jackson was running for president. He told a joke about a hillbilly. He said the reason they don't sell alcohol on election day. He told a story about a hillbilly who was drinking, and then just for a joke, you know, he went back to the bar after voting. He goes, "Guess what? I just voted for Jesse fucking Jackson," and all his friends laughed and everything, because there's no way he can do it. You know what I'm saying? "I just voted for Jesse Jackson," and they were all laughing and stuff. And then the next day they woke up with a hangover talking about he fucking won. You know. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't take Kanye seriously and everything, but, you know, he said, I can understand that. Remember, President Obama called him a jackass. And, you know, for a sitting president to call you a jackass, I can kind of see how you would ride with that president's enemies or opposition. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get on national TV and call me a fucking jackass? The same one who went against President Bush, and President Bush doesn't care about black people during the Hurricane Katrina. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, he had more sense back then. And he was speaking from his heart. You know what I'm saying? He reminds me of Donald Trump in a lot of ways, in that he's brash and he really doesn't think through of how to mince his words for the public. You know, he just says it comes to mind, he thinks it. Like there's no frontal lobe blockage there to kind of filter out the words or whatnot. You know, so but he went and said something 2 or 3 weeks ago about Harriet Tubman, saying she didn't really free any slaves. She just took some slaves and made them work for other white people or something foul. He said something foul about Harriet Tubman. So at this point, Whatever happens to him, good for him. I don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? I was one of the last people. I was one of the last holdouts trying to say, well, probably because I'm from Chicago and he's from Chicago. But see, once New York picked up his ass, and he kind of left Chicago behind and said, fuck that. I'm in the big league now, New York. Fuck Chicago. But we still Chicago, we kind of still held on to him as one of our own. And we were trying to say, well, he's just got mental problems. He's just suffering from the loss of his mother. And he's just devastated about this or devastated about this. But you know what? Fuck him. At this point, you're responsible for your own fucking actions and the words that come out of your mouth. So.
Yes, thank you. Oh, I appreciate that. By the way, if Jameson Reese can still hear us, it'd be wonderful if he could say something about this. I know he would have an insight. Americans are dying from drinking hand sanitizer. So, because we've got a lot of hardcore alcoholics, and what's happening is, for some reason, I guess because all the bars are closed, they just don't have the access to alcohol that they did in the past. I don't understand why they're just not buying it and taking it home, but I guess they're running out of money because when you're in lockdown, there's nothing to do but drink. And so I guess a number of them are turning towards hand sanitizer. So we're going to wait until Jameson Reese is available. We're going to give him a few moments to finish his hand sanitizer.
Yeah, but what happened to the good old days when people were just taking the vanilla extract? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yes. And, yes. Oh, how we missed those days. Yes, that and, whatever had alcohol in it, including the bottle of rubbing alcohol or nail polish or, the lethal ingredients, apparently, and this is no way, shape, or form to decry Mexico. I mean, obviously, people understand I'm the last person on earth who's going to come up with some bullshit like it's the Mexicans that are doing this. It's simply that the Mexicans use different ingredients. And so in terms of the different ingredients they put into the hand sanitizer, these are a little bit more industrial grade. So when it comes to Americans drinking hand sanitizer coming out of Mexico, this has proven to be a lethal choice. I believe Jameson might be with us.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so could you tell us what you know about this? By the way,
okay,
from Selena Khan, before you start, Selena Khan says, J-Mo Reese was fantastic. Spoke of many subjects that we all enjoy. I listened to all that he spoke of. Please say my regards to him with a prayer symbol of both our hands clasped together in the Thai greeting. So that from Selena Khan onto you, good sir. And
much thanks.
Yeah, and please tell us a bit about what you know about this situation. So it's yours.
All right. Well, apparently, because if you go to stores, American company hand sanitizers that we used to, like Purell,
yeah,
you can't find any of it. So the thing is that these retailers like CVS, Rite Aid, other places, regular drugstores, they're getting hand sanitizers that are made in China, and not all of them are 75% alcohol. You're really not going to do much against COVID unless it's 75%. Right. To my understanding.
True.
And so most of this is 65% or whatnot. The other problem is that most of this is not. Some of it is methyl alcohol, which is a neurotoxin on the human system. So if you put that stuff on your hands and you touch and you're about to eat something, that shit's gonna go into your system. It could cause blindness. Oh. Now, people in addiction, sometimes they're craving alcohol so much that they'll reach for hand sanitizer to get the alcohol, and it'll fuck them up. Yeah. The problem is these corporations, they're not vetting their shit. They don't give a fuck what they sell people. Right. And so because of that, there's a lot of people who are being exposed to some toxic fucking shit. And a lot of people are going to die. And I think that's by design.
But Jameson, what's frightening to me, what I've noticed is the statistics and the demographics. So many of these people are so young. I don't understand. Why is it all the young people?
Well, the problem is that all right, there's something odd, and I don't know. I can't vet this. So this is just speculation on my part. But if you go to mostly urban areas in urban neighborhoods, That's where you'll see a lot of the sanitizers that are on the FDA list of things that should be recalled. These drugstores will still actively sell these things just to make a profit. And so the problem is this is all unchecked. China has no obligation to give us shit that's legit. I have to really roast Amazon because Jeff Bezos is a monster. You know, a lot of the things people are getting as far as mask and hand sanitizer is not good stuff.
Right.
My mother had ordered some alcohol wipes, and when I smelled the alcohol wipes, it smelled like straight up bourbon. And I'm like, wait a minute, this shit is not this isn't hand sanitizer. This is like someone took some Bacardi and just put it in. And the thing is, I would know because I used to guzzle Bacardi 151. I was on the path to extinction at one point. So shit, I mean, that stuff, man. Yeah, there's a lot going on, and it's very deceptive. And another thing I wanted to say about Hollywood is that supposedly Hollywood has been caving into China.
Yes.
And that's very concerning because they're whitewashing the Chinese government. Yeah. And again, we're in an age where all these we're in an age where absolute tyranny all over the world is threatening to overtake everything we once knew.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
This is not just American anymore. This is global.
Yes.
So we're literally in a fucking dark age where there's no way out, it seems.
Yes. It can become that, but we're here to do our best to stop it. We're going to stand or die. And
oh, fuck dying, man.
That's true.
Dude.
Yeah, I can relate to that too.
I'm at the point where it's like, listen, if I have to go into self-preservation, because here's an interesting thing about people who've been attacked or people who've built up this vigilance from being constantly in combat, is that there's a self-preservation mode, even if you're suicidal, that just kicks in, and it stops you from doing whatever you want to do. You could be on the verge of shooting yourself in the head, and it will just it's like unconscious, you know, it will just overtake you. I don't know why that is.
Okay. Yeah, it's go on. Yeah,
but the thing is, like, to go back to hand sanitizer, with the young people, it's no surprise. I think what's happening is a lot of the younger people. Actually, give me a moment.
Sure. Take your
I'm
time.
sorry.
And
I'm gonna have to mute for a second.
Sure, no worries. And with that, yeah. Well, he takes care of that. Probably he does care for his parents, and both of his parents, have to. Sometimes he has to turn towards taking care of them in the moment. So with that, Derek Talley, of course, is very fortunate that he had his son to call on when he had some emergencies in the past, and we're very glad that his son was able to respond as quickly as he did back when Derek Talley entered onto Facebook, "I need help," which was kind of an interesting space of mind to be in at that time. Did you feel that, like, when you recognized that, why did you enter that onto Facebook instead of calling 911? What was what was on your mind? How was your mind?
Because I was at home at the time, and I needed to get to the hospital because I had radiation that day,
right? And
I knew I couldn't drive. And I want to give a shout out to my son. He actually filled up my gas tank today.
Oh, cool.
I was on E. I'm down to my last, and my son actually filled up my gas tank today. So shout out to him. So yeah, but he looked out for me again today. But at that time, I was, at that time I didn't even feel that I wanted to go to the emergency room. I just wanted to sleep it off. So my son.
What you're telling me was that you were still in kind of a denial phase. That's what you're telling me. Go on.
Right. So I went to radiation, and then I came back home, and then I started getting worse. At which point, my son and my wife said, "You need to go to the emergency room."
Yeah.
And so I went back out to the emergency room, and then I was in the emergency room for a little while, or then the hospital for a little while.
Right.
And I spoke to you then, but yeah, I was in bad shape that day. So really, I wasn't in my mind, and I had no idea those. Well, I knew that those drugs were psychotropic drugs, but I had no idea it was going to have the effect on me that it did. Because I took it that morning and I ran a bunch of errands and I was fine. And I knew I had to do radiation that evening. But I laid down for a little bit. For some reason, I was just tired. And when I woke up, I was drunk as fuck. Oh. I was stumbling, and that's I had no idea what it was. I was just woozy, and then I said, I cannot drive like this. I didn't have all my faculties. That's why I couldn't even put a whole sentence of what was really wrong with me. That's why I was able to just put I need help, because that was all basically I could type at the time.
Did anyone respond aside your son? We know your son responded ultimately, but
yeah, a whole bunch of people responded, and a lot of my high school friends from California responded, and not that they could do anything for me, but I appreciate everyone that responded to me, because it showed that they cared, or at least that went out on their news feed, and then they were concerned enough to ask me, what's the matter, what can I help you with?
Mm-hmm. Good. And now, was that the time you still couldn't? Okay, good. I'm going to bring Brendan Zogit on now. If I remember correctly, you still couldn't talk at that time. You still couldn't speak, right? Really speak.
I don't remember, because there was a whole month to where I couldn't speak, and I think this was actually the beginning of it. So this was actually the beginning of when that radiation was starting to take a toll on my voice. And it was sometime after that to where I was full-fledged lost my voice. So this was right before I lost my voice completely. And it was probably the radiation of that time that made it to where after that I couldn't speak.
Right. Well, we have Brendan Zogit here with us, and I want to thank you for sharing that, Derek Talley. And Brendan Zogit is going to help hold the fort for a bit. I'm going to take another trip off premises for several minutes. I'll be right back, not leaving the home, mind you. But definitely I want Brendan Zogit to start talking and venting and catharting about his day at work first. Get that off his chest. I think that's psychologically important. It's therapeutic. And he needs to do that. And fuck, where did he go? He was right here. Did he?
Where'd he go?
Yeah, shit.
He was just there.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, let's see what we can do to bring him back on, and see if this works. Of course, once you're on, theoretically, you can keep coming back on. Calling again, I will say, and hopefully we get him. And that was so weird. He was right there. And okay, let's see what happens. Hopefully he didn't get ambushed or something. He might be walking around outside of his home, because of course he does live with some other people. There he is, thank God.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, thank God. Oh,
okay, good.
Yes, wow. So I wanted you to vent. Yeah. Oh, yes. Say hello to everyone. Derek, Jameson, say hi to Brendan. See if he can hear you.
Hello, Derek.
How's it going, Brendan?
Yeah.
It's good.
Good. And
I'm recovering.
Okay, a little break up there. Yeah. Now, a little break up there. Let's see if Jameson, can you hear Brendan?
I'm inside of the electronic moat, so I'm going to try and get out.
Okay, good. He's trying to, there's an invisible barrier of that saps the ability for wireless to function at its optimum. So he's what we call a moat. Okay, are you out of that area?
Can you still hear me?
Yes, much better now. Much better.
Okay. I was just dealing with some constraints around here.
Well, it was better.
1 second. I'm still in the electronic mode. So
Okay.
It's going to cut out one last time.
Okay, thank you for warning us. And hopefully he'll get out of that soon enough. And then when he's out of that, I'll take a short break. And he's going to... Yeah. Just let us know when you're out of the moat. In the meantime... either one of the other gentlemen with me is more than welcome to start talking and catching us up on some trivia. I'm going to slip on my sweatshirt as the temperature begins to drop precipitously at this hour. in San Francisco, and then I'll check into the dashboard. Where is my sweatshirt? Did I leave that in another room?
Oh, I saw Erica today.
Oh, yes. How is she?
She's doing fine, looking pretty as ever.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Yes, and so hopefully you've arranged to meet her again.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, yes. So please, let us know what's going on with you. Yeah, a little. You're still echoey. You're still tiny and tinny. Do you have a little further to go before you feel?
Is this better?
A little. Yeah. I mean, we can hear you. We can make out what you're saying. So feel free to start talking. If you start glitching, we'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah. No. I just got off work and I made my anti-COVID meal. So that's what I'm like recovering from like the world's spiciest chili peppers. Like I bought like a container of these ones that are like hydroponically grown in the Netherlands. So like these are no joke.
Good stuff.
Like, it's actually
so those hot peppers are gonna work as a antiviral, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory thing to keep COVID-19 away from you.
Yeah.
Definitely. Because my work, there's like an outbreak at my work, and these bastards won't shut the store. So it's like, because I'm so poor, like I have to work. So it's just like I have to do something.
It's so sad.
But it's like they're dropping like flies around me, and I'm like the only one that's like fine.
Yeah, because of what you eat is one of the reasons why. By the way, Jameson Reese is back with us. Yeah, and I want both of you
like
gentlemen to talk. Yeah.
I wanted to ask a question. Brendan, what do you think about peppermint oil?
Peppermint oil, I use it like almost every day. I like make this spray out of it, and I think it's like very beneficial. And like you can't really like overdose on it like some other oils. Like humans can. Like it can't hurt you. So I use like organic peppermint oil. It's super strong, like antiviral for sure.
Is there a certain
I've
brand?
been using that since January. What was that?
Is there a certain brand you would recommend?
If you could find, the one I found is organic, and it's part of like it's just like a generic like vitamin shop. It's literally like some store called a vitamin shop. So it's kind of like it might be a national chain, but you can go to like health food stores and ask for like the most like organic one. But as far as brands, I don't remember the brand right now. But like Aura Cassia is one like famous brand. Like they have pretty good stuff. But yeah, peppermint oil in general is good. I do like peppermint and lemongrass oil mixed, and that like I feel like that's protected me during some like really sketch situations. Like when I was working at Sam's Club, I was like a door greeter for a while, and there was like this Chinese chick that looked pretty rich. She was coughing hella hard, and like at that time I already knew about like what was going on. So like I just used the spray to like shield against any kind of like anytime I see someone coughing, like I carry the spray with me, like even at my job now, and I just like spray it like instantly. Like, and I have like very different views about like pathogenetics, like as far as like from Ayurveda like perspective, but
yeah,
it's better safe than sorry.
Definitely.
Who knows? But it's good to talk to you, James.
Likewise, man.
I always enjoy your like commentary for the most part.
Yeah, I've enjoyed
it. Dark sometimes, but it happens. But like, yeah, the world's spiciest pepper, like it hurt. There was one called a scorpion, and I didn't take it seriously. Like the tip of it was like pretty much like a normal like jalapeno pepper, and then when you get like towards the stem, it like becomes like actually like deadly. Like, so I didn't take the name seriously until afterwards. Now I'm like, okay, that's why it was named Scorpion. It's like once you get to the tail end of it, it just like fucks up your day. Like you can't see. Like your eyes start watering and like everything hurts. Like your tongue just is burning. But I feel like it's helping against COVID or whatever, like any exposure, because like, for example, countries like Thailand and Vietnam, like their death rate's like almost near zero. So it's like, it has to be like the food. I mean, they have good healthcare systems. Like I was speaking to some lady from Thailand once, and she said, even if you're a tourist and you're like on a beach or something, you get hurt, the government will like pay for your doctor. There's like, like Thai government doctors that are just like there to help tourists for free. So it's like there's, they even have like a better health system, but even then I think it's like the really spicy food, like, because like some real Thai recipes like are spicy, like those Thai chilies are pretty much on the level of these like spicy chilies. And, like everyone knows like what a ghost pepper is. It's actually like an Indonesian pepper, and it's called like But Jolokia. And I got one in this like pack of peppers that I got, and it's no joke. Like it'll fuck up your day if you're not prepared. Like, but for me, I feel like it's just cleansing. Like it's more cleansing. Like if you have any problems, it's like it's almost like homeopathic. Like you give your body like the symptoms, like running, like a fever and stuff. Like it almost is. In my opinion, it's like in that essence of like homeopathy, where you like it like worsens the symptoms, for like a little bit, but then like stops it. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like builds an immunity, builds up your immune system so you don't get sick.
Yeah, exactly. That's like how I feel about it, because like I work in like a bakery in Delhi, and 4 people are out that tested positive, and my work like hasn't done anything. Like they haven't been like health checking or like taking temperatures. Like they don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. So it's kind of like, okay, well, that's kind of their fault.
Yeah, that's like before I go, they take my temperature. They hold this thing to my head, this
Right.
heat lamp to my head. And sometimes they put it too uncomfortably close, like they're putting a pistol to my head. They take my temperature.
Right. I'm surprised like more places aren't like that. Like I heard to get into like the Apple store and shit, you have to do your temperature taking. And it's like it's more like a Japanese like way to do it. But apparently the Japanese, their cases are going up, and Taiwan took them off like the shortened quarantine list apparently. So like they could be having some kind of problems as well. But overall, like, it's hard to tell. I feel like I haven't seen this many people like coughing and sneezing in the summertime, like ever. So it is interesting.
Yeah,
I think it's more than just COVID. Like there's other shit going around.
It's actually pretty scary.
Yeah, it almost is like a pandemic, where it's like the temperature changes and then like hella diseases just come out. Like apparently Singapore is getting hit with like a dengue fever outbreak, and that's like spread by mosquitoes. So it's like pretty sketchy. Like you can just get it from just being outside, no humans. So that's pretty bad.
On the positive side, here in America,
Okay.
we'll make a buck off of anything. Like I've seen so many designer face masks, designer logos and everything on them. I mean, who else thinks of that? Where else in the world are you gonna go around and see people walk around with designer logo face masks and shit? This America. We'll come up with a way to make some money.
Really though, dude, I work kind of like in, I don't know what to call it to be like, nice about it, but it's kind of like the hood, basically. Like my job is in like the pretty sketch part of town, and it's like everyone has like Louis Vuitton or like Gucci. One kid had like Louis Vuitton and Supreme, and I was just like, that's so sick. Like I don't do that in my area. Like, that's pretty tight. And they always laugh.
Yeah, Louis Vuitton don't even know that he got face mask out there. Yeah. It's like people get these face masks, the logo on there and shit.
Really though, really wild. It's kind of cool though.
Gucci, Louis, Prada, got a Prada handbag and a Prada face mask.
They had it all, and I was just like, dude, that's so sick. Like Supreme. Like I don't know if you've heard of like the skate company Supreme, but it's like basically like a T-shirt's like $500.
Oh my god! You could keep that.
Shit. Right? Yeah. Like who's gonna buy that? But like people buy it, and so like they're like basically their entire brand is based off of counterfeits, because like kids that skate can't afford like a real one. So it's like all their marketing is just done by like kids with counterfeit stickers, and like so like somehow it works for them. Like I don't know how that's possible, but it's like they got more famous off the counterfeit.
Are you guys aware of this guy by the name of I can't remember his name, but he's on this show called Patriot Act, and he goes into like the Supreme and the brand, and it winds up that Supreme is owned by a group that manufactures weapons, the Carlyle Group. So that's a very interesting thing.
That's not surprising at all. Yeah. Yeah. So that's interesting. I'm glad he brought that out. That guy's actually from my area in California. I forgot his name. His name is like MEMÈRIAL or MEMÈRIAL or something.
Oh yeah, Minaj.
I forgot his name. Like, sorry, because like he should get credit, but like, yeah, he's actually from my area, I guess. Like Sacramento.
I think it's Hassan Minaj.
Hassan, yeah, right. So yeah, I haven't watched his program, but like I hear a lot of people referencing it. I just saw like an interview with him the other day. Like he was talking to like some Stephen Colbert type or something, like. But he's pretty funny. Like I think he's pretty funny. But it makes sense that Supreme is like connected with some shit. Like how else could you become like a world famous brand off like basically just selling T-shirts? Like,
yeah,
But it makes you wonder why they went to skateboards. Like,
well,
perhaps like they. Oh yeah. Sure.
Well, they could get as much money as they can. They could get a large amount of money not only by making weapons but by influencing popular culture. So it's actually quite brilliant when you think about it.
It's like an investment or some kind of like it doubles their money basically. Like
exactly.
Kind of which pretty much makes sense. Because if you have like $2 billion profit, like what else are you gonna do with it except like make more money? Like that's how they see it. Like that's how they see it. But like me personally, if I had $2 billion, I'd just like wouldn't even do anything. Like it takes a special kind of mindset when you're in like the multi-billions. Like to them, it's not even money at that point. It's just like wealth and assets.
Yeah.
It's not as like
At that point, the cash is the tip of the iceberg. It's just the money is literally the tip of the iceberg as far as the assets they have and the power they have. So at that point,
it's true.
Money's like water. You could just piss it away, and it doesn't mean anything at that point.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. And by the way, I'm back now from what I had to do and have my sweatshirt on. And I'm really enjoying the fact that both of you young men are talking about these issues. By the way, before it dribbles out of my mind through my ears, I want to remind Brendan Zogit, when you get a chance to go inside the studio, and if you know how to do this or if you can help at all, it would be deeply appreciated if you could unblock Marcus Grix. Marcus Grix is in Australia, and so he has an account by that name, and if you could unblock that at some point. Yeah, thank you. And aside from that, please continue.
Could I offer my apology to Marcus Grix for blocking him? Honestly, I at that point in time, I didn't know who was what. I didn't know who we could trust, who wasn't, because we were going under this major attack. So because of that, I at that point in time, I might have I took what you said, Marcus, out of context, and for that I have to apologize.
Right, and
you know what? I was actually responding to Marcus what he was putting in the chat. So he was posting even more, because whenever he posts something, I would respond to it. Then he would post something else, and I would respond to it. So anyone just coming in the chat room would just see post after post after post by him, and why is this guy posting all this stuff? Because I was responding to him as he was posting it. So, and I didn't catch the fact that he got.
Oh, these things happen, and I want everyone to understand that Jameson Reese is an extraordinarily responsible person, and I appreciate the way he's been very aggressive about policing the chat room, because we've had very aggressive trolls. And because of that, Jameson Reese it was better for him to be safe than sorry. The last son of a bitch we were dealing with, Brendan Zogi. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Brendan? Very clearly.
Oh yeah. Yes.
The last
yes,
son, the last son of a bitch we were dealing with, this piece of shit named Zachary Garrett. He actually not only had multiple accounts prepared to troll.
Oh yeah, I forgot about his one account, like Truth Bombs. Was actually his.
Oh yeah, but we had changed the password into our channel. We had basically made it so that he could not access it, but he was able, after he used up these multiple other accounts, he came in as a moderator, and therefore neither MEMºRIAL Egregores or Mr. Jameson Reese could block him, and therefore LIVESTREAM had to go in as the manageress of the channel to block his ass.
Okay, so I'm glad Lena did it, because like I know how to do it, but okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad Lena did that.
Yeah, so this is how serious the situation was. He truly is, at this point in his life, a professional gang stalker. And as we pointed out, he only came in after Aquino's death. And so he's operating on behalf of Lilith Aquino. And at this point, so as I've expressed, due to that and other everything else we put together, it's obvious that Lilith Aquino wants the world to know she's continuing her husband's anti-godly crusade against myself. And so she's establishing herself as my nemesis at this point. So with that, we're going to move back into Brendan Zoget and James.
It's interesting. Yeah. It's interesting because I felt like another wave of a hex coming on, so to speak.
Yeah. Thank you.
Because I basically woke up, and my tire was flat, right? And I fixed my tire, and then on my way home, I basically paid $80 for like a brand new tire. And then, like, on my way home, there was, like, some kind of nail in it.
Yeah.
So it was pretty sketch. Like, just, like, I don't think it was foul play. It was just by chance. But, like, I was, like, you know, like, it kind of gave me PTSD from the, from the first hexing. Yes. I was like, fuck, like, how is this happening? It was almost like a joke.
I'm glad you're taking it that way. But remember, I think I want you to work more with Jameson Reese, because he can provide you some suggestions as well. I want you two gentlemen to kind of work together.
Well, I mean, to finish the story, though, not to take away from what you're saying, but to finish the story, I did, like, a high-level praise to, like, higher and divine forces, and like, literally the nail came out of my tire when I was driving away this morning.
Yes.
And it was, like, apparently it was short enough to not have done damage. So, like, incredible. I'm, like, counting my blessings, you know?
Yes.
But thank you, higher divine. Like, but I would be open to suggestions for, like, protection spells or whatever.
Yes.
Definitely.
Good.
But, like, finish what you were saying.
Yeah. Oh, I was just saying the two of you young gentlemen can work on that in terms of shielding both yourselves and the entire team Dietrich and the entire channel and the program, and that way we'll make it through. And I want you to understand, Brendan, we all have to pray for Lena Shea, because as someone who's been involved with this struggle to this point, with two young children to raise and her own family to take care of, it started to really hit her home. It started to really hit home to her. So she's, it has its effect, its intended effect, which is the psychological wariness that overwhelms people to the point where they change. And so we can hope that everything stabilizes for all of us. And
I mean, like, the world as it is now, I mean, it's not easy, like, for anyone. Like, I don't see a single person that is, like, just chilling.
Thank you. No, these are hard times, and these are bad times.
Yeah, that's no joke, yeah.
And so, please, go back. I want you to continue venting and catharting, and both of you young men to continue condemning the system, because it really needs condemning. As a matter of fact, let's put it this way. My faith is not that this society will survive this. Rather, my faith is in the society that will supersede this society. And it's a society that people like Brendan Zogit and Jameson Reese and myself, as well as Derek Talley, will be building. The younger men and with people at my age acting as guidance. Of course, this will cause 90% of any conventional listeners who ever happen to hear this to go into spastic convulsions or paroxysms of rage and fear. But honestly, the society that we would rebuild on the ruins of this one, it could not be worse. I assure you, it could not be worse.
Yeah. There's no way. Yeah.
Yes. And so with that, Brendan, go back to what you were saying. We had a wonderful discussion with Jameson Reese earlier, and he dominated the opening hours, and Derek Talley helped us to carry the transition until you arrived. So by all means, take it away. We can hear you, though hopefully you'll get... Are you parked now, or are you still looking for a better space?
Oh, no, I'm good enough. I'm like in a stable spot. There was a couple of things I wanted to bring up.
By all
that
means,
was requested.
Take it away.
That was like pretty much relevant.
Yeah.
But it's like, first of all, it was like the explosion in Beirut.
Thank you.
Okay, like this is like when I saw that, I was like, all right, like now it's heating up, so to speak. Like stuff is heating up. But as far as we know, it was an accident. As far as right now, but of course, the one person in the world that said it was a foul play was guess who? I mean, you can't really make this shit up. It's fucking Trump. He was like, he immediately was like, oh, it's foul play. But like, you know, sometimes like crazy ravings can be true. You just like gotta wait it out and find out, you know. But it was basically like they said that there was fertilizer in this fertilizer factory. Or, I mean, no, in this port, it was like a warehouse, not even a factory. It was like a warehouse, right?
Right.
And
When you first said there was...
of tons...
Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
Hundreds of tons of ammonium nitrate, which is fertilizer, but it can also blow up. Like, but that explosion was pretty big, but still. Yeah. They were saying it was there since 2015. Mm-hmm. So that, when I heard that, I was like, okay, that sounds kind of fishy. Like, what is, like, hundreds of tons of high explosives doing just sitting there for 5 years? But then again, it is Lebanon, and what people don't realize, and that's not to talk shit on Lebanon, it's like everyone knows the government's corrupt there.
Yes.
But well, something else in the context is that they found out that the ship itself was of Russian origin, so that should tell you all you need to know. that right there speaks volumes. And the thing is that's
interesting.
They had detained it because it wasn't supposed to be there. And so, you know, there's something... And
then it just blows up.
There's something more to this. It does not seem like an accident. And so the thing is, Trump what he's doing what the enemy always does. They mix half-truths. They mix lies and truth. So he's going to blame...
Like if that's the scenario, then like Putin just told him. I mean, but I mean, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So what Brendan is saying is, taking into account what our man Jameson is saying, that means that Vladimir Putin simply told Donald Trump what had happened, and that's why Donald Trump is saying foul play. It's what he was told. So yes, go on. Yeah.
Right. And well, my point also was that that previous to this, people didn't realize, or a lot of people didn't actually know this was happening, but due to the pandemic and even before that, Lebanon's economy was in free fall. Mm-hmm. And all the Lebanese people right now, there is no economy. They're all bartering for survival.
Oh, God.
So before this happened, like, no one even knew that was happening. Like, Lebanon's government was crumbling. The hospitals were calling the UN for supplies because the Lebanese government ran out of money and they couldn't give them supplies. And the entire country was running on 2 hours of electricity per day. Oh, so God. Can you fucking imagine that?
I can't.
I can't. Yeah, so it's like, oh yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, you know, rhetorically, but like the entire country, it was like that for months now, for like 4 months, and it was like on the verge of collapse. So it would be the best time for an intervention, so to speak, or some kind of foul play. I don't know to use that word, but You know what I'm saying? So it would be a perfect opportune point for that kind of stuff to happen.
Well, I can tell you who they're going to blame. They're probably going to blame whoever Israel and Russia doesn't like. That's what's coming next.
Right. I mean, my first thought is always, of course, skeptical, because Israel was like trying to. They basically are poised on the border right now, militarily. They have like an army on the border, and they actually said that there was a squad that tried to come in from like Lebanon recently, and they like obliterated them. Like, this is from the Israeli army, and it's funny because in their reports it says like no Israelis died. Like, instead of saying no casualties, they'll say like no Israelis died, meaning that they like killed everyone else essentially.
Right, and they say that as a point of right, and they say that as a point of pride. They say that as a point of pride. Yeah, and they present that in such a way so that the reader, who's presumed to be a Western extraction and probably indoctrinated, will say, "All right," you know. That's
yeah.
So go on.
And so I thought that was interesting, but you know, not all Israelis are bad. I mean, I've like you know, seen podcasts of like. I don't know what to call them, like conscious, like they're more conscious Israelis.
Conscientious.
And, conscientious, yeah. But I'm saying like, you know, like more like New Age.
Okay.
Kind of like quote unquote conscious, you know.
Okay.
But it's like, and that dude, he wasn't defending like Netanyahu, but he was saying like Bibi is like, he doesn't actually have the power in that country, and like he's just like on the level of Trump, whereas he just bullshits like. He just bloviates, like you'd say. That's just all they do.
Right.
And the real power is being shuffled by like people that know what they're doing. You know.
Well, basically, what his stance is that Bibi Netanyahu is running a kind of facade government that gives people a delusion of democracy, whereas Israel is really run by its military intelligence junta, which makes it like the United States. So basically you're saying it's like everywhere else, Russia and America and all the corrupt assholes in the world outside of Japan and Germany, and Switzerland and Taiwan and a few places that represent civilization. Everyone else is basically run by their military industrial intelligence complex. And so, yes,
including Thailand.
Yes, there you go. Well, at least Thailand has a constitutional monarchy where at least there's a flair of some majesty to it. You know, at least it's, you know, at least you got that. Yeah, so go on.
It's true. I heard they were trying to get rid of the king, but it's like the Brits, like they always say, like, oh, we're going to get rid of the monarchy, but it never happened.
No.
Because then when the queen comes out, they're all on their knees and shit and like bowing. And,
fuck yeah.
They love seeing that shit.
Oh god, yeah. Thailand, that's never gonna happen. Thailand's one of the few places in the world where they've got it in the fucking constitution that you cannot talk against the monarchy. You even talk against the monarchy or express anything critical about them, you're toast. So yeah, go on. Yeah, that's
And it's like, even in Thai restaurants out here, like, they have a photo of the king. Like, it's like, they're not fucking around. Like, they really actually like it, you know?
Yeah.
Some people, some of the time.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll give you an example of this, is that when I knew one individual who was in the U.S. military, by the way, used to be big in Thailand. They had bases there and all this shit. And and what happened was...
Was that due to, like, Vietnam?
Yeah, particularly. It was mostly due to Vietnam. And then eventually the Thai people had to, and the state had to ultimately get rid of as much as they could of the American military infrastructure because the Americans were giving everybody fucking AIDS. You know, fucking all the children that they could in Thailand because of the lack of age restriction, getting away with it, what they couldn't get away with here in the United States. It was just horrific. And so then what happened was that... there was this one officer who just dropped a coin. Now, all the coins in Thailand bear the king's image on them. So, you know, he dropped the coin, and in order to stop the coin from rolling, by the way, we can finally hear you. You sound so much better, so I'll say this and shut up.
Okay,
in order
good.
to stop the coin from rolling, he stamped his foot on it. So he was in a store.
That was like a slight to the king.
Yes. Oh, they arrested his ass.
That's almost like North Korea status there.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. This was an American officer, a commissioned officer. and
Wow.
they arrested his ass, and they put him in a Thai prison for doing that because they could not interpret that as anything.
He couldn't just say like that wasn't intentional, or they just didn't accept it.
They didn't accept what he said. they thought that because no one in Thailand would even dream of stopping that coin from rolling by stamping their foot on it.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyhow, so go on. Now
Right.
we can hear Brendan. The stage is yours.
Okay, I'm glad you can hear me better. Yeah, I didn't. It was connected to my car's like Bluetooth, so probably like.
Yo, it sucked. Now it's much
So,
better.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's all yours.
But yeah, I'm just out here under the vault of heaven, enjoying the celestial spheres. There's still like some alignments,
Yeah.
But like we have like Jupiter Saturn conjunction. That's usually like the first thing you could see, like a full moon, or it was.
Wow.
But anyways, like with that Beirut thing, like I guess we'll see what happens, or if more information does come out, because it's like that was like a fat explosion, like it was huge, and like there were multiple photos of it.
Yeah.
I honestly thought it was a dirty bomb or something. I was like, is that a nuke?
It kind of had that like crazy nuke look to
Yeah,
it, yeah.
well, what both of these young gentlemen are observing is the fact
It
that
was the shockwave, of course.
Well, beyond that, both of these young gentlemen are observing the fact that it produced an actual mushroom cloud. So.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah. Yes. So automatically, it's not illogical or irrational for people to say, was that what Jameson Reese was talking about? One of the micro nukes, one of the miniature nukes that.
I mean, it definitely could have been if you just like kind of see it and like look how much rubble there is in the center. Like it doesn't look like a normal, just like boom, like
Right.
like what is it like like a silo full of sawdust where it just like blows out the sides,
Right.
if that makes sense.
No,
it just
I
like blows
understand.
the top off.
I get it.
Yeah, it vaporized the area, basically.
Yeah, it was like a big crater, and
Completely
like there's just a bunch of
vaporized.
dust and shit. It was like or it's not like a crater, but it's just like a pile of dirt, like
Yeah.
that's
yeah.
just burnt. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go in depth into that later, but I want you two gentlemen to keep on talking since I think we've got a good thing going. And honestly, I
Right.
want to ride this.
Well, there
wave
was one more
for-
thing I was going to bring up too.
It's all yours.
But go ahead.
Oh! I said I want to ride this wave for as long as I can because I'm still looking through the internet for other current events to analyze aside from the explosion, which I
Right.
pretty much collected what I needed. So so
Right.
go on. Yeah, both of you, please.
Oh yeah, Douglas. I was just like, I was wondering if you covered just quickly like that whole Taiwan like. I sent it to you. They did this like a couple weeks ago, but they did like a full military parade where like the president dressed up in her military garb, similar to like how Xi was doing.
Yeah. She was dressing up in full
So like,
combat
do
gear.
you
Yeah,
think
go-
it's heating up, or is that just kind of like they're just doing that to kind of keep the pressure, saying, okay, we're prepared? Because supposedly they hadn't done live fire drills in like 20 years or something.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but let's just put it this way: it may simply be, from what Americans observe, it may look like that. But come on, let's be realistic. Everyone
They'd always been at war. I mean, obviously.
Yeah. But beyond that, everybody in Asia trains constantly, and the Americans
Right.
just don't fucking pay attention to it. If you were to turn on Asian news, and I know that
That's true.
Our man Brendan Zogit watches as much Asian news and foreign news as he can. But honestly, if you had like a nonstop Asian channel, like I did in the days when my parents were alive and we paid for cable television that was both Japanese and Chinese and whatever else we could afford, then you would see that unlike Western news, the majority of Asian news is military. Most of what you'll see on Asian news is a lot of military maneuvers.
It's true, actually.
Yeah,
Now that you mentioned it.
yeah, exercises all the time. So
And it's funny, like how you were saying, oh, the Japanese have always had their military. That's what I see on NHK all the time, talking about SDF and the Navy. But it's like Americans never see it, so they think like, oh, it's some new aircraft carrier.
Yeah, thank you. Just incredible. It's incredible. I mean, the Americans live on a different fucking planet, and
I don't want to like completely blame the media, but I mean it's like mainly because they'd only focus on like pop culture and stuff. Like it's so just embarrassing. Like listening to the news earlier, they were talking like NPR. This was like supposedly professional, like public news. They were talking about, oh, Twitter has like these new features and like they're trying to compete with TikTok.
Yeah.
Which I guess it's relevant in this sense, but it's like it kind of seemed pretty trivial, and I was just like, are they really using this for news?
Oh, it's worse. It's worse. Back in the days when my parents, my family had nothing but conventional television. We didn't have cable, and it would be impossible for people to imagine that now, because I don't believe that thanks to digital television they've rendered it impossible for someone to have what we had, which was just a limited amount of the major channels, CBS, ABC.
Well, I mean, I have like the cheap rabbit ear setup.
Oh, okay, but
you only get like 10 channels now.
Oh shit!
It's almost worse.
Holy shit! But so yeah, you're in the position we were once in, and back in those days, one of the things that I noticed, and a friend of mine brought it up, a guy.
Except the internet makes that redundant. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
it's not the same exactly.
It can, but they're for the older generations, they don't have that. It's all bullshit. They don't have the internet. Senior citizens in general are not on the internet, with the exception of those that are on Facebook, and then that are talking about their grandchildren or stuff like that. But the majority of senior citizens are just dying without the internet. They live without it, they'll die without it. And what they get is only a few channels. And what I noticed on the majority of those channels, and this guy I knew who had a whole funny story, he was just his life was amusing. His life was just this amusing kind of act of just what you'd call he was off the grid. And so this individual, Floyd Buckland was his name. One of the points he made that on his very limited television access that he had, which was similar to mine, he made a point that really resonated with me, which was that all he saw in the news was overwhelmingly movie reviews. This was all they were talking about was movie
That's
reviews.
what they literally do even now.
Yeah, and I said, God damn, you're right. All they kept talking about was upcoming movies, movie reviews. It was like, this was like, it was preposterous. And
it's like to that, it's like they act like there's not actual news going on, but it's like, if you really just dig a little deeper, it's like there's hella shit going on. Like tons of stuff,
Thank you.
And even then, I'm sure too. Like,
and the point of most American news media is to hide that fact. Is to hide the fact that there's so much
to distract
going on.
you and just
and
I'm gonna go see like the Avengers.
Yes, thank you, and
instead of the real like World War that's happening, like I'm gonna go see some Marvel.
Thank you, and who can fucking blame them, right? I mean, it's like
in a sense,
but one of the things that I wanted to point out, that I brought it up with Derek, and I'm just going to finish it up, just kind of close it off. I brought up the movie, Snowpiercer with him. And the reason Snowpiercer stands out was because it started off from a French comic, what the Americans would call a comic, a French graphic novel. And they took this man's life work from this French graphic novel, and it was a Korean director who put it on film. So you had this Korean guy put this French graphic novel onto the big screen, and the guy who played Captain America, if anybody can remember his name, let me know, but the guy who played Captain America in the Avengers was so impressed.
Franco, I think something?
Maybe.
Something Franco?
Yeah, maybe. Whatever it is. He was so impressed by the script, he said, I want in on this. And they said, well, you can't, because you're all bulked up. You're fucking all steroided out to look like Captain America. You can't play this character. He's a starving, third world character in the back of the train. And he said, I'll lose the weight. So he lost all this weight and he grew a beard. And if you see the end of the Avengers where everybody's eating, you'll notice the only character not eating is Captain America, and that's because they had to cover up his beard with an artificial jaw, so that he had grown for Snowpiercer. He had grown this beard for Snowpiercer.
Oh, I see.
And, so they had to cover that up with an artificial jaw, so he can't chew. So he's just sitting there, just kind of like going back and forth, grunting and shit while everybody else is eating, which looks really strange. But anyhow. So Captain America's in this film as a different character, and the negative aspect of the film, other than the fact that it is it's fascinating as a social statement and a social parallel, the horror of the film is that it presents no solution. So when I brought up Snowpiercer, don't think of that as a recommendation in the sense that this is a film you must watch because it's so uplifting or that it offers any solution. It doesn't offer a solution. It's uplifting only to the people who watch it, only in the sense of catharsis because the train gets derailed. the train gets derailed and everybody dies, essentially, except Captain America and some survivors, so they start rescuing those people to go live in the fucking snow. Okay, there's nothing uplifting about this. There's nothing constructive about this. There's no alternative society. This is like, you would rather die than be in the position that they're in. But, this is the bullshit. The Americans always feed you this shit, but you're going to die free. You're going to die.
They're trying to push the idea of no government whatsoever, because all these people who are politicians now can make as much money as they want now, so they can bunker down and get the fuck out of here, because they know it's going to be helter skelter on the surface.
Right. And supposedly they make the Congress makes like a minimum of $220K a year. That's like off the charts. Like.
Yeah, but when you consider how much money they get from corporate lobbies.
There you go. So they're even richer than that. That's just like nothing to them.
Yeah, it's nothing to them. They can live out. They don't have to get paid. They are getting paid essentially just by being lobbied for essentially like most of their day. Most of their day is being lobbied by people in special interests, personal interests, who want to pass certain things. And so the reason why they're trying to get people adapted to this non-government interference is because after they do, this is what I suspect that they want to do, and I hope I'm wrong, but after they send their death squad out and try to eradicate anyone who's colored, they're just going to haul ass out of there and let the rest of the Americans live, let the rest of white America eat itself up, essentially.
Yes, I agree. And basically, this is something that people have to realize. All of this bullshit about anti-government and non-governmental interference, exactly as Jameson Reese has articulated, this is all pre-programming, because you're not going to have a government. There won't be a government there to respond. This is what they're preparing you for, and they think
it's like what they do with the survival kits. They're like, "Oh, make sure you have a survival kit," basically, because they ain't gonna do shit.
Thank you.
FEMA took like 2 weeks to show up. Like,
yeah. That's if they show up at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Which effectively they never did for Katrina, and so that was the equivalent of a tactical nuke going off in the middle of New Orleans, functionally, really. And and that had.
There's
go.
Oh yeah.
No, go.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a racially genocidal operation in its own right. But go on. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. And like I exposed that at one point, like with that, like, whatever that government act was that they passed that allowed the president to like send in or to like command like the state troopers, and he basically told them to like stop looters instead of save people's lives.
Thank you.
So that was like real. That really happened. But what's interesting to like shift or to go back to like what we were talking about with like Lebanon is like, so not only was the government collapsing and like all kinds of fucked up shit was happening, but I don't know if you guys have heard about the saga of like Carlos Ghosn, the ex-chair of Nissan.
Tell us about. I've heard a bit about him. I know that he escaped from Japan. I know he escaped. Yeah,
he escaped from Japan with the help of an American mercenary that was ex-special forces, and he went to Beirut, Lebanon, of all places, because like he could like pay off the government because he had dual citizenship. Right. He had citizenship in France and there.
Wow. Okay.
And they basically smuggled him in a box.
Right. Holy shit.
Like into the country out of Japan, because the Japanese were like not going to let him go.
Right.
They let him stay in Tokyo for like a couple months, and then they basically like took him back into prison and then like stripped him of all his assets. Like, but he was apparently defrauding Nissan allegedly, because it's not like he's not convicted obviously, but he probably was doing shady deals. But I mean, if you just saw the guy, you'd be like, this guy's into some shit, like some like French billionaire guy. He looked pretty shady, kind of.
Oh, fuck yeah. And to bring up the connection so people understand this, when it comes to the French had helped to establish Lebanon, and Beirut was once known as the Paris of the Middle East.
Thank you for bringing that in, because guess who's going there now? Macron. He's going to go investigate what happened in France, and they already have troops in the Mediterranean that are outside of NATO command.
Interesting.
He's like specifically had them switched outside of NATO command
to
fight like Turkey and various other countries. But anyways, go ahead.
No, that's fascinating. And so people understand this. For years, France was not part of NATO. A lot of people don't understand this. France was outside of NATO because it considered itself a superpower in its own right, with its own, Republican colonies, really. And that's why they were fighting their own war in Indochina before the Americans got dragged in.
And theoretically, I mean, they're so Republican that everyone has to join the army, like even priests and stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, they could have, like, a pretty big force if they had to.
Oh, yes. The French have a national suffrage, and they also, even if
and it's not limited to priests and teachers and shit. It's, like, everyone, like, apparently.
Yes.
Because it's, like, pure republicanism.
Yes.
Is what it's called. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Not whatever bullshit these guys have here.
Yes, no.
They think they're Republican.
That's right. And if you can't do anything, say you're colorblind, if you're colorblind even, they'll force you in the military and they'll make you sweep floors. Yes. They won't let you operate pushing the buttons to launch any missiles, mind you, because you can't tell the color coding, but you'll be sweeping floors. So they'll find something for you to do. And in a worst case scenario, they'll send you out to clear the landmines just by walking on the field. Yeah. So France is...
But you brought up an important point about the history. Like, even Syria was owned by France for a time.
Yeah, for a time.
And like in the 20s.
Yeah, but emphasize to people, because of your own ethnic background, let them know that Lebanon was originally a Christian crusader state that was established that the Arab Christians could have a haven, a safe haven, and it was only later on the Muslims just were invited in by the Christians who, like good Christians, let the Muslims in, and they started breeding like rabbits, and and they basically killed all the Christians in Lebanon. This is, just tell us a little bit
there was a
about
civil
the
war,
history.
and they killed all the Christians. Lebanon has like a long history. I mean, it used to be, if you really want to go deep, it's like it used to be Phoenicia, and it had like Byblos, and it has like Baalbek, and like a lot of super ancient stuff. But the Crusaders, and specifically like the Knights Templar, they went there to re-establish like the kingdom of Jupiter that was there originally, or whatever, how they saw it.
Yes.
But there were like, what's the word? There were a lot of ancient sites there that they, like the ancient like Templars, or the Templars knew about these ancient things.
Yes.
But like you're saying, it was like a crusader state that was created there, like around Tyre. Like, if you look into the crusader, not a mythology, but like the history of it, they talk about like going to Tyre and then to Jerusalem. Well, Tyre was just Lebanon. So it's like, and Beirut is one of the oldest ports in the world, like alongside of Damascus. Damascus is not a port, but it's like one of the oldest cities. Like those areas were like some of the longest or the oldest of human habitation in basically in all history.
Like there was on the face of the earth. Yes, go on.
Yeah, like there's even like sources of like barley and like garlic, like all sourced in that area, obviously. But it seems interesting that like that whole area is just getting wrecked, like totally destroyed, and that's like the cradle of civilization. It's like there's like jihadis in like the Tigris, but like back in the day there was like the Babylonians, there was like Sumerians, there was hundreds of cultures like all thriving.
Well, hopefully later on you
super
can
advanced.
Hopefully later on you can review what Jameson Reese said about the ancient gods of that era that have been perverted by people like Peter Levinda through their Simon Necronomicon into something that has nothing to do with original Fertile Crescent culture. And I would even, my emphasis would even be that those people have taken noble demons, meaning demons of actual historic pedigree, like Pazuzu from The Exorcist, and they turn them into some Cthulhuoid, bullshit where you've got this crustacean with tentacles and shit. That's this is why people oftentimes when they're trying to practice these spells feel as if they're smothered in cuttlefish. It's very difficult. Yeah, go on.
Oh no, that was just like disgusting.
What I wanted to say was one thing. I wanted to ask you a question, Douglas. Given that Lebanon is where like one of these very historical places, is it possible that they're trying to unearth some kind of artifact or something of power
That would be too logical for the it's too logical for the situation as it stands. The situation as it stands now, what you see is a bunch of geopolitical jockeying gone wrong. This is just a geopolitical maneuvering that's gotten out of control. I'll put it in that perspective. Yeah,
it gained the attention of Japan because Carlos Ghosn's there. You know, it's just like, it was just like all the stuff fell into place at like the wrong time, so to speak.
Yeah, you know what's really funny is that when years ago, and this was it feels like forever and a day ago, lifetimes ago, but my father had an extraordinarily cynical perspective of the diplomatic elite, and the diplomatic corps were these, you know, I mean, first off, they've got this kind of like immunity. They you know, go to different nations, and my dad, because he was so bitter and just so resentful of these assholes, he thought it was the funniest thing in the world at one point when there was a bunch of American diplomats who died in Lebanon, and it was my dad was kind of imitating them, you know, pretending he was swimming in one of their pools, because, you know, their embassies have swimming pools and all kinds of shit. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's like a little, it's like
a hotel.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, like a little, what would you call it, an oasis,
like a villa.
Like a gated community oasis. Yeah, and so my dad was imitating them, saying, you know, swimming, you know, saying, I got the easy life in Beirut. You know, that was his kind of imitating these people when suddenly a mortar round lands and they blow up in the air with this guy swimming pool water and blood and limbs and shit. So you're saying how this it was funny.
That's probably how that Carlos Ghosn guy feels right now. He probably was like, I'm safe, and then like this shit happens and he's just like, fuck.
Oh yeah, that's when he realizes that he should have stayed in Japan and faced
exactly. They would have let him out eventually.
Yeah. Well, if not, he would have at least survived the rest of his life in a you know, semi-civilized environment.
Like a civilized country.
I don't know. Maybe Japanese jails would have been worse. I mean, it's like for a white guy in a Japanese prison, I can't imagine it would be any fun. No,
definitely not.
Yeah.
He looked pretty pissed.
Yeah, there you go. But
they put him on like an ankle bracelet, and like he couldn't leave his house too for a time.
Oh shit! Like
you don't want to mess with the Japanese like corporations. Like you would know, Douglas.
Yes.
You don't want to mess with like the super corporations of Japan. Like
no.
They'll fuck your life up.
yes, especially in their territory, in their fucking backyard.
Oh yeah, he just like he did a little too much like skimming, and they just got him.
Yeah. Oh God. Well, he was beyond that. I mean, he was doing everything he could to just rip off. He was stealing everything that wasn't nailed down. That's the
literally.
Problem. Yeah. And this is what these people do. And their greed. Their greed is just unbelievable. You can't understand why they're so fucking greedy.
I know. If you already have like 4 houses and 50 million, like why are you even trying to make more money?
What's wrong? Because they're empty inside. They have nothing inside.
Yes, it's true.
It's true.
And to some degree, I could relate. It's like an overwhelming. It's like an overwhelming pit of emptiness that seems infinite in nature. But as a magician and an alchemist, I've learned that is the human condition itself. That's the essence of what it is to be human. That endless hunger and suffering of never being fulfilled. And
it's called like Middle Earth. Like it's like this realm, you know, like they're like realms. They're like heavens where like you don't ever die and like you have no problems. Like your life's always chilling. Like there are heavenly realms, you know, but this is just like the earth realm is never going to be comfortable. Like nothing's ever going to be fixed. Like nothing will, like as far as like how you feel, you know, like there'll always be something, you know, it's just part of the yin and yang, and like, you know, as you know.
I've come to embrace it as a thing of beauty, honestly. I mean, as far as people's perspective of the afterlife, you know, my idea is actually counter what most people would want. Most people would want to go to heaven. My desire would be to go to a denser and even darker realm.
By the way,
it's all up to like the individual. Of course.
Right. Let me put this in context. Is that you cannot your light. If you go into the light, the only thing that you'll be able to define yourself by is your shadow. But if you go into the darkness, it's only in the deepest darkness that your light shines the brightest.
Right.
It's a sort of Jungian perspective, I suppose.
Right.
But by the way, we may talk about this on another transmission. I'm hoping Lena Shea will be able to join us at that time. But in terms of what both Jameson Reese and Brendan Zoget reviewed, my surrogate son was working on an animation project as a anonymous consultant, kind of taking up the torch from myself and doing this anonymous consultation. And there's this project that's been going on for 3 years and is kind of like leaking out all over YouTube in various forms, but there's really only one pilot produced that's a solid animated pilot, and a second episode maybe that you have to go to the subsidiary channel to find. Maybe Jameson and or Brendan could identify which, because I haven't really followed up on it. My son could tell me, but I really, we've been going through so much lately that it's kind of it helped cheer me up from a very deep depression, and then kind of things went in the other direction where it's hard for me to look at the present time. But both of these men have reviewed that project, and
I liked it.
Thank you. And
it really hit home to my own experiences in this world. You know, I mean, that's the darkness of it is that's life.
Yeah.
You know, having to compromise oneself just to be able to survive.
Mm-hmm.
Who hasn't gone through that?
Yes.
You know, having to chemically alter oneself just to be able to make it through the day. Who hasn't gone through that? That's human.
Thank you.
It's beautiful.
Thank you. And but also what it's based on is what I have taught my son from the occult cosmologies I learned while working with Michael Aquino in Liaison, and that's the fact that the real Fertile Crescent cultures, the ancient Chaldeans and Sumerians and Babylonians and Hittites, many of these people in Canaan and other cultures developed a vision of the underworld that was, or rather the afterlife, that was all underworld. They had no concept of a heaven that came with the Jewish and then later on Christian cultures. Their concept of the afterlife was simply that everyone was what today we would call a shade, that these were shadows of the living people, and they were simply carrying on everything they carried on in life in a kind of shadow detritus, meaning a kind of shadow of what our real life is. That is what's portrayed in the Has-Been Hotel cartoons, and that's so you have this people who are living as they did, and so in a sense that is the original view of the afterlife, and when you look at that, when it's not that bad. And that's what Jameson is referring to. That he feels that is an environment in which he could thrive. And so
there's a truth to that as well, because in the occult, the realm that people call hell means hidden realm, and the hidden realm is actually the center of this earth, the earth's core to some degree. It's not as much of a physical location as it may be more like an astral location.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
It's like Hades. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyhow, both you gentlemen take it from there. Again, I really appreciate the fact that both of you young men can swing this so well. And Brendan, have you had an opportunity yet to really vent and cathart about today at work? And I guess you did, right? Kind of.
I mean, I'd rather not, because I could. I did a little bit, yeah.
Oh, yeah, go for it some more. Hell, we don't mind. We love hearing this shit about how bad.
Well, I haven't finished like the thing. The other thing I was supposed to mention.
Go wherever you want. It's all yours.
But it's like, but it was the whole situation with like Trump banning TikTok.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Like, like ever since that one came out, like I saw like the logo and I was like, dude, like I'm never going to download that.
Thank you.
I just knew it was suspicious to begin with, and then later on it comes out that it was like, you know, a Chinese company, which like people don't realize, but the Chinese own a lot of like what is it, like tech companies. Like there's so much
yes.
like that we don't even know about. Like there's no point in even banning one. There's like hundreds. They own like hundreds of like different, you know.
Oh no, I see what you're saying.
Like stuff we use every day. Like people don't even know.
Yeah, no. It's a good point. And I will go some depth into this, but the way they're trying to handle it is just by trying to get companies that they know are American.
They're like forcing it to like be sold, right?
Companies that they know are quote unquote American, like Microsoft, to basically take over, so that they provide this and kind of draw people away from those other companies. So, and this is what happens: is technology just becomes monopolies. It's just various forms of monopolies. So it's whoever you can maneuver into the monopoly status is going to dominate people's reality. So go on from there.
There is another thing of interest that many people aren't talking about, and that's who's buying up actual land and real estate in the United States. The Chinese own a good amount of people. A lot of the real estate and land that's out here is being bought up by foreign, entities. People don't realize this.
Well, yeah.
And that's where things are going to get really, really dark in the future. I don't know how. I mean, the audience can use their imagination and figure out where I'm going with this. I don't even have to say it.
Yeah. But by the way, I missed it because I had to take off this heating pad that I was using on my head and shoulders for the constant pain that I feel there, or chronic. So I missed what Jameson was saying. Could you provide me a summary in a nutshell? I don't mean to be repetitive to the audience, but
well, what I was going into was we don't know how much land wealthy independent entities from China own in the United States or Russia or from other places. But I think that as the international conflict heats up, that's going to cause some really interesting dynamics.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. That's appreciated. Most of the time, it doesn't really mean much because back in the day when everybody was worried about Japan buying up all of the real estate, which they did invested in, it's in the end what happens is the national entities that occupy the land that gets invested in by foreign entities, so long as they have the power to do so, they just seize everything. In Chinese real estate laws, they have everyone in China who's anyone, but particularly corporations, in one way or another, all corporations or businesses in China are real estate entities because everybody, the entire value of any business is based on, it's anchored in real estate, more so than Americans can really imagine here. And so to the Chinese, because real estate is everything, then they have a real fetish for buying real estate. But the Chinese law is such, under the Chinese Communist Party, that the government reserves the right to seize your property at any time. Here in America, they would call that eminent domain, or just say it's the government's property to seize your land whenever they want it. But what Uncle Sam his position is no different from Communist China's. Uncle Sam's position, or the U.S. government federal position, is that the United States owns everything, and that what you do is you temporarily lease it. And that you're declared the owner, but you're only owner to a degree because you have to pay property taxes. Now, this was something that Judith Agert noticed in Hawaii to the point where, she no longer wanted to play the game. She was just checking out and decided to rent. So she sold the home she owned and converted to becoming a renter. And the reality is that's all anyone is. So she noticed that there were people who had all this land in Hawaii and they were silly enough not to pay their, property taxes. And what happens is anybody who just stops paying their property taxes, as happens with people who inherit property and they can't afford to, then what happens is at some point the government comes and takes their property. And they just get kicked off their own property. At that point, they become squatters, and the federal government steps in. So the reality is that China and America, pretty much everywhere, the reality is whichever nation state you're in, the land is theirs. And the idea that you own it and you can basically own it to the extent where you can will it to your children over multiple generations. But the reality is anytime any government wants it, they'll step in. And so that's what happens with all of the foreign investments. I don't even know why foreign entities come into different nation states and buy up property. And I only assume it's that they're hoping, in the sense it's like a bet, that if the state degenerates and disintegrates to the point where you have total anarchy, then they just kind of step in as the occupiers. The potential is there for that, but the reality is, okay, at that point, do you want to invest the troops to back that up? Is it going to be worth that price? Most people in America would take a look at all the crazies running around with guns and say, no. It's just, no. Yeah, nothing.
And I have to thank you there, because sometimes, and I want the audience to be aware of this too, sometimes my distrust in people becomes such that, sometimes I invest too much, I entertain too much into these things being like worse than they are. I'm a pessimist,
Yes. No, it's appreciated. I mean, I think that's something to basically always bear in mind, is the world is not a friendly place, and that, like individuals, nation states have enemies. By the way, where is our man Brendan Zogit? Did he disappear on us? Did he drop off the call? Where the hell is he? He's he disappeared. Shit. Let's see if we can bring him back. All right, Brendan Zogit. He's listed as away, and oh my goodness. Hopefully we reach him. Other than that, well, I'll have to start monologuing soon enough, but not too soon if I can help it. Other than that, I'm definitely, how would I say it, going to try and set people as straight as possible concerning some of these situations. God, I hope he's alright. Hopefully somebody didn't knock him over the fucking head. He's out there to escape the noise at home, and before you know it, he gets mugged or something. Somebody sneaks up from behind. Like he said, he did feel that hex coming on, though he seemed to handle it fairly well, and hopefully that hasn't overwhelmed him, the hex effect. And beyond that, we still have Jameson Reese with us, and presumably Derek Talley. Derek, are you there? Let's see if he responds. And
he seems to be on mute.
Okay. Or, well, it looks like it's just you and I now. For now.
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, good, man. How are you feeling? How are you kind of like getting sleepy, or how are you holding up in terms of consciousness?
Well, I'm holding up. I do have a doctor's appointment tomorrow morning, so
oh, shit.
I was just kind of resting.
Oh, okay. What time is your appointment?
At 8
8 in the morning. Holy shit! It's 11:20 where you're at, close to midnight. Well, you'll have to go to sleep soon, but certainly you know what to do. Leave the phone on, and hopefully it doesn't get knocked off, and hopefully I can carry on, the rest of the narrative tonight. If we do get knocked off the call, as we did earlier at the beginning of this program, then people are just going to have to turn their volume way fucking up, because once it's all riding on Derek Talley's call, and if the call drops, then nobody can hear me effectively unless they turn their volume way up. But what I can't understand is why nobody does that. I mean, I notice that when that sort of thing happens, everybody starts bitching, I can't hear you. But, well, turn the fucking volume up and you'll hear me. I know it's inconvenient, and some of you would have to just wait until it's uploaded. Hopefully that doesn't happen and people will be able to hear me. So let me ask Brendan. Brendan, are you all right?
Brendan's not there.
Yeah, I know. I tried to call him again, and he was gone. Yeah, Brendan, all right. Yes. Holy shit. I mean, poor bastard. I hate it when this sort of thing happens, and let me express this. It looks like he probably won't be coming back to us tonight, but we were blessed to have him while we did. And hopefully he will be back again with the next transmission, and hopefully alive to explain what went down. So from that, let me try this. And in terms of anyone else who's out there, I want people to know it was really fun to have Jameson Reese with us tonight, because this is the first, and he handled it so well. He dove right into it and came out on top. And that's something we look forward to, is his participation in the future. And also both Mr. Reese and Mr. Talley, as well as Mr. Zoget, make for good conversation with each other. So with that, what I'm going to try and do is prepare towards sneaking towards the monologue. But we're going to have these gentlemen hold us for a bit. Now, this really pisses me off that Brendan got taken out like that. And he's offline. Yeah, he's fucking offline. I can see that now because I entered the question, and it's got the there's this specific way that Facebook presents it. When you enter a message in Facebook, if you're online but not necessarily looking at the screen, or your Facebook's open, there's this little gray circle that comes up. Your circles are gray next to your remarks. But when you're not online at all, and then the circles are white, little gray circles that are white on the inside with a check mark inside. So that's how you tell, and right now his circle is white, and that means he's offline. Also, I want to explain to people that one of the reasons I'm leery about talking and going into monologue is because, as I said the other day, the stress of the recent weeks has got me basically gnawing at night, where I'm grinding my teeth, but my tongue is in between them. So I've been grinding my tongue into hamburger. So my tongue is really sensitive. It's really not comfortable for me to speak. But I certainly will do so. In the meantime, however, it's just one of those things where, life sucks. And that's why I want both of these gentlemen, Derek Talley and Jameson Reese, to kind of take over for a bit and do some talking still more. By the way, did we just lose Jameson as well as... No, he's still there, thank God.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Derek and Jameson, do me a favor and start talking. So I hope Derek heard what I said about Snowpiercer, so he doesn't need to necessarily waste his time watching it, but he'll probably enjoy it if he does see it. But like I was telling people, and you probably heard me say that, the horror of it is it really does not have a happy ending. It's just it just shows, as Jameson said, it's preparatory programming for total absence of government. Is really what it's about. So, in that regard, both you gentlemen take over for a bit. Allow me to continue nursing my tongue with a little of this loquat juice, this loquat syrup from Asia, and that'll help me modify a bit of the, kill a little bit of the sensitivity.
Well, Derek, I wanted to, I don't know if you got the message at the end of the last broadcast, but I was saying that, I respect what you do extremely. I have a tremendous amount of respect for you because a lot of people aren't aware of the dangers of some of these gases that people are hauling. I was watching something before, the stream about blevies, which is like, which what happens when these explosive gases, when these things explode, and people underestimate how massive the blasts are.
Yeah. The gases I haul are, on a normal basis, the gases I haul are oxygen, nitrogen, and argon. I used to haul, but before I moved down south here, I used to actually haul hydrogen. But now, since I moved down here, I actually picked up hauling CO2, which my job told me that as soon as I start going back to work, they're going to get me down there to Alabama. They need me down there to help haul some CO2. And the CO2 that we haul is some of the purest in the country. And it goes to Coca-Cola, Pepsi, various beer places, food places, different places use CO2, Pillsbury. But it comes from a very dangerous nitrogen fertilizer. So it's an actual fertilizer factory that gives us CO2. Right, yes. And then the CO2 is just a byproduct. So our factory is connected to this other factory that makes the fertilizer, and they pipe the CO2 over for us. So if there's ever a fire at that plant, it's real bad. Now, as far as oxygen, nitrogen, and argon, as long as you have a good deal with the electric company, you can pretty much set up a plant that anywhere. Those are usually strategically placed to where they can service multiple areas, usually by state lines where they can service multiple states. You can pretty much set up oxygen, nitrogen, argon plant anywhere because you're basically just pulling the gases out of the air. But with CO2, on the other hand, it's usually a byproduct of something else, and you have to be next to that factory that produces the other stuff in order to get the CO2.
Are they using like electrolysis to I don't know. I don't know. I'm not really familiar with the I don't know the terms that they would use to are they using electricity to like separate the argon and oxygen and all that stuff?
Yeah, I think the hardest thing is to make is the oxygen, where we have to use the ozone. But other than that, everything else just gets pulled out of the air. And there are 3 different temperatures, so there's ways that they work off of each other to where once the plant starts running, it pretty much runs itself. And as you're making the liquid nitrogen, whatever air hits the pipe and the liquid nitrogen, it starts to drip, and it freezes the air, and then that dripping that you get from the freezing the air actually makes oxygen, because nitrogen is 327 degrees below zero, and the oxygen is 325 degrees below zero. So the pipes are usually well insulated, but there's a certain area running of the pipe to where we allow air to hit it, and then that's got another pipe that goes around that pipe that catches that and then turns it into oxygen, and then we just take it and refine it, and we make it pure medical grade oxygen, nitrogen. Now our argon here, down south where I'm at, we don't make the pure argon. We just make crude argon. And some of my runs, I take the crude argon and I take it to plants that actually refine it and make the refined medical grade argon.
Wow, that's incredible. The chemistry behind it has always actually intrigued me. I was never really good at chemistry, but it's really fascinating.
Thank you. I really appreciate your interviewing Derek like this. Keep it up. I'm still trying to piece together some of my thoughts. We've already got Brendan Zogate saying, when's the soliloquy going to begin? I mean, oh my God, Brendan, really? Come on, life's hard enough for me. Jesus, I'm trying to nurse my tongue here, for Christ's sakes, and drinking enough alcohol so I don't feel too much of the pain. So both of you gentlemen, please continue.
But what is it I wanted to
well, you were asking about the different types of chemicals.
Yeah. You got to forgive me, because around this time my brain starts to go
no worries.
Well, basically I go to a lot of food plants too. Mostly what we take to food plants are liquid nitrogen, and it's amazing some of the stuff that they do. When I go to these food plants, I don't get a chance to see I don't get a chance to witness what they do with the nitrogen. I just happen to know. But my job is, one reason I consider my job easy is because we own all of our tanks, even if it's on someone else's property. Most of the time, the tanks that we go to are our tanks, and we just back up to the tank. It's got our name on it. Like we could go to Tyson Chicken, we could go to Purdue Chicken. It's got our name on the tanks, and as soon as they let us in, check in with their security or whatnot, we just back up to the tank. And it's just the procedure of cooling down the pump, because, like I said, it's 325 degrees below zero. You can't just pull up and start pumping. You have to have a procedure to where you cool down your pump, and usually, while your pump is cooling down, that's where you're taking all your measurements and all your readings. There's a lot of gauge watching involved, watching gauges, because you don't see any of this stuff. I mean, besides the smoke the condensation that comes off of it comes off of the hoses, comes off of the radiators at the bottom. And the reason we have the radiators at the bottom of our truck is so we can raise and lower the pressure. So when we want to, if we have a nitrogen truck and we want to raise the pressure on it, we open up the radiators at the bottom of the truck, and it just uses regular atmospheric air, get circulated through these fins, and lets the air hit it, and that raises the pressure. Or if we want to lower the pressure for any reason, then we have a blow down to where we can blow our trucks down and then lower the pressure that's inside the vessel. But the vessel itself is just like a giant thermos. It's a real setup. Yeah, very insulated. You can shoot a machine gun at it. You'll never get to the center core. Yeah.
Holy shit.
I imagine the danger would be in if the gas is if the gases get too hot or if they're not cooled properly, right? Because I imagine nitrogen is extremely explosive, is it?
No, not nitrogen. It's the oxygen is very combustible. What's explosive is the hydrogen. So that's why the company I work for doesn't even want the hydrogen and the oxygen at the same plant. Now, with the plant I came from in Chicago, we have the hydrogen and the oxygen. It's at the same plant on the same facility, but of course the hydrogen has a facility that's just a little bit farther back and away from the oxygen. And even within the yard there, or if we go on lunch, because there's times to where we're going on a long trip, and there's a lot of eating places around us, and sometimes places where we can park our trucks. We'll meet up, like in Chicago, we'll load our trucks, and sometimes we'll meet up at White Castles or McDonald's, park our trucks, go in to get something to eat. Well, if one guy has oxygen and one guy has hydrogen, the trucks have to be 25 feet apart away from each other, or else it's a chance that it could spontaneously combust and blow up the whole town. So if I go into a parking lot and I see an oxygen truck sitting there and I'm hauling hydrogen, or vice versa, a lot of times I'll just keep it moving. I'll go somewhere else. It's fascinating, but it's also scary. The plants where you guys get the oxygen and the hydrogen, are they in residential areas? Are they like near residential areas, or are they just like far out and remote? No, they're not far. They're not usually not too far from residential areas. Oh. And like I said, with the oxygen, nitrogen, and argon, you can strategically put those plants anywhere. They're usually like in industrial, areas, but not too far from residential areas. There's houses close enough to where you could walk. If I lived in them, I could walk to work every day. So we just we're careful. And see, we make our own product, and us truck drivers, we actually test our own product. And like I said, once you get those plants running, they stay running. And there's times to where I'm the only one on the plant. And I go in and I load my truck and I do the testing for it. So there's a lot of getting qualified and certified involved in loading the truck, because you have to be able to test the product and you have to do a smell test, and they'll even ask you on the computer, are you okay to smell? Can you smell? Because you have to be able to smell that the oxygen or the nitrogen, in our case, because our argon isn't medical grade, but our oxygen and our nitrogen, you have to be able to do a smell test at the end. And if your nose is stuffed up or you're sick and you're just forcing yourself out to work, you'll actually have to get someone else to do the smell test for you. So.
Wow, that sounds like a very. I mean, people need to realize that's what keeps the country operating. I mean, essentially, once supply lines and things like that goes down, you don't have a civilization left. So that's why said I have a tremendous respect for what you do.
Yes, yes. Well, as Derek Talley has said, if you can't truck it, fuck it. Now, okay, so here's the news from Brendan Zogit. He said that my phone died. It's super dead and will take some time to charge. So sorry. I was seeing how much time I had left to rejoin till 10 p.m. for myself. So I says, well, come back on at 10 p.m. We'll hold it till then, and he'll at least come on to say goodnight before I begin my monologue. Right now, he's medicating the work pain away with herbal mixtures and potions, he says, which I can interpret as he's drinking straight hand sanitizer from Mexico and just giving himself the great escape. But he'll be able to join us before then. And so both these gentlemen will continue doing what they're doing. It's actually really touching for me to hear James and Reese speak with this kind of golly gee whiz kind of sense of wonderment, this kind of...
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, why? Were you afraid that you had dropped off? Yeah,
Yeah, for a second there, my phone went out. Then they had that little beeping sound to let me know that I was reconnecting.
Oh, holy shit. Jesus Christ. So I hope everybody could hear us with that happening, because we didn't even notice that happened. But like I said, everything's riding on Derek Talley's call. If his call goes out, in a very real sense, we all go out. So, like I said, it was touching to hear James and Reese asking you these sincere questions about the trucking industry and various aspects of its chemistry, and to have you respond, because most of the time, Jameson has had a cynical enough experience where is I don't usually imagine him kind of asking these rather benevolent questions. So that's wonderful. And honestly, I think that a lot of positive things are happening in our lives, and I do want people to understand that I'm in the position where Jameson expresses himself oftentimes in the chat room, whereas it's just like I've been there, just a feeling of total disgust. I just don't express it the way Jameson does anymore as often as I used to. But people have heard it. People have heard me say on Revolution Radio how I'm here to watch you die in terms of America's population. When people bring that up now, I just let them know that I got tired of just watching Americans die. I've seen enough of it, okay? I mean, geez, you're all dying now, right? Okay, I get it. You're that fucking stupid. You're stepping off.
And they're not replacing themselves with babies.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's one thing I respect about Jameson. He says he's a lover, not a fighter. Well, you know what? Everybody wants to fight, and nobody wants to make babies anymore.
Thank you.
Yeah, the lovers are making babies. The fighters are going around being tough guys on the internet chat rooms and shit.
Thank you.
Honestly, I wouldn't want to make babies because of the fact that, in this world that we live in, I couldn't, knowing what I know and knowing what goes on, knowing that, there will be times where I wouldn't be able to protect, my offspring 24/7, that would get to me. So I couldn't do it. I couldn't be a father, man. I respect people who can, but I couldn't.
Yeah, I've told people like Elena or other friends of mine in private moments that there's a anecdotal story, which is quite true. This actually happened. This is a true story, and I relate to it. Basically, what happened was that this one man was in a maternity ward, or the delivery room, whatever they call it, where the father is allowed in to watch the wife deliver the baby. And he saw the baby safely delivered, and then he walked outside the hospital, pulled out a gun, and blew his brains out. That's exactly what I would feel about having a child. I am not a responsible adult. I am literally, compared to any man who's been a father and has raised their child to a point where their child has lived past the age of 18, I think that they're a better man than I will ever be. I concede that automatically. I am, in terms of adult responsibility, a human piece of shit. I'm just not, that's not what I'm meant for. So people like James and Reese and myself, when we say we're lovers or whatever, I mean, to us it's the friction. I mean, we're in it for the friction.
Yeah, it's the fuck.
Yeah.
Because I'm not what you would call a responsible guy either, or I would probably have my own place and be banging chicks every day. But,
yeah, there you go. I mean, fuck. I mean, look at this guy. Look at his fucking icon. The guy could dance in the fucking Chippendales lineup. Jesus fucking Christ. It's he's wasting his body where he is right now, but he could be using it to get some fucking tips. But pull a Daniel Arola. And
no, man, not with this atmosphere. Dude, I can't even entertain the idea of fucking anymore with COVID-19 going on. I'm like, no, man, I'll be voluntarily celibate.
I hear you. I understand what you're saying now. I mean, this is like something that people, if they're not aware of this, you can contract COVID-19 through sexual intercourse. So it's like a sexually transmitted disease.
Even if you have a mask.
That's cute. That's cute. That's delightful.
Yeah.
That's not a serious question, right?
Well, shoot, I was gonna give me a whole rubber chicken soup.
Yeah, there you go. That's there are people who enjoy that sensation of wrapping themselves in latex and oh God, this Japan has this kind of society where they're wealthy enough where you see these kinds of things break out. There are people who wrap themselves in this kind of material and then they meet in public and just kind of roll over each other. There's no, it's some kind of friction sans penetration. That this is what happens when there's just too much money, too much prosperity, and there's no threats. There's no immediate threats. Nobody's going around mugging anybody, so people go around and they do shit like this. This is why Japan needs a fucking war, okay? I mean, this is why I was rejoicing when Fukushima Daiichi took place. It was just like, oh, thank God, there has to be some challenges to, just get them on their fucking feet and get them, out of this, where they're at now, which Anyhow, so take it from there for a minute. Now, Derek, you can go to sleep. Just leave the phone on, go to sleep, and, Jameson and I will hold it till 10, till our man Brendan Zogit shows up to say goodnight. But honest to God, you got to get up tomorrow. So, you say goodnight and go to bed. My God.
All right. Well, good night. I'll be listening, and if you need me, just say something, and I'll wake up.
Oh, bless you. We love you. Have a good night.
All right. Good night.
Yes. Blessed dreams. There's a man who just has done a lot in life. I don't understand why he even wants to go back to work. I mean, with, what he's been through, he can easily claim welfare of some sort or go into retirement. But no, he enjoys the work. And, we could only pray that we found something we love doing that much where we would, feel that way, all of us. So in your case, did you ever have anything that ever came close, Jameson? Anything you could even imagine that would come close to that? Some kind of career you ever imagined that you...
Well, for a short period of time, I entertained the idea of becoming a graphic novelist. I was going to write this novel called Shadow Hyena.
Uh-huh.
And I had named it after the Japanese Kage no Hyena.
Uh-huh.
And the idea was that this would take place on a continent that was formed, but that would bridge Africa and America. And the idea of the story was that we're in a world where gross feats of magic can exist alongside technology as we know it here in the 20th century. Mm-hmm. But the thing is that there was like 72 years ago, there was a catastrophic event that reduced the world's population by 2/3. And what makes it so intriguing is that nobody has a conscious memory of what that event was.
Wow.
So the story takes place in what I would call 85 PC, which is post-cataclysm for short. And the thing is, nobody remembers what the post-cataclysm is. The main character is a female character, and she's like, a walking badass, because I like the Japanese, depiction of walking badass females who just like just destroy guys, pulverize them, leave their guts all over the place and shit like that. Yes. It amuses me. And the idea was I wanted to weave in certain elements of, you know, real occultism, real occult practice with this fantasy magic. So there would be different types of magic. There would be, you know, the main character would practice what I call chaotica magic. And what they would do is they would be able to alter the rules of space and time for a brief period over a certain area. And by doing such, they can like sort of hack rules for an area to like control the battle space, so to speak.
Yes.
And there would be another magic called pentad magic, which is elemental magic, where they could, you know, shoot fireballs and all that shit. And there'd be another magic, which I call triquetra magic, where one is enchanting one's body in combat, so that one can have like maybe superior strength or regeneration and things like that. And then there'll be a fourth form of magic called demonica magic, where one literally merges, you know, materializes a demon's form for a period of time and could combat. Mm-hmm. To make things a little realistic, I wanted to make it so that there's a time limit to how long they can do this shit.
Right.
The chaotica magic would tax the mind. So the person, if they're using it too much, they would start to have seizures or they would start to mentally break down. Whereas something like the pentad magic would take the energy body's chi or life force, and it would like deplete the person. So it would make it so that, you know, because I grew sick of watching, you know, reading manga where these guys are just throwing fireballs every other page. It's like, dude, don't you ever run out of fucking energy to throw fireballs and shit?
Thank you.
I mean,
yes.
Come on.
Yes. Yeah.
So it, you know, it's copyrighted. I copyrighted it in college because when I was in a film class, in college, and the professor accused me of plagiarizing the report because it was so well written. You know,
wow.
we were supposed to write a script.
Right.
And when I spoke to him, he was like, "Well, actually, you're a very brilliant student." He was like, "Why are you drinking all the time? What the hell does, you know? Why is it you can't, you know? Why aren't your grades up? You know, why are you like this?" I'm like, "I'm fucking depressed."
I was about to say, why didn't you counter with the question, how could I not be like this? Look the fuck around you. Yes, but go on.
Yeah, but so for a while I entertained that as a passion, but that's sort of as time went on, I would complete it, then I would destroy it because it was just not good enough. It was just not good enough. I'm not the artist I used to be anymore. So what I did was what happened was I started working with this program called Ableton where I would make my own music. And that started to become more entertaining than drawing and painting used to be. Because I've sold paintings, and I have, there was a famous painter in New York City who I sold a painter to by the name of Donald Batchelor.
Yeah. Wow. Uh-huh.
And this was back when I was in therapy and a drug counseling program for, you know, my substance abuse issue.
Right.
But the thing is, like, I just don't. I feel more gravitated towards the occult now, and I feel more gravitated towards, instead of making this idea in paper, why not use my magic to try to manifest this in this reality? Fuck it. Okay. Why make it a fantasy?
I hear you. I hear you. I used to think about writing science fiction and decided to instead work towards making my visions a reality as well. And the interesting thing, of course, about science fiction is it's never about science. Science fiction is social fiction. That's what it is. And so what we're really doing is projecting social experiments via allegory, and so in terms of that, it's a kind of important way in which people socially educate themselves. So when this is why so many people are attracted to science fiction. It's this idea of social expression that they otherwise don't have. It's really their only outlet for it. But go on, yeah.
And there's something philosophical to it. And what I wanted to express in my idea was I wanted to show a black female character who wasn't driven by emotion but was driven by pure intellect, because we haven't seen that. Or whenever black characters are portrayed, they're portrayed as these overly emotionally driven characters who don't need to know things; they just act.
By the way, with that in mind, what did you feel about the character in Star Trek, the Voyager, I believe, who was the Black Vulcan? Was that that didn't fill that role? That didn't fulfill that role?
I actually like that.
Okay,
he was kind of cool.
Okay, so he in a sense he kind of anticipated what you're talking about. He kind of serves as a prototype, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the idea would be that, you know, I would make a male character, you know, because there's going to be fucking in it. There's going to be all kinds of stuff. Because I figure, why the fuck not? It's an adult comic.
Yes.
It's an adult graphic novel. And
well, take a look at the difference between, say, for instance, Game of Thrones and Tolkien's work on The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. I mean, those things are totally sexless. And they're from a different time. I mean, to many people, they're unreadable now. And you compare that with all of the flash and tits and everything else that you get in Game of Thrones. And yes, I could see why there has to be sex in it, really. So go on.
Yeah, you can't neuter a good story.
Yeah,
that's what I have to say. The male character that when I first conceived it, I was thinking of a male character that was modeled after myself. That would be like he would be someone who he lost his memories, but in the storyline he would come to engender this sort of archetype of this world as it is now, who forgot that he was, you know, to some degree an architect of this new world. And she was a character who had you know, at the beginning of the story, she's trying to break out of this barrier because she spent all this time in this magical barrier sealed up, not realizing that she thinks she was only there for 3 months in solitude, where she makes this acquaintance with this demon, who I named after a demon I'm working with, MEMqədRIAL, who's in a lesser known. A lot of people go into the Goetia, but they don't look at the Goetia theurgia, which is where I got this entity from. And so what happens is she has to break out this barrier, and to break out the barrier, she has to confront the memories of her past. And memories of her past involve sexual exploitation, and involve the fact that her parents, you know, who are wealthy, in order to attain their wealth, they had to give up something. And what they did was they wound up selling their daughter to some degree,
right?
And so she has to get through. So she gets through that, and her next thing is to wonder why these people are after her. You know, why are these people, you know, out to get her? It turns out that she has a mutation. In the mutation she has, you know, I make her a character with no eyebrows, and that's modeled after a spirit I met and had a very, you know, intimate experience with. So it's reverence to that spirit, and so this mutation, they're called Tao keepers, which is sort of like a I use the word Tao from like balance, the balance of yin and yang, and it's like this mutation that seems to be, you know, instead of commenting on race and discrimination through black versus white versus this and that, I would comment on race through people with this mutation who are discriminated against in a society, because this mutation, people fear this mutation because they're more powerful and they're more, you know, mentally sharp than, you know, regular humans. And so the philosophy behind it would be the question, what really is being human? What is it that makes us define being human? And in the story, I would make her character, you know, because in her character, I came up with this idea called the hybridized soul. The hybridized soul is where a human being, if they're on the verge of death or something traumatic, they would sort of fuse with this animal spirit. So they're anima, you know, an anima, a female has an animus, which is a male, and a male has an anima, which is a female, using Jungian psychology. So for whatever reason, something traumatic happened, and she fused with a spotted hyena, because I just think spotted hyena is fucking badass.
Right.
And so she has like so her design is that she like has like the spots. She doesn't have fur, but she has like the spots, like almost like it's tattooed on her skin, on her like shoulders and like on her hips, and she has like this around her legs. It's like sort of black, like a young spotted hyena.
Right.
And you know, this is supposed to be kind of like, it's also supposed to be sort of sexual.
Yeah,
know?
I get.
And
No, I get.
so
It. I mean, there's a reason we have furries. This is a way when we have these kinds of superheroes that we see in cartoons that are like cheetah or these various other kinds of animalized humans. This is a way of expressing human sexuality in a more feral form. That's the whole point. So go on. Yes, I understand.
the idea is to make her a character that shows more of the traits that make humans transcendent humans, meaning humans that, you know, transcend the condition of being pieces of shit, which most
yes, you
know, is to make someone who's a hybridized soul, someone who has an animal infused within her, more human than the humans around her, who are just like fucking corrupt as shit, murdering each other. And instead of the militarism, like, it would parallel the real world in that, you know, you would have, you know, more of a corporate militaristic structure where corporate and private corporations would be, you know, rented out, contracted out by corporations and private interest, you know, to do things. And they're just like pretty much doing some really fucked up things like human trafficking, organ harvesting, all types of shit. You know, I'm just basically reflecting the real world as it is, because a lot of people have their head up their positive asses and they refuse to see the dark underbelly.
Right.
When it's right there in front of their faces, beneath their noses. Mm-hmm. So, you know, that was my idea behind the story. But, you know, as it is now, I can't draw for shit anymore. I think I fried my brains. Mm-hmm. What happened was last year I was hospitalized with a seizure from withdrawal symptoms. Because I was drinking and drugging. I was taking like triple C's, which you're not supposed to take. Right. Of course, cold and cough to get the DXM high. Right. Because the chlorpheniramine maleate acts as a deliriant, which is sort of like Benadryl, and it also enhances the dextromethorphan's effect. And so I was doing that, and I was drinking like two 40 ounces every fucking day.
Well, what enhances DXM?
He's got to know. Brendan wants to know. Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting.
The chlorpheniramine maleate in dextromethorphan.
Does that make sense to you,
So
Brendan?
it's something that they mix with it? No. What is that?
Yeah, it's a triple C's. It's a street slang term.
I see.
For cold and cough, high blood pressure formula.
Oh, I see. That makes sense.
So, you know, you take a box of it and you get fucking stoned off your ass, and you're like, you're having an experience, man. And I don't care what anyone says about psychedelics. I prefer dissociatives to psychedelics any day. Personally, that's just me.
It's like you know, what is it called? Like a personal preference, like, you know. Yeah,
because it works on the NMDA receptors, which I think that's called something aspartase, if I'm not correct. It sort of mimics glutamate, and so apparently my brain is oriented in such a way that I probably have I don't have enough activity in that area. That area is responsible for the ability to socialize with other people, interact with other people. So, you know, when I'm sober, I'm just a withdrawn piece of shit who wants to see the human race annihilated, which is not who I really am. I'm only
thank God.
Express who I really am when I'm fucking stoned off my ass for some reason. It's just kind of fucked up, but it is what it is. You know, I was sober for like a year and 6 months, and it was the worst fucking experience. I never want to live that. It sucked. It's horrible.
I know the feeling.
Dude, if you can imagine playing Guild Wars 2 and it's like, why the fuck do I suck at this game all of a sudden?
Oh my God.
I mean, that's basically how it is, yeah.
Yes, and Daniel Arola says, I'm sure glad I was through with the male stripper lifestyle many years ago when it was still wild and crazy, because that scene is dead today. So many broads to bang back in those years. I thought Japanime porn was occult enough, with monsters that have at least 5 dicks that move like tentacles. Tentacles. Yes, there we are.
Wow.
Thank you. That brings us, he's brought us into the deep talk. How come I can't scroll this up? What the fuck is going on with the chat that I can't scroll it up? At any rate, let me refresh the page, see if I can do that. Other than that, definitely, I think we've come to a point where I'm going to have both of certainly. Jameson has articulated a good deal of the foundation of the story that he had in mind, which I think is similar to, in some respects, ideas that people have had about African Americans, or rather blacks, not African Americans, but blacks, having a genetic capacity for a mutation that renders them superhuman. And this was something that was raised in some novels that were recommended to myself. I don't remember the title right now, but it was a number title. And it was as if somebody had taken the idea of Jameson and novelized it in regular text format. So these ideas are out there in the Akashic Records, or rather what Teilhard de Chardin, the Jesuit, called the noosphere, the real, shall we say, the spiritual internet, the internet where these ideas float and people just kind of rip them from each other. So in that sense, another man who wrote a story similar to that was the man who played, who was the blind character in Star Trek The Next Generation, who had the visor that enabled him to see, oh
my gosh, I can't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he was really bitter and angry as a young black African American who was a successful actor, had a great contract going, and he would buy new cars, and he would be stopped by cops all the time. You know, you stole that car, didn't you, nigga? I mean, basically that. They didn't say that, but that's basically what they were saying. And so he was pissed off enough where he wrote a science fiction novel in which he felt that a race war would develop in America and leave black African Americans with large tracts of land. And there was something similar, I think, with genetic mutation going on in his idea as well. So that was a novel that was actually written by a black author. I don't know if the other novel I saw that had the number title like 23 or something like that, or 13 or 7. I can't remember what the fuck the number was, to tell you the truth, to save my soul. You'd have to look up novel, blacks, genetic mutation, something like that, superhuman, etc., and number title, and we might find something by those hashtags. But yeah, these are things that can that Jameson could check into if he wants to re-inspire himself to at least write a text novel, because, as he said, the illustration just might be too consuming to do a storyboard.
Well, actually, I rather do the drawing than I would the text, because the drawing is to some degree still fun, and you know, it is to some degree fun to draw the female form with like the huge tits and the nice thin waist and the hips and long legs.
I get it.
There's something spiritual about it, man.
Well, I used to illustrate porn, and believe it or not, of course, it's still like bleeding, because, you know, half the time you're illustrating, you're jacking off, right? I mean, so it's like, it just takes a lot of energy after a while, honestly. In terms of Brendan Zoget, now that you're back with us, and we're really glad to have you back, come on, close off the night for this kind of conversation before I take over and go into monologue. And I definitely, you know,
yeah, I apologize calling it a soliloquy. I realized that was kind of offensive after.
Oh no, yeah. Don't even give a shit. Yeah, yeah.
There's a bit of a difference. Let's just say that.
Yes. Yeah, go on. Talk about some of the stuff that comes to your mind that you feel we should, needs to be brought to our attention.
Apologies on getting cut off there. But yeah.
Try to prepare better next time. Yeah. Get your phone all charged up.
I was in an alternate vehicle which didn't have my charging cord.
Okay.
Otherwise, I normally would have it, but it's a bit better now though.
Okay. Good. Good.
But like, so I mean, there was all kinds of stuff. I think we were talking about TikTok and all that. I'll have to like look into more, because people are obviously having problems. Like,
oh, there was something else I wanted to bring up about the Alexandria's genesis, because it brought something to mind. What a lot of people don't realize is that the precursor to the Masonic cults that we have today there was a group called I think they were called the Order of the Oculist. And the Oculist, basically, when you think about the eye is also perception. And when we're dealing with magic and sorcery, what we're also doing is we're altering our perception of the reality around us. So it's not only an external act, but it's an internal act simultaneously. Now, the reason why I thought that they were trying to shut down the Alexandria's Genesis, thing, was because I think that if people realize this, you can, by use of by meditating and focusing on how you move your consciousness within your eyes, how you focus your consciousness within your eyes, experience altered states that can permit, certain one to perceive of certain things within the ethereal realm.
Yes. Thank you.
And that's why when we were talking about it before, I was stressing, like, I called it like eye prowess or like eye powers, but like I just, you explained it like to where other people could understand it. Like, but that was my understanding of it.
Yeah, the Japanese get it, and that's why.
Yeah, so you get it. Yeah, that's from anime.
I loved Naruto and Boruto. Even,
yes, thank you. Oh, yes,
which
thank
I'm
you.
still reading. Boruto was pretty cool.
Right, and it's like, there's a lot of ocular jutsu and like different techniques with the eyes.
But there's also something else about the eye as well. You look at the way, if we don't look at the human eyeball and we look at a diagram of the way that the eye reflects light. When you look at the drawing of a diagram of the way the eye reflects light, you could probably Google it. You will see that it's very similar to the symbol that people use for Lucifer.
Wow. Okay. Yes.
And another thing of interest is when you look at the shape of the human eye, if you turn it on its side, you have a Vesica Piscis. The Vesica Piscis is also the shape of the female genitalia.
Okay.
And so this is the reason why they're trying to, deface the image of Horus and the image of the eye. In Egyptian mythology, the god Atum was the creator god who created everything. And to protect humans, to protect his human creations, he took out one of his eyes, and that eye became Uajet, the serpent goddess who protects the pharaohs.
Right.
And she's represented by a serpent, and she's also represented by a vulture. And to some degree, there are two eye glyphs. One is the eye of Horus, and the other eye represents something else. I can't remember. But when you look at it, there is a sort of, again, the problem with our culture is that we're imbalanced because of this over masculinity bullshit.
Thank you. Toxic masculinity. Yes.
What makes a man isn't being able to knock someone the fuck out. What makes you a man is when you're able to restrain your emotions hold yourself in check.
Thank you.
Discipline. And that's something that the West doesn't get, and that's something that the East does get. And that's why the East is going to fucking demolish the West.
Thank you.
Quite frankly.
Yes.
Because it's not an award. And the reason why, I remember I was on Guild Wars, and these incels were talking about how they want a woman to cook and clean for them. And I'm like, look at the male body. The male body has more muscle mass. The male body is able to move faster than a female body for a reason. The male body was meant to build. The male body was meant to do the dishes and cooking and cleaning. Not the other way around. Not the way that, this male elitist, white male elitist society has it twisted as.
Right, backwards. Yes. Go on.
I mean, if you just like observe like day to day like couples and relationships and stuff, it's like if it wasn't for the chick, like the dude would be totally lost. He wouldn't fucking know what to buy or like what to do. Like I see it all the time.
Well, we men are stupid. We get high off our own testosterone. we get that feeling where like
It's
some
like
guy,
observing it is funny. Yeah, exactly.
you know, is it's like two guys sizing each other up. You know, I have this, you know, periodically I'll bump into bigger guys and they'll have this like macho, project this macho bullshit. And nowadays, you know, when I was younger and I was more fiery headed, I would project this force out to them like, you fuck with me, I'm gonna fuck with you. Come on, nigga, let's throw down. But nowadays, when they do that, I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm just gonna walk by you super fast, and you're not gonna be able to catch me anyway, because you know it's pointless wasting my energy fighting you. I don't want to fight anyone. And you know what? If you want to be the big shot, you know, you could claim that you beat me up and lost, whatever. Go on. Life goes on. I'm more interested in women, not guys. I don't care about your insecurity about your tiny penis, you know, for God's sake. But this is the problem with having this is a problem in the age we're in now, where everything's predominantly males, and this is a problem with their war posturing. There's a reason why most of the countries that are being wiped out by COVID-19 are run by males.
Yes,
they're fucking morons.
Thank you. They're fucking idiots, and they're proud of being idiots. And they want to die as idiots, and they'll die proudly, bragging, "I was an idiot," and I was an idiot to the last. How were you impacted, James? And before we turn back to Brendan for a little bit and kind of wrap it up, and I start my soliloquy. Were you able to hear when I spoke about Herman Cain, the black house nigger who went around saying that the COVID-19 was a hoax, and he attended the Trump rally and then died of COVID-19? I mean, this is
holy shit.
Yes.
I told him. I was like, good. That's another one down.
Yes, Darwinian selection. Thank you. Yes.
You know, for a guy as brilliant as he, who was able to make something out of nothing, you know, which he deserves credit for, to all of a sudden do a 360-degree turn into complete idiocy. It's just, dude, you must have been suicidal from the beginning.
Yes. Yeah. And this is a lot what you've got going on with communist China. Beaver didn't get it for years when I was telling him about what was going on in communist China with the one-child policy. And I said, you've got this situation where, because the communists have been so draconian about what the one-child policy, they've got a future in which China is going to collapse. You've got a population where everybody was saying, well, I want it to be a boy, so they were all getting sonograms and aborting the female children, or even delivering the female children and just leaving them to die or killing them. It's a terror. Or adopting them out. It went on and on, the horrors of it. But the end result is you've got China now where they've tried to stop this policy and it's too little too late. And you've got a 75% male population. And the way that Beaver said, that doesn't make any sense. He didn't believe it at that time. We're talking about 20 years ago when I was talking to him about this, a quarter of a century ago, literally. And he said that doesn't make any sense. I can't, he's of course Chinese descent, but he was born in Hong Kong, which was still its own world at that point and very different from mainland China. And so when he said, that's like somebody who says, I'm going to work hard, I'm going to save my money, I'm going to become a wealthy person and establish my reputation, and then I'm going to kill myself with a supermassive heroin overdose. It's like that. That's their agenda in life. Like, I want to get to that point where I can do this, and it doesn't make any sense. But that's what communist China has done. That's what Herb Cain did as an individual in terms of his insanity. So we see these people, and of course what is it that makes these people what they are? Why are they doing what they're doing? And it doesn't necessarily make any sense. It's truly we're in a stage now where we just have to understand that people do crazy things, and so yeah.
I don't think it's not even worth trying to figure out what motivates them to do what they do at this point. At this point, insanity is going to speak for itself, and it's just going to do what it does because it can.
Yeah,
that's basically why they're doing it. I just wanted to bring something up. I was looking up how many kilotons the explosion in Beirut was. They said it was 2.75 kilotons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
That's like a lot.
Yeah, yeah. I like that,
Fertilizer.
Brendan's. I love Brendan's comment. Yes, that's like a lot. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Yes.
I mean, can fertilizer really make that big of an explosion? I mean,
I'll do my best to put this into
like, are the mathematics there? Like, you know.
yeah, I'll do my best to put this into context, and so, but the first thing I want is for you gentlemen to kind of close up for yourselves, and then I'll take over. So we're at the point now where I'm ready to take over, and I'm just you know, I've been
Yeah, I gotta go do my after work potion /
shit,
restoration.
I thought you were doing that before you came back on, and
well, I took a ton of valerian, like this Russian valerian that I have that's like all in Cyrillic, like.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
It's like,
and
like the alcohol content on the tincture is like the strongest tincture I've ever had. It's like 100% alcohol.
Oh fuck! Oh man! Oh
damn!
That's
but it worked.
You share some of that shit. Pass it around. Yeah,
I'll send you a bottle.
There you go. Last time,
but it's all in Russian. I mean.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, well, I can read that at least. But you know, our man Brendan Zoget. Last time I was talking to him on Valerian. Oh my fucking god! It was like,
That was like, I like combined it with like lemon balm and like mugwort and like hella shit. Like,
I there had to be something.
And
else
then I was
there
listening to the recording and it sounded like I was talking in slow motion.
Oh man, it was irritating as fuck. Then he finally started picking up speed. Like I said, the moment he had to go and take a shit. That's because it had processed, his system had processed it, and now he had to purge it, you know, and so, you know, that's when he was finally talking, and it was, oh god, it was maddening, wow. Oh well, that's life.
I got a question before I close out. Have any of you guys ever tried phenobute?
What's that?
Yeah, what is that shit?
It's supposed to be this Russian stuff that's supposed to help with bodybuilders, but you take it.
Holy shit.
The trip is nightmarish, man. I literally.
Then you get yoked after or something?
No. What happens is you vomit the entire fucking trip. You'll vomit the entire trip, and when you close your eyes, it will just be like. I don't know what dimension that is, but
are you talking about like ibogaine? Is that what?
No. This stuff is Russian. It's called phenobute.
So it's some other shit. Okay.
Yeah. It's something that supposedly bodybuilders use, but that shit, man, I'm never gonna fuck with that shit again, dude.
Wow.
All right.
You tried it?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Well, at least you made it out of that.
Yeah. Oh my god. Well, I'm impressed. Yeah, he's tried it all. This is of course Mr. Jameson Reese. He doesn't take half measures. This is a man who's pioneering the new consciousness expansion. Brendan Zoget does that too. There you go. And so, all right. Thank you, Jameson. I appreciate your introducing me to something new to research in terms of blowing my brains out. And yourself, Mr. Brendan Zoget, close us off for the night for yourself, and I'll take over in monologue. And actually, I'll have you guys hold while I basically go take a leak. Then I'll come back. So hold us to the bottom of the hour. I'll be back then, and I'll take over in monologue. But in the meantime, these two fine young gentlemen will take us to the bottom of the hour, after which you're stuck with Douglas Dietrich and you'll wish they were still here. And aside from that, let me just check. So you guys get going. Go ahead and take the stage. I'll go mute. Thank you. I'll be back in about 7, 8, 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Well, according to Global News California, the blast in Beirut was hit with a force. It caused a 3.5 magnitude earthquake.
Damn.
That does not. I mean, something. I don't know. Something seems. I know it's ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate is nothing to fuck with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
God
but still.
Damn. I mean, are they sure that's all that was in there?
But it's like that makes sense, but the whole story is fishy. Like, why would you have something that dangerous like floating around for 5 years? You know, like that just kind of doesn't make sense. Like, like perhaps like the books were cooked or something. You know, it could have been something else completely. Like,
Yeah, there's something off about the entire thing, you know.
right? Yeah, yeah. It's just
I don't know
when the
what
country's collapsing and their only way to make money, like one of the biggest ports, just blows up. Like, you know, like that's pretty wild.
Yeah, and I can't explain it. It's like I'm not gonna say why now because shit happens whenever it's gonna fucking happen. I mean, that's just the way reality operates.
Yeah.
But I mean, damn, it's just there's something that doesn't feel like there's something that just feels off about it, I think.
Definitely. Like when I saw it, I was like, okay, like, yeah, now I feel like I'm in World War III. Like, you know, it's like the real start of like all the shit that's been, you know, it's been building up and like, you know,
it feels like now shit's gonna hit the fan.
Yeah, like now shit's like actually happening, and it's like, all right, well, like no, you know, there's no like way out of this one, you know.
There's no turning back. There's no going back.
Yeah, yeah.
If anyone was mourning the loss of normality, and all the people who are like, "We want life to be normal," rude awakening.
Right. Yeah, that's what I've been like breaking it to people. Like, hey, like it's not gonna get better. Like, it's not gonna get any better than this. Like, you know, it's gonna get worse, maybe.
There's a place where I used to go to buy masks. You know, for like, you know, I would get like the KN95 mask and whatnot. And I remember one time I was having a conversation with this woman. Why are you buying so many masks? She's like, you know, it's going to go away. It's not going to be a big deal. And I'm like, no, ma'am. I have to disagree with you. It's going to be a big problem for a long time.
Right. Exactly.
And it's almost like they're in a sense of shock where they can't process that.
Yeah, definitely.
It's over.
Yeah, like nothing's gonna be the same. I mean, obviously, like as we know, like if you just like pay attention, like yeah, nothing's gonna be the same. It's just that's just how it is. Yeah, like it's just different now. You know, it's not gonna go back to how it was.
I mean, we can even go into the astrological, you know, the astrological correspondence. I mean, the astrological things that happen.
I mean, all of this started in Mercury, like retrograde Mercury and like Saturn-Jupiter conjunction. Like it was all happening at the same time. Like.
Yeah, I mean, people are tagging 2020 as being the nightmare year, literally.
Right. I mean, I remember during 2012, like me and my friend Michael, we were telling people like, it's not 2012, like it's going to be further. Yeah, it's going to be further on. Like
you have to flip to 12. You got to flip to 12.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's 2021. Oh man.
So yeah, exactly. Next year is going to be the real, like, you know.
And the question is, how does one even prepare for this? You know, granted, you could get supplies, you can get masks, you can get, you know.
You don't, yeah. Exactly.
I would go as far as recommend getting like those dentist gowns that protect you from like that have lead that could protect you from radiation.
Right.
Because fuck knows. But
especially after that Lebanon shit, yeah, like, you know.
It's just like, but there's no way to prepare for it. You can only just react at this point.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, there's not really much you can do. That's why, yeah, like, you know, you have to have forces on your side that are like higher than yourself, like that, in my opinion.
You have to have something set up, you know, you have to have something set up so that, you know, in a future time, you know, I'm going to have this as a resource that I could go back to, you know, or I'm going
to,
or I'm going to work with this God or this spirit, and it's because I know at some point in time I'm going to need that.
Yes.
Whatever that divine entity has to offer me.
Right. Exactly. I mean, it's really at that level, and like it even in Japan, in like the you know, the anime, it'll show like the future. Like there's this one called like Super Robot Taisen, and it has like they're like mech pilots, but like some of them are like psychic mech pilots. Like they're like special operations, but they're like psychic mechs, and they can do like spiritual techniques, and they're like fighting in space, but they can do like some meditation and like. You know, like it's gonna be like humans are gonna be on that level in the future. Like they'll be like the psychic types or whatever you want to call them. You know,
it reminds me of the Gundam series with Char Aznavour.
Exactly, same in Gundam, yes.
Where they had the what do you call it? Where they had the new types.
Right.
Able to who are able to maneuver this technology using like their mind and their emotions.
Spirit and shit, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that, we're reaching a stage where we have to start to integrate spirituality and technology, because
Definitely.
that's the only way we're going to be able to exist at this point.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's like that's how like the Atlantean and like the Vedic technology was. That's how like a lot of when people talk like fantasize about like Lemuria and like crystal shit, like it was like that. It was like you had to be conscious to use it. Like it wasn't just technology, like normal technology.
Yeah.
Like you actually had to know what you were doing and like have like a high level of coherence, like spiritual, like you had to know yourself, so to speak. I mean, like have an Atman, to even use it.
That's so important. Really appreciate both of you covering that.
Thank you.
And so aside from that, what else do you gentlemen want to bring up to kind of wrap up? We're heading towards the bottom of the hour. I think you've both done so much, but go ahead. And,
well, quickly, I had like a story out
please.
of India.
Oh,
like,
share it. Yeah.
You have like Narendra Modi. He basically dedicated this new temple to Ram in the city of Ayodhya, which has been basically the site of like one of the holiest sites for Indian Muslims in for like 300 plus years.
Uh-huh.
And so his group took it over in the 90s, and then now they're laying the foundation for a new like Ram temple.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently they paid to have Times Square lit up with like a photo of the temple and Ram today. And so like for the Indian Muslims, like it's pretty bad, like because like they took pickaxes and destroyed the mosque like in 96 or something.
Oh shit.
Like 92.
Yeah.
So like Modi's like nationalist party is like, that's why I don't support like the Hinduism, because it's like you have assholes like that, like they are supposedly Hindu, but like I know for a fact like Ram would not condone that. Like Lord Ram would not be a part of that. It's just like these people are using the Lord's name in vain, actually.
Right.
And
Right.
so like fuck these like Indian national guys. Like they need to go back to like the Vedic shit, not like whatever Hinduism stirred up, like all these different bickerings and like them hating on Muslims, but yeah, so that was just what it brought to mind.
No, definitely appreciate that, and what people need to understand is in Asian India, of course, you have the subcontinent that, because it's been around for thousands of years, has become populated by many different races and religions, and the Muslims who have been there for hundreds of years,
like 1,000 years.
Yeah, around 1,000 years. Yeah, you basically have a situation in which the Asian Indian Hindu practitioners, the practitioners who are the heirs to the Vedic traditions, are now basically trying to establish what's called Hindutva, which would be a kind of ethno-religious nationalism that would purge Muslims and all other religions other than Hindu practitioners from the subcontinent. And tell us a bit more about why the Vedic traditions are not like Narendra Modi. He's the Trump of South Asia. So tell us why the Trump of South Asia has nothing to do with the real spirituality.
Because the real spirituality, like the essence of it, if you read like Bhagavad Gita or like Srimad Bhagavatam or like these ancient texts, like it had nothing to do with religion. Like there was no religion actually at that time. It was just like practicality. Like they just taught people how to live. That's what like Ayurveda is like how to take care of the body, like and like Jyotish, like how to read the stars and understand like the energies, and like herbals. Like it just basically taught you how to live in a human body and just like how to like ascend to like higher realms. It really had nothing. It was not a religion. I mean, it's like it got twisted later into a religion, and like like the words of like Lord Krishna and stuff, it's just like they just tell you like the states of the universe, and they're saying like like the human life is actually meant for like uplifting yourself as opposed to like doing what doing this kind of stuff. So
this violent
instead of just like killing people just to put up Ram's temple, when like Ram would never even really care about that shit. Like it's like they've never even seen Ram, and that's another thing. It's like in the original Vedic, like you should never praise a being you've never seen before. So it's not just like out of belief. like, you know, like you actually went to the Rishi and like taught under him and like learned his techniques. Like you didn't just like, you know, pray to the altar or whatever, you know. Like there's more to it, right? You know. So the modern Hinduism is just like a, you know, it's just a silly like copying of it. You know, it's almost like childlike. It's like kiddish, as like, you know, my guru would say it's like kiddish.
It's regressive and infantile, so it's a form of
Right.
social autism and infantilism. Yeah.
Right.
So okay. So and give us a little bit more about what we say, for instance, Avatar and the Blue People, and how that got so ripped off. What was there? What do you think was?
Well,
the
yeah,
motivation?
that got totally ripped off, and yeah, Jamo and I were just talking about like how technology it's gonna have to move into the direction of like what the Vedic and like what people say like the Atlantean times or the Lemurians had, like, because like normal technology has like a limit. And like at this point, I think we're seeing this limit, like how much pollution it has, and like just all the fucked up shit about it. Like we need to transfer into the new technology, which is more, you know, spiritual, more energetic, like more just like based off of like, you know, actual consciousness, where like the technology can be conscious itself, you know.
And so what they were doing in Avatar, they were simply ripping off that concept.
Right. Oh yeah. Yeah. That James Cameron guy, like he knows about a lot of like occult shit, obviously. You know, I forgot what his other film was. It was like there was a lot of famous ones, like Titanic. I know, but there was another one. Like he's just done tons of like, you know, more like occult theme type films too.
Right.
So like he knows about like the Vedic cosmology. He basically stole like all that whole concept from like the ancient Vedic shit. How like they connect with nature and like, you know. The tree is there. There's like, you know, of course, like the tree is in many mythologies, you know. So, and the people being blue, you know, that just signifies like higher and divine. Like that's why like Shiv is blue and like Krishna is blue.
Yes. And why is that? What is that? What does that signify? Where does that come from? I mean, because we use the term for royalty, blue blood. And,
right.
So go on.
It is like that. It shows that he's from a special bloodline. Yeah, exactly. Because that's part of it too. But I also heard like there's many views on it. Like there's other histories that, which this is actually very true. This part I'm about to say is like the word Krishna means black, means dark. So like Krishna was actually like a super dark skinned being, to where his skin was so dark it was like blue.
So Blackie's blue. Yes, go on.
Right, but when the British came in and when allegedly the Aryans came in, but that's really debatable. But like when outside groups came into India, they forced the Indians to change it to the color blue, like a lighter blue, because they favored more light skin types, you know. Because they didn't want the gods to be associated with the darker natives of India, like the Dravidians and stuff like that.
Okay. All right.
So that's why they're like a more lighter blue now. But like if you see like old paintings of like Lord, like I have a copy of the Bhagavad Gita with this old photo or this old painting from a palace, and it has like the three forms of Lord. It was Lord Vishnu on his Garud, which is like a flying eagle, and there's like three forms of him, and one of the forms is at the front, and it's like he's like pure black.
Yeah, that's interesting to me, because there's other cultures that have the Garuda, like the Malayans and the Thai, right? Don't they also speak of these eagles, these eagle beings?
The Garuda is a Vedic concept, yeah, and like the Vedic Empire, like the original empire, which was Ram's empire, which is why they're obsessed over it, because they wish they had Ram's empire. These fools couldn't get Ram's empire, like.
Well, Ram's empire essentially covered more than the British Raj did. It incorporated, Afghanistan, Burma, and then went into Malaya and Indonesia. Yes,
all the way to like like Java or what's that one, Bali?
Yeah,
like, all the way to Bali, like
to the edge of Australia, to the edge of Australasia.
Yeah.
Yes,
it was a massive, huge empire at one point. Like the Hindus had a massive. You get like Angkor Wat, like those are all Hindu relics. From like the early time, the early Hindu times before it got like super corrupted.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So during the true golden age.
Yeah, it was like during the Dwarka Yuga,
Yes, when the
which is what
were in the air. Go on, yes.
Right, yeah, and like Ram, he was, yeah, exactly, using Vimanas, and that's why the Indians are into technology, I think. Like, they know about that stuff, you know? Like, about like Vimanas and flying craft and all kinds of stuff. And there's relics, I mean, in India still, there's like, in Sri Lanka, like tons of relics. Like, you can see Ravana's palace, that's still there. Tons of technology involved in it. Like, it has like special drainage canals that can block off the whole area. So like if an invading army comes, like they can just like flood and basically create a moat,
right,
out of just like the way it's like architecturally designed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on, please.
Yeah, and there's like giant rock faces that have cuts in them, and there's like somehow they were able to cut like hundreds of tons of rock face in one piece and put these sticks inside of them.
Yeah.
So that if an invading army gets close enough, they can drop the whole side of the mountain on them.
Yeah.
And like this is something you could see that like they have. It's like leftover ruins. So like there was like, you know, there was also the bridge that was built by Hanuman that for years they said was like a total fiction.
Oh,
they said,
you
oh,
can see
like
it from you can see it from satellite. You can see the
exactly.
Yeah, go
exactly.
on. Yeah,
but for years the British were saying, "Oh, it's just fiction. Like there's no evidence." But the Indians knew it was there.
Yeah.
And it was built by like hominids, like non-human hominids, like Hanuman. He had like a kingdom.
Yes, he was known
and
as
it was like 8 people.
The monkey god. These were advanced primatoid beings that were sentient, self-aware sapients that were not Homo sapiens. These were a branch of hominid that had developed intelligence, sophistication, art, culture, and architecture, and yet was...
I mean, they were able to build a bridge from Sri Lanka to India, like 5,000 years ago. So yeah, they had some shit. You know?
Yes, and they were viewed as godlike beings. It's from where the Chinese derived the concept of the Monkey King, and so these were the this was the true planet of the apes. This is where our racial memory is jarred by the Planet of the Apes theme, because we know that these beings once walked the earth, that were of this nature, and Go on.
And so I hope like India goes back towards like the real Vedic instead of like this Hindustha like bullshit, you know, like because that'll fade away. Like that's not the point of like my point about like the Vedic stuff is that it's the multiverse has like certain laws, and it's those laws have been around 1 million years ago, 2 million years ago, before this cosmos, and like they'll always be around, you know, like. So that's something that people should cling on to, not some like, you know, some idols or some religion, you know.
Right, or some bizarre sense of identity that requires the persecution of others in order to uplift the self.
Exactly.
Yes.
And what they did to like Jammu and Kashmir like is just fucked up. Like obviously, they don't have internet. Like they're all locked down because of COVID. Like they can't leave their houses and shit. And it's only because they're a Muslim province. Like, it's no other reason. Like, really.
Oh, it's atrocious. It's atrocious. People have no idea that not only that, but they're given a limited amount of electricity during the day. So this is appalling, and it's what will ultimately bring India as we know it today down, and so, but
especially, I mean, like if they're gonna do this Ram temple thing, I mean, there's nothing that deities, especially righteous deities like Ram, like there's nothing worse to them than using their image in vain for like shit like that. So it's like when it comes to like higher beings like that, like you either get a boon or you get a curse, and so like that's in my opinion like higher and divine like won't just let them do that. Like they're gonna get some like blowback from it. So it's like
I agree, and I've foreseen this, and what I do say is on the positive, it is like what positivity we can derive from the communist Chinese invasion of Tibet, which was a horrific atrocity on humanity. Nevertheless, one of the positive things that it resulted in was a popular cultural awareness of Tibetan culture that otherwise the world would not have had.
I'm going to take a break for a second.
Oh, I'm going to start monologuing. So,
okay. I just wanted to leave the audience with one thing.
Sure.
It's going to be very fast.
Yeah.
In terms of the Necronomicon, I believe the Yazidi people are the Necronomicon.
Thank you.
I leave it at that.
Bless you. And I'll go into that at some point in the future. Go on. Go on. Anything else you want to say?
That's all. That's all. Much love to everyone, and thank you for having me on air, Douglas.
Thank you for gracing us with your
Good night,
presence.
JMO. Much love as well. And yes, I have to depart as well.
Understood. And our love to both of you young men. God bless you both. Blessed be thy dreams. Sweet be thy slumber. And
higher and divine bless us all, in these times, of course.
Thank you. Thank you. And so there you go.
Good night.
Good night. Yeah. And with that, okay. So we are now of the.
We get this kratom going.
What was that?
Oh, nothing.
Yeah,
I thought I hung up.
By the way, I do want people to understand that Brendan is one of the carriers of true Vedic culture. So, like the communist Chinese invasion of Tibet, when India becomes divided into sub-states, the awareness of Asian Indian true Vedic culture will be carried to the world by people like Brendan Zogit. Does that make sense? Thank you. Yes.
Definitely. Thank you. And the true Vedic went all the way into Northern Europe and Poland and Germany. I mean, the German verb to breathe in is Atman, which is the same word for, soul or spirit in the Hindu. So it's there was a worldwide Vedic culture at one point. That's my
Yes.
It was during the golden age of when humans were actually doing stuff. So thank you, Douglas.
Thank you. Okay.
Good night.
Blessings. And with that, everyone knows what a struggle it's been. It takes this long for me to get my head together at times and just kind of develop a kind of coherent narrative for the night, which I can relate unto you. And my struggle, mein Kampf, is thine own. So contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook timeline at Facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his YouTube maggot channel at YouTube.com/C/maggot which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager, who also is not just the property manager of the Maggot channel, the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, but also he's the Team TRÄNCK, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. And were it no for he, now all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmaggot which be spelled tinyurl.com/MAGGOTMILLIONS. And if he gets enough donations, a roll of the eyes here you cannot see, he'll change the name to Maggot Billions. And at any rate, he is the bridge between the Akashic Records and the Malkuthian reality of this plane of existence, who preserved the electronic persona interacting with yourself at this very moment in terms of my legacy, because he, of his own initiative, downloaded most everything that I had produced and published onto YouTube into his own hard drives, and thereby was able to help us reconstruct my legacy thrice, no less than 3 times, after which we have been entirely scrubbed from the internet by the various assaults that are, at the present moment they seem endless and indeed ever increasing, such as the struggle of my life, and now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether it be the scrubbing of my identity and my legacy from the internet, or the saving of the human species. And by that I mean literal salvation of the human species and every other species on the surface of the world. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer a while there on the homepage of showsdd.com, a footnote on my bio, sire, and take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well, and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at douglasdietrich.com and encourage all others to do so. Now people are forever asking, Renegadus humanus arma abmaza reductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the paedopathophalacracy. Such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Linzujin Takabashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 Isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked in conjunction with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Mega Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola of DAMAG, or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives, optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress, Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which be spelled BIZAREHD. Mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I, and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. He has since, of course, added a third video that must be reviewed, and that would be on his same Bizarre HD channel. And this is the video, if I remember correctly, which be titled the Hanabu technology. Here we are. Got it. Just have to click on it, get myself to where I can read it. The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile. The title of his latest video, subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu technology. And wonderful human being. Do check this out. He's put a lot of work into it, and don't let the succinctness of his word fool you. There's much depth in much brevity. Much is said by saying less. And of course you might think I might learn from that, but no. You know, just the way things work. Some things require a lot of explanation, but he's delivering a punchline message in, shall we say, with more punch than punchline. For most people, it's going to be a punch in the gut. Now, indeed, the last Dietrich, son of Dietrichs, or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis. That Jew D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant, at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. But finally, most importantly and above all else, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. And, of course, once there on DouglasDietrich.com, make it certain to click on that image pinned to or near the top of the website homepage, which be, of course, of 3 Aero dreadnoughts, which the Americans during wartime referenced as flying hamburgers. Once you're there, you can click on other images that will not be made available, cannot be made available. We don't have the space or the technology or the money to make them so in the book itself as a published unit or even a unit online. We're simply going to have 2 cover pieces, front and back. The front piece and the back piece will have color illustrations that will be among these images you will find as designed in terms of their presentation by my 3D graphics modeler working on the historical realities and blueprints that I presented him from what I was able to steal from the federal government. Yes, I steal back. Consider me Robin Hood. And thus I present you the most valuable of all treasures, knowledge. Knowledge that you lost the fucking war. All of this will be made quite plain as to why when you take a look at the unconventional aeroframes of the Japanese Empire on the Imperial Japanese aircraft and the truth behind Roswell and the Battle of LA UFOs on my website. When you review these images and avail yourself of what the Americans were confronted with. You can click on any one of these images and they will enlarge it and provide thyself the awe and inspiration you need in a world where you embrace defeat in the Second World War, a defeat hidden from yourself that has ruined your life. Embrace defeat and your world will change for the better. It will be like the heaviest weight in the world, an anvil lifted off your shoulders. Trust me, and take a look. Now, we all know what happened in Beirut. You're going to hear me go over this in reiteration a few times so you can get a better understanding in context, because I'm going to repeat what happened in summary or condensed format, and then add context. Now, a catastrophic explosion in Lebanon's capital city has left scores of people dead, thousands injured, and lingering questions about its cause. This blast shook Beirut's highly populated port and central district around 6 p.m. local time yesterday, shattering glass, flipping cars, and damaging structures as far as 6 miles away. At the very least, 100 people that we knowest of thus far were killed outright, and 4,000 injured, with hospitals rapidly filling to capacity. And it's still unclear what exactly caused this explosion. Lebanon's prime minister, has proclaimed an investigation will focus on an estimated 2,750 metric tons of the explosive ammonium nitrate stored at a warehouse. There be no indication that the blast was an attack. Beirut's governor said it caused up to 5 billion United States dollars in damage. But at this point, the full extent of damage is not yet even known. Countries around the world have offered condolences and pledged aid for what the Lebanese Red Cross is calling an unprecedented and very large disaster. This does not even do it justice. This happened on a day before Wednesday, August 5th of this 2020th year of our Lord, which itself is the 75th Hiroshima-Shi, or White Island City, nuclear terror bombing Memorial Day, Eve Day. And our transmission today will put what happened yesterday into context of the memoriam as commemorated tomorrow. Now, it's important to remember that I've gone into the atomic bombs over and over and over again, every year, as I'm obligated to do. So you can find this subject covered in past transmissions in depth and painful detail. If you haven't gotten my point behind those transmissions by now, just review it over and over again. The information's there. Plenty of this information is available on our website, and all prayers be rendered unto God. There will be more made available via Lena Shea on her website, actually, of myself, that will enlighten you and educate yourselves further as soon as possible, as soon as she finds the time to do so, which may take a while. But with your prayers behind it, maybe they will uplift and inspire her to get it done as soon as possible. Now, E.L. Doctorow, this wonderful individual, had said it best about the mythology of the bomb, the warship of the bomb, by the Americans, who, again, via the Planet of the Apes, were portrayed as literally rendering the bomb their alpha and omega, their beginning and their end, their creation and destruction of primordial matter, as was so perceived by the men who first blew the domestically manufactured plutonium bomb on Trinity site. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 5. Well, you can find this even in your holy book of the Bible of the King James Version. And ye shall be as gods, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. In other words, you leave the garden. You've experienced childhood's end. This is what is supposed to have happened to the men who blew the bomb at Alamogordo, Stallion's Gate, Trinity Site. Now, all of that, of course, is fed by the blood of the sacrifice. And in the case of the men who delivered the Hiroshima bomb, they're best exemplified by the speech that was delivered in turn many a decade later in the film entitled Jaws. And Robert Shaw is, of course, got to be the main reason for Jaws being one of the favorite films of all time of many people. Mainly, of course, for a scene that is 3.5 minutes of near perfection, in which Shaw steals the scene effortlessly, aided by a few whiskeys, of course. But here in 2013, well, the time that I reviewed the Jaws film and compared it to other films that year, I realized then, which itself is like almost a decade gone by now, I was seeing other films with 10 minutes going by on screen sans any dialogue at all. So the famous Indianapolis scene of rich dialogue without a cut is quite special. And yet, tragic to think that Robert Shaw himself died of a heart attack only 3 years after that magnificent performance as Quint. Now, there's been so much mythology surrounding that scene about authorship, what was improvised, what was scripted. But an interview with Steven Spielberg was quite enlightening. He advised that Howard Sackler, who was an uncredited writer, didn't want a credit and didn't arbitrate for one. He's the guy that broke the back of the script before they ever even got to Martha's Vineyard to shoot the movie. And one day Howard Sackler said, Quint needs some motivation to show all of us what made him the way he is, and I think it's this Indianapolis incident. And of course, Steven Spielberg knew nothing of it and said, what the fuck is that? And so Howard Sackler explained the whole incident of the Indianapolis and the atomic bomb being delivered, and on its way back it was sunk by an Imperial Japanese I-boat, their term for a submarine, whereas the Germans used U-boat for Unterseeboot. The Japanese word for the undersea began with an I, if romanized into the English, and hence the term I-boat. And that's when sharks surrounded the hapless sailors who had been cast adrift, the Americans, and it was the most horrendous piece of World War II history. So Howard Sackler wrote about this, the largest recorded shark attack in all human history, by not writing a long speech. He wrote about 3/4 of a page. And then when Steven Spielberg showed the script to his friend John Milius, John said, can I take a crack at this speech? And John wrote a 10-page monologue that was absolutely brilliant, but outsized for the Jaws film Steven Spielberg was making. But it was brilliant, and then Robert Shaw took the speech, and Robert did the cut down. Now, Robert himself was a fine writer and had written the play The Man in the Glass Booth. And Robert took a crack at the speech and brought it down to 5 pages. So that was the evolution of just that speech alone. Now, of course, the full transcript is something I can read to you, and will do so because I can't resist. But when it comes to one of the ironies of that speech, well, let me read you the speech first, and then we'll get to that. Now, in terms of the speech itself, let's get into it. Let me look it up now. Drag it up on screen. Easy enough to look up. And I can imagine my late and sainted sire reciting this. Japanese submarine slammed 2 torpedoes into her side, Chief. We was coming back from the island of Tinian to Leyte. We just delivered the bomb. The Hiroshima bomb. 1,100 men went into the water. Vessel went down in 12 minutes. Didn't see the first shark for about a half hour. Tiger, 13-footer. You know how you know that in the water, Chief? You can tell by looking from the dorsal to the tail. What we didn't know was that our bomb mission was so secret, no distress signal had been sent. They didn't even list us overdue for a week. Very first light, Chief, sharks come cruising by. So we formed ourselves into tight groups. It was sort of like you see in the calendars. You know, the infantry squares in the old calendars, like the Battle of Waterloo, and the idea was the shark come to the nearest man, that man he starts pounding and hollering, and sometimes that shark he'd go away. But sometimes he wouldn't go away. Sometimes that shark looks right at you, right into your eyes. And the thing about a shark is he's got lifeless eyes. Black eyes, like a doll's eyes. When he comes at you, he doesn't even seem to be living, till he bites you, and those black eyes roll over white. And then you hear the terrible high-pitched screaming. The ocean turns red, and despite all your pounding and your hollering, those sharks come in, and they rip you to pieces. You know, by the end of that first dawn, lost 100 men. I don't know how many sharks there were. Maybe 1,000. I do know how many men. They averaged 6 an hour. Thursday morning, Chief, I bumped into a friend of mine. Herbie Robinson from Cleveland. Baseball player. Bosun's mate. I thought he was asleep. I reached over to wake him up. He bobbed up down in the water like he was like a kind of top, upended. Well, he'd been bitten in half below the waist. At noon on the 5th day, a Lockheed Ventura swung in low and spotted us. A young pilot. A lot younger than Mr. Hooper here. Anyway, he spotted us, and a few hours later, a big old fat PBY come down and started to pick us up. You know, that was the time I was most frightened. Waiting for my turn. I'll never put on a life jacket again. So 1,100 men went into the water. 316 men come out. The sharks took the rest. June the 29th, 1945. Anyway, we delivered the bomb. Now, the date is wrong. It's the first thing that strikes me as a historian. It's not the fault of the actor. It's not the fault of Quint the sailor. It's the fault of all the goddamn men working on the fucking speech. That's the fucking problem. Too many cooks spoil the broth. But it is Steven Spielberg's favorite scene. In fact, it should be all of ours. And it's something that I think is indicative of the sacrifice of souls that the people who built the bomb and quote-unquote tested it at Alamogordo had exactly in mind. Why the captain was given the order not to send out any distress signal. why the ship was sent without any escort, so it would be the perfect target for the Japanese. Now, all the real-life events occurred on July 30th, 1945. And because that Mr. Shaw helped edit down the monologue from a 10-page draft to just 5, that's when you get the details wrong about the size of the crew as well. The Navy cruiser, the USS Indianapolis, was returning from a mission in the Philippine Sea to deliver parts for the atomic bomb that would later be dropped on Hiroshima in the Empire of Japan. Of the nearly 1,200 crewmen aboard the USS Indianapolis, an estimated 200 went down with the ship when it was struck by a pair of human torpedoes, piloted kaiten, the torpedoes with men on the inside of them, Japanese midget submarines with explosive warheads, the first intelligent guided missiles, along with the Oka piloted rocket bombs. They launched from the mothership submarine just after midnight, the Indianapolis sinking so suddenly that the survivors were called leaping into the ocean, or in some cases, simply stepping over the side of the ship to escape, with one telling the San Diego Union Tribune, "I didn't jump off the ship left me." You see, they later on tried the captain of that ship and charged him with gross negligence, incompetence as a commanding officer, because he didn't zig when he should have zagged. In other words, he didn't perform evasive maneuvers to escape from Japanese torpedoes. The reality is, he could have maneuvered all he wanted and he couldn't have escaped them because they were piloted. They weren't torpedoes, but mini submarines with warheads and pilots willing to commit their lives to avenge a war crime not yet committed. It was a harrowing 5 days before the survivors were rescued. Adrift at sea, the crew faced drowning, thirst, exposure in the sharks. Roughly 600 men, 100 men more than 100 men more than half a thousand would die in the days that followed. Of the 1,196 crewmen who survived the sinking of the ship, only 316 were rescued. And at least the spirit of what happened, if not the accurate detail, was captured in the scene aboard the Orca. The darkest moment in Jaws that had nothing to do with that shark and actually inspired what was supposed to be a second film about the Indianapolis itself that was going to be the sequel of Jaws that Steven Spielberg's family never got around to producing. Or Steven Spielberg didn't, and his family, of course, always had a big part in his decisions. Now, when it comes to what I'm trying to educate you about, this 75th Memorial Day concerning the bomb, is that since that time, the Americans have propagandized that that's what won the war. Without going into the fallacy of that I've deconstructed many times over, and you can find the deconstruction thereof in detail on my website, DouglasDietrich.com. E.L. Doctorow is so important because he summed it all in terms of what it did to the American psyche, the mind of America's mass man. Edgar Lawrence Doctorow was an American novelist, editor, and professor best known internationally for his works of historical fiction. He's been described as one of the most important American novelists of the 20th century. He wrote a dozen novels altogether, 3 volumes of short fiction, and a stage drama. And in terms of what he had to say about that bomb, he gave us 5 lines. The bomb was first our weapon. Then it became our diplomacy. Next it became our economy. Now it's become our culture. We've become the people of the bomb. That bomb changed the entire science of business and the entire business of science, not because it did anything constructive or strategic, no winning of the war, nothing other than an act of terrorism. It was marketed, propagandized as having changed your universe, opened up all your secrets, to the point where physicists became theologians and were invited to deliver sermons at churches throughout the United States. But the Americans weren't even able to originally deliver the atomic bomb. One thing that I've never understood is how the British tolerated being completely scrubbed from the historical record of popular understanding due to American megalomania. There were in Britain a specially trained RAF, or RAF, Royal Air Force unit, that was to drop the atomic bomb on Hiroshima on the date that haunts us tomorrow here on the left coast, August 6th of 75 years agone, in the 1945th year of our Lord. That RAF unit known as the Black Lancasters, because the American B-29 superfortresses couldn't do the job. And indeed, in the end, in a very real sense, it was the Avro Lancasters that carried out the job, in a way that's credited to the B-29 superfortresses. You see, there was a British atomic bomb program under the facade or dummy front company cover of Tube Alloys. And Tube Alloys was also the code name for the British atomic bomb project, their version of Manhattan Project. And James Chadwick was the head of the British mission. That, of course, also was the umbrella cover for the Canadians involved that merged into the Manhattan Project in 1943. The little boy bomb that they stole from the Axis, and this is part of where logical thinking comes in, critical thinking processes that most Americans have never been educated in. What you have is a situation in which the Americans will talk about the test of the bomb at Trinity site called Gadget, the bomb that went off at Alamogordo, and they'll say, this was the first atomic bomb ever blown, that your world changed that day. And then they'll say, well, we had this little boy bomb, but you didn't need to test it. Now, that doesn't even make any sense on the face of it. They'll actually tell you something like, well, you see, the problem is actually making certain the bomb doesn't go off before it reaches its destination. It's so easy to blow, there was no point in testing it. Well, if it's that easy to blow, you've got to test it more than ever. Because otherwise, why load it on a plane, juggle it around, and have it blow well before you even get to target? So, the only conclusion to draw, based on logic and critical thinking, is what I've exposed, that was an Axis piece of ordnance, standardized atomic ordnance, that the Americans had gotten only because of the intervention of the American National Socialist collaborator, sympathizer, and considered historically the modern day Benedict Arnold, the man who crossed the Atlantic, the first man to cross the Atlantic in an aeroplane, Charles Augustus Lindbergh, a personal hero of mine own late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, who survived World War II, and as a child had been privileged to meet with Charles Augustus Lindbergh. And it was to motivate him at various times throughout the rest of his life. Now, Charles Augustus Lindbergh was, of course, hated by Franklin Delano Roosevelt for his quote-unquote Nazi sympathies. And Roosevelt swore, as long as he was alive, that Charles Lindbergh would never set foot in Europe again. Lindbergh was exiled to the Pacific, where, just as he'd fought as a pilot in World War I, he took to the skies again in World War II, and actually managed to score a kill in the air in a one-on-one, head-to-head duel, mano-a-mano, with a Japanese pilot in the air. When he landed on the ground, all he met were the laughs and the guffaws of the American pilots who said, "That's not how we fight. The Japs aren't human. We only do ambush patrols, where we shoot them from behind, or come in from cloud cover, with the sun behind our backs to blind them, diving down from higher up in the air, taking advantage of American aeronautic engineering at that time and the power and dynamics of American aeroframes and horsepower to overpower the more nimble and aerobatic Japanese aerocraft at the fighter level, or more preferably supply aircraft or heavier bombers and surveillance that was unarmed. A war not of knights in the air, but of ambush and massacre. Well, the moment that Franklin Roosevelt was dead, Charles Augustus Lindbergh was flown to Europe by Harry Truman to grab the Americans a bomb. He negotiated with the National Socialist scientists and rocketeers and brought back what created not only the American nuclear program, but its missile system. And that bomb, that standardized Axis piece of ordnance, was a gun-type fissile weapon, a fission weapon that weighed 9,700 pounds, or 4,400 kilograms, was 10 feet long, or 3 meters in length, 21 inches in diameter, or 71 centimeters wide. A totally different species of weapon from the oval-shaped plutonium implosion weapon appropriately produced by the Americans and just as appropriately dubbed the Fat Man, which was 10,300 pounds, or 4,670 kilograms, 10 feet and 8 inches in length, or 3.3 meters, and 5 fucking feet in diameter, or 1.5 meters wide. Now, none of the American four-engined bombers could carry either of these bombs. The Axis had literally designed the Hiryu, or Flying Dragon, medium bomber of Japan as a fuselage to house the so-called Little Boy standardized atomic ordnance bomb. That fit snugly into the Japanese Hiryu frame, which would carry it on a suicide mission, the bomber not needing to drop it because the bomber itself would drop and take the bomb to target. The Americans designed something that was far too cumbersome to be even conveniently carried by any known American bomber. Neither the standardized Boeing B-17 Liberators that had flown by the thousands over Europe and darkened the skies could carry either of these bombs, nor could the consolidated B-24 Liberators. And so Dr. Norman Ramsey of the Los Alamos National Laboratories ordered into production converted B-29 bombers that would not see delivery until October of 1944. These were the so-called silver-plated bombers. They had a 3,250-mile round-trip range with a full bomb load. And they had problems. They were tested, and even though they were designed with strategic bombing in mind, and even though if they could carry the bomb, they would be the ideal machines to drop it because they had a service ceiling of 25,500 feet. Oh no, much higher than that. I'm thinking of the Avro Lancasters that were actually going to drop the bomb. They had almost, in those days, what was considered stratospheric service ceiling, because they had to have a pressurized cabin. They would have been ideal for dropping the bomb because they could fly so high, make such sharp 180-degree turns, and head out of area so that they would ensure survival of the crew with the highest, shall we call it, statistical probability. Now, unfortunately for the Americans, in mid-October of 1944, on their delivery, the first 3 silver plates delivered and tested weapons that were the dummy bombs meant to weigh and look like Little Boy or Fat Man to extent. And in each and every test, the weapons released while the bomb doors were closed, and the B-29s nuked themselves. In theory, because they had dummy bombs. Now, because of that, the Americans turned to the British to save their asses. And so what had happened was the British were flying the Avro Lancasters, which had that service ceiling of 25,500 feet. Now that's 4,500 feet lower than the Enola Gay or any other B-29 Superfortress. And they had a speed of about 200 miles per hour, the Avro Lancasters, which was about 100 miles per hour slower than the B-29. So the only way the British could get these babies to operate out of Burma was by creating an entire Aero Force, Tiger Force, out of British-occupied Burma in January of 1944, in which they took 1,000 of these bombers and converted them into refueling planes. So by January of 1944, using the looped fuel technique, in which they threw out, of course, the tube of fuel that would help refuel the ongoing plane that was the conventional bomber, en route to Japan, they were able to theoretically reach Japan from Burma. They could still never have bombed specifically Hiroshima. For that, they would have to have taken off from Tiananmen Island, which is what they were prepared to do. The Black Lancasters group consisted of only half a dozen Avro Lancasters, all 6 of them, lacking any unit identity markings, any national insignia, no roundels to even identify which nation they sourced from. The Black Lancasters, unlike the American silver-plated bombers, the B-29 Superfortresses, would not give credit or credence to the British Empire because they knew what they were committing to was a war crime and an atrocity, an act of terror as opposed to an act of war. So the units were pirate units, meaning they were painted black as pirate flags and ships be painted, and they were considered terrorist pilots, free from all Geneva Conventions for crimes against humanity, but at the same time, if taken alive, they would be left with total denial by the British government that they ever existed, to suffer at the hands of the enemy. Now, the Black Lancasters unit, for a fact, was based out of, well, if I remember correctly, Enston Airfield, Enston being spelled Enstone, in rural Oxfordshire since 1943, training specifically for the dropping of nuclear weapons. They were unseen by any of the units there that were conducting aerial combat training other than when they were flying. They were kept in unmarked, unnumbered hangars, except when they were rolled out to take off. Then stowed away, their very existence denied, and never even put on the books. There was nothing to scrub from the books because they were never entered into the books. But these were the boys who were going to drop the bomb. And because the Americans were overtaken by politics, and you had all the usual suspects involved, General Leslie Grove, General Hap Arnold, all begging for British aid that they would bring to Tiananmen Island to deliver the bombs, because the American planes were totally incapable. The superfortresses had 2 bomb bays that were unable to drop the atomic bombs because they were too small, if you can believe that. What they had to do was modify the American B-29s to where they had one single large bomb bay, which thereby weakened, compromised the integrity of the entire aero frame of the B-29 Superfortress. The only way they were to solve the problem, or were able to solve the problem, was to ultimately cannibalize from British Avro Lancasters and use their bomb-dropping mechanisms for opening the bomb bay doors on time, only by cannibalizing that British technology were the Americans able to bomb Hiroshima and Nagasaki using British bomb drop, bomb bay mechanisms, modified onto the dysfunctional aeroframe of the silver-plated B-29s. When it came to dropping the atomic bombs at Nagasaki, the single bomb, aside from Boxcar, which was the name of the plane that dropped the actual bomb, there was a plane accompanying it as escort called Big Stink, appropriately enough, which was so named because of the stink of Don Mastic's shit when Don Mastic, holding a vial of all the world's available plutonium, literally took a misstep while dancing around like an idiot, holding the vial aloft, rejoicing in being the most dangerous man alive at that moment. The vial snapped open in his hand, shattered, and he inhaled all the world's known supply of plutonium, and then spent the rest of the war being fed laxatives so he could shit the plutonium out from inside of his guts, the stench being so bad that people were vomiting all over Los Alamos, and men like Robert Oppenheimer, among other luminaries, petitioned to have his ass removed physically from Los Alamos so they could continue to extract the rest of the shit from him and boil his shit to extract the plutonium somewhere else. He was flown to Tinian Island as soon as the Marines took it so he could finish crapping out all the world's known supply of plutonium into containers that could be boiled. So his shit was boiled there to extract the plutonium therefrom. He lived to be 100, by the way. The plutonium, all the world's known supply passing through his intestinal tract, did nothing to deter from his health. Which really ought to tell you something. I don't know what, but it tells you something. All of that stunk up Tinian Island to the point where they named the bomber, beside Boxcar, the escort, Big Stink. So all the plutonium that was inside the plutonium bomb had gone through the intestinal tract and out the anus, out the butthole of Don Mastic. So it was the world's original nuclear stink bomb. Well, on Big Stink, the scientific observation plane accompanying Boxcar over Nagasaki, their original attack was targeted against the Kokuda National Armory of Japan. There was airplane resistance so extreme that the bomb bay was punctured by bullets, as well as the fuel tank with high-grade, highly flammable, high-octane aviation fuel flooding the bomb bay, and the bomb about to go off. That's when Boxcar flew away in panic, away from Kokuda, the Japanese National Armory, which remained untouched throughout the war and unbombed. And away from the Hornet's Nest, they dropped the bomb in panic over Nagasaki. Later on, cooking all the books to say that was the intended target, which you can verify was not the case. And therefore, in a blind panic, the shit bomb was dropped over Nagasaki, as the Americans were afraid of, well, they were always eager to kill, but a lot less eager to die. And that was the story behind how Nagasaki got bombed, while the scientific escort plane, Big Stink, had 2 members from Britain on its crew. Group Captain Leonard Cheshire, who had won the Victoria Cross for his bombing campaigns over Europe, and Professor William Penny, who went on to become the father of the British atomic bomb program. Both those men were there at Nagasaki, or rather over it, after having been taken by the panicky escort of the boxcar crew. That having flown and turned tail, they had to turn tail with it in escort. They flew all the way to Nagasaki with it, where the bomb was dropped off, and voila. All of its power wasted. The strongest weapon, the most powerful weapon in the human inventory, all of the power of its explosive force basically deflected by the mountains surrounding Nagasaki in this bowl-shaped valley that wasted fucking 90% of its explosive force. So it did less damage than the Little Boy bomb, far smaller, standardized Axis ordnance that it was. Did less damage to Nagasaki, far less, than the appropriated Axis bomb did to Hiroshima. Now, all of that should give you just another perspective of how fucked up America's terrorist bombing campaign was, and how the Americans themselves are so fucked up that the British get none of the credit for making the atomic bomb terror attacks against Japan even possible. Here you had the Americans threatening to drop a bomb a week if the Japanese did not surrender. We know for a fact, through everything I've articulated before, they didn't have bombs available for the next 3 months after that. A supermassive strategic window in which the Japanese won the war. Think again logically. The Americans, when you hear their own story, will tell you time was of the essence. They had to get this done now. They had to get the bombs dropped now. Everything is time sensitive. Gotta do it now. 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 Yet when you hear Richard Dolan attacking myself, Disfo Dick, which is available on my Facebook timelines, thanks to Daniel Arola, available on our website as well, Dietrich Destroys Dolan. Richard Dolan, along with the standard American narrative, will tell you the Americans were bombing Japan with total impunity. The Japanese had no ability to resist American bombing. That the Americans had total control of the skies. Well, if it's so much like the Americans misunderstand Vietnam to be, where the Americans think they have total control of the air, and they didn't over Vietnam any more than they did over Japan, why is it all the rush? Well, fuck, you've got Japan boxed in where the Americans claim, oh, we've wiped them out on the high seas. We've got them blockaded by our submarines. We've airdropped landmines, sea mines, well, particularly sea mines, choked off all its coastlines. No merchant ships can get through. We're starving the Japs out of existence. I mean, fuck, why do anything? Starve them out? Oh no, we gotta drop the bomb now. Gotta do it now. Why, when you got total control of the air, what's the rush? Because the Americans knew they had lost, and all they could do was one last act of desperate terrorism with the 1-2 punch that they could propagandize back home. That was the importance. They had to be able to propagandize back home. Something was done. Something more than all the bombing. Because even the United States Strategic Bombing Survey, which you can verify yourself, concluded that Japan suffered far more industrial damage from earthquakes in the Japanese islands themselves, domestic earthquakes, than they suffered any damage to their industry by American strategic bombing, including the nukes. That's why, with all of the force of the Fat Boy bomb deflected by the mountains, creating that bowl-shaped valley around Nagasaki, thousands of young ladies underground in lead-lined, concretized super bunkers were manufacturing Japanese bombers, the Ki-77s, with their own pressurized cabins capable of flying from Tokyo to New York City to drop their bombs. The Americans knew these worked because one had already flown to America non-stop from Tokyo to New York to celebrate the 2600th anniversary of the foundation of the Japanese Empire in 1941, prior Pearl Harbor. That was the prototype. The mass production copies, models, were being produced in Nagasaki, and the plutonium bomb, the Fat Man, did nothing to stop it. The Japanese girls in those underground munitions factories that were producing the aeroframes and components had no idea a bomb had even landed. That's when the Americans, once again, were delivered another crushing blow to their morale of the high command, and the war was lost. Put that into perspective with what's going on. But just yesterday, when we all thought it couldn't get any worse, it did. And we now have on the books the Hiroshima of the Middle East. You had a blast a fifth the size of the Hiroshima nuclear attack caused by what we are told was the improper storage of 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate that killed at least 100, with thousands injured in a supermassive explosion as a, so we be told, welder ignited 2,700 tons of explosive chemicals, resulting in hell on earth. The Beirut explosion of Southwest Asia, devastating the Paris of the Middle East. All because improperly stored ammonium nitrate could be to blame. So, the death toll in Beirut surpassed over 100 dead yesterday night, with thousands more injured in a supermassive explosion that produced a mushroom cloud, generated a mushroom cloud that towered into the sky. The blast in the Lebanese capital has left at least 4,000 injured. It was so powerful, it struck with the force of a 3.5 magnitude earthquake, with the detonation heard 200 miles away, and in at least 12 other countries. In one of the largest non-nuclear explosions in human history, 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate employed in fertilizers and in bombs destroyed part of the Lebanese capital, Beirut, on Tuesday, as dated the 4th of this August. The massive blast at Beirut port, killing at least 100 people instantaneously and injuring 4,000 that we know of thus far. With the mushroom cloud towering into the sky, seen from kilometers away and captured in dramatic footage, the blast itself flattening the Paris of Southwest Asia in a radius of several miles, with the rescue workers still digging through the mangled wreckage of buildings and looking for survivors, doubtless for days yet to come. Reuters reporting that the intensity of the blast threw victims into the sea, where rescue teams are still trying to recover bodies while fighting off the sharks. Today, the city's governor said that the massive warehouse blast that killed at least 100 instantaneously in Beirut also left up to 300,000 people homeless. He himself comparing the devastation to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. To reiterate, we have a devastated capital city. The supermassive explosion that rumbled across Beirut, vaporizing more than 100 people in an instant and injuring over 4,000, was a devastating blow to a nation battling the coronavirus, a financial crisis, sectarian divisions, and renewed tensions with the greater Israeli state. The blast, we be told, was fueled by fireworks and ammonium nitrate, a common fertilizer, rendering said chemical into a giant Timothy McVeigh bomb, a bomb that took out the Oklahoma City Federal Building, scaled up by orders of magnitude, with the blast at a warehouse leveling a swath of the city's port and shaking buildings and shattered windows miles away, producing an orange-black plume of smoke that towered over the city as ambulances wailed and the injured wandered dazed and bloodied among fallen bodies and battered cars in scenes reminiscent of Lebanon's civil war during the 1970s and 1980s, with the National News Agency reporting that same blast, which hit with a force of about a 3.5 magnitude earthquake, camest from a site along the docks where highly explosive materials, including about 2,700 tons of ammonia nitrate, were stored after they were confiscated years ago. Now you've got your Hiroshima-Nagasaki analog going there. What most of you, none of you know, and you'll only learn here, was you had your Pearl Harbor analog. But days are gone. Anticipating this, Iran accidentally sank a fake aircraft carrier in the wrong place. Now, the saga of Iran's fake aircraft carrier, intended as a propaganda coup, has been turning into an own goal, in which they've owned themselves. The Iranian armed forces, particularly the IRGCN, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy, delight in attacking the mock U.S. Navy aircraft carrier. It makes their war games more dramatic, and it be intended to symbolize that they could, if called upon, sink an actual operational American aircraft carrier. The carrier itself, actually an elaborate target barge, is not intended to sink. It was meant to be reusable and has been symbolically destroyed twice already. But days are gone preceding this nuclear terror attack analog in Beirut. It really has been sunk, and in very much the wrong place. The stricken carrier can be seen capsized, via the commercial satellite imagery. The dramatic view should be available via Google Maps or whatever you use if you're a tech geek to source the world around you. It's been shared by Aurora Intel, a private intelligence corporation, and it shows the satellite imagery sourcing from the Pleiades satellite. This isn't from the Pleiades as an actual star group of the Seven Sisters as they be known. Instead, the Pleiades satellite, if I can look this up for you, this is, of course, a sensor from the Satellite Imaging Corps, and it is basically, oh God, how do I describe this? For one thing, your biggest problem in terms of looking up the satellite itself is it's going to confuse you by its being called a constellation. The Pleiades constellation, in the satellite sense, is composed of two very high-resolution optical Earth imaging satellites, Pleiades HR-1A and Pleiades HR-1B, which provide the coverage of our Earth's surface with a repeat cycle of 26 days. Being designed as a dual civil-military system, the Pleiades is designed to meet the space imagery requirements of European defense, as well as civil and commercial needs. The program was launched in October of 2003 by the French Space Agency and designed originally under the French-Italian Orfeo program. Orfeo being an acronym consistent of 5 uppercase letters, ORFEO, acronyms for Optical and Radar Federated Earth Observation. You like that? They're observing a federated Earth. Like Star Trek was a reality or something already. And so it's through the Pleiades satellite sensorial system that we have been gifted the imagery that has been distributed by Airbus DS out of Europe. And you can probably see it as acquired by Shadowbreak Intelligence. That's another source that I've seen it through. So the image, taken from above, of course, from the skies, betrays the fact that the Iranian foe aircraft carrier is listing at about 90 degrees, meaning it's, for all intents and purposes, on its fucking side. If you look at it, you'd say, damn! You'd think it was the USS Enterprise, capsized, side up, and you'd say, holy fucking shit. Once again, the Americans have lost the goddamn war. But this is a dummy, a more sophisticated version of what the Americans themselves created for Pearl Harbor. The USS Utah, a barge ship with a fake air deck nailed atop the hull of the ship so that the Japanese would think that there was a carrier in port at Pearl Harbor. The Japanese immediately realized the USS Utah was a dummy ship intended as a target, a lure. This is what helped them realize they had sailed into a trap, and therefore the Japanese refrained from conducting a third wave of attack, which everyone knew, having broken the Japanese codes, that they had originally planned at Pearl Harbor. But knowing he was in an ambush, Admiral Yamamoto ordered retreat. So in terms of this dummy carrier of the Iranian Navy, the starboard, what you landlubbers, as my daddy would call you, would call the right-hand side, is facing upwards towards the sky. And as you look at the image from the Pleiades satellite imagery collected, the carrier was heading from right to left of the image that I found when it succumbed to the waves. It began to sink when it was being towed back to Bandar Abbas after being attacked. Now, on the 31st of July, which was but fucking a work week gone by now, a mere 6 days ago, only a work week or 5 days before the Beirut blast. That was when Sebastian Roblin wrote for Forbes magazine that the carrier mock vessel was listing steeply to one side, with nearly half of the flight deck submerged. Now, since then, the situation has deteriorated. The carrier is very large, but still much smaller than the U.S. Navy supercarriers it be designed to represent. There is purpose to this. The method to the madness being that if you can train to hit a far smaller target, then you should be able to hit the far bigger target in combat. We know that it is meant to symbolize American carriers because the mock aircraft have U.S. Navy markings painted on them. This entire mock-up was constructed in 2013 through 2014 and then dramatically destroyed during war games in February of 2015. Recently, it has been repaired in Bandar Abbas and towed back out to sea. It was then attacked again on July 28th as part of the Prophet Muhammad XIV war games. It was circled by speedboats, likely including some of the 100 new vessels unveiled in June, and struck by missiles. The location of the sinking will now likely create a serious headache for the Iranian Navy and the IRGCN, the Iranian Republican Guard Corps Navy, which is its own elite fleet separate from the Iranian conventional navy. The IRGCN effectively being a terrorist navy, kind of like the terrorist Black Lancasters, disavowed by the Crown. This carrier is now just outside the harbor entrance to the harbor of Bandar Abbas itself, near to the main approach channel. The water there is approximately 45 feet deep, which is incredibly shallow, comparatively speaking. And this makes it even worse for Iran because it cannot be left to sink. It is so shallow that other ships face a very real risk of catastrophic damage if they sail over it. In fact, at least as of half a work week ago, some 72 hours ago at least, it was partly above water. This is a serious shipping hazard. So it will have to be salvaged. But the effort required and the time will strain national Iranian resources already stretched to their limit by a campaign of American sabotage and a plague of COVID-19. Although Iran has recovered vessels and aircraft from the sea, it does not appear to have a serious salvage capability to call upon. And this may be why, by all evidence, this faux carrier appears abandoned in the satellite imagery. Why, but yesteryear, In the 2019 year of our Lord, Iran did recover substantial parts of the United States Navy Global Hawk drone it shot down, but there be serious doubts as to whether any of that was salvaged from the depths. Floating wreckage is one thing. Dismantling an extremely large sunken vessel be quite another. With such a bad place to have a wreck, it will be telling of Iranian capabilities if it be left there for any length of time. In any nation with developed capacity, they would be on it like flies on shit, dismantling it completely. With Iran, the longer that's there, the more we know Iran is a failing state with every passing day. Now, you might ask what that's got to do with what happened in Beirut. That brings us back to the human story before I put it into context of the American sabotage campaign in Iran. Because in estimating the damage to be $5 billion United States dollars after yesterday's explosion, Governor Marwan Aboud had tears in his eyes as he told reporters of Agence France Presse it was a national calamity. To quote the Governor Marwan Aboud via CNN, I think there are between 250,000 and 300,000 people who are now without homes. Morocco World News has reported that, through his tears, the governor said, "It resembles to what happened in Japan, in Hiroshima and Nagasaki." Of course, Americans envisioned these cities destroyed by atomic bombs dropped on them by the United States in World War II, without realizing that both of those are thriving cities today, where there not be any hint of radiation. You could take a Geiger counter there. Of course, back to Governor Aboud. He said, "That's what it reminds me of. In my life, I haven't seen destruction on this scale. This is a disaster for Lebanon. We need to remain strong. We need to hold on and be brave, but this is too much." Beirut's mayor, Jamal Itani, said he was simply speechless at the scenes of devastation. He'd be quoted as saying, "It's like a war zone." But that's what brings us to the mysterious events in Iran that raise all these questions about Trump's strategy. The Trump Doctrine. While United States news feeds are dominated by unspeakable tragedies and trivial Trump pursuits, a series of events unfolding in Iran warrants close attention that it's not getting. Over the last month, as the world has grappled with the COVID-19 pandemic, multiple explosions and fires have occurred at Iranian nuclear, military, and industrial facilities throughout Persia. Alleged cyber attacks have targeted other sites in Iran, including an Iranian port, and standoffs with Iran are happening in other theaters, including at sea. Now, analysts obviously suspect both Israel and its satellite slave state, the United States of America, which have both reportedly carried out cyber attacks against Iran before. And must have played a role in these recent explosions. Unsurprisingly, neither Israel nor its satellite state, America, has publicly taken responsibility. But a New York Times report cites a Middle Eastern intelligence official claiming this last month's explosion at Iran's Natanz nuclear complex was caused by an explosive planted by the Zionist state of Greater Israel. The Zionist state, I meant to say. Whomever might be responsible, these incidents serve as an important reminder that Iran's ongoing nuclear military activities, both nuclear and conventional in terms of military activities, are deeply dangerous for American national security as perceived by the Trump misadministration. And almost 4 years into his term, President Donald Trump has expressly failed to mitigate the threats from Iran. Instead, he's exacerbated all of them. Even if the recent explosions at Natanz did in fact set back Iran's nuclear program, Iran is still closer to a nuclear weapon now than when Trump took office. After the president withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA, acronyms for the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, and Trump instead reinstated crippling sanctions on Iran the year before yesteryear, Iran proceeded to restart a range of nuclear activities that it had curtailed or slowed when all parties were abiding by the deal. Iran has, for example, reportedly increased its stockpile of enriched uranium significantly and increased the number of machines used to enrich uranium. After blowing through JCPOA-related safeguards, analysis indicates that Iran has now halved the time it would take to break out to a nuclear weapon. With this threatening reality facing the Trump misadministration in half the time, there be only so many tools in the toolkit to address the possibility of an increasingly dangerous and nuclear-armed Iran. Finding a diplomatic off-ramp is the obvious choice, but the administration of Donald Trump shot itself in the foot on that front 2 years ago. Because by withdrawing from the nuclear deal, despite the fact that Iran was meeting all its commitments, the Trump misadministration painted itself as the unreliable party. If another deal were on the table, Tehran would have good reason to doubt whether the misadministration would even abide by it. Secondly, the misadministration of Donald Trump adopted unrealistic prerequisites for any new deal. Malevolently so, of course, with the United States Secretary of State Mike Pompeo laying out an onerous set of 12 steps that Iran would have to meet for the misadministration to lift sanctions and establish full diplomatic and commercial relations with Tehran. With diplomacy more of a pipe dream than any achievable goal, economic pressure has been a weapon of choice for Donald Trump, the trade warrior. President Barack Obama, as well as many other foreign leaders, employed sanctions to bring Iran to the negotiating table in the run-up to the JCPOA. President Trump has doubled down on that approach by implementing severe sanctions on Iran targeting key sectors, businesses, and regime officials, as well as all humanitarian aid that would help the Iranian population survive the plague. While employing both these economic and adversarial tools against the very population of Iran itself, in an attempt to ensure many more will die from COVID-19 than ever would otherwise. Trump has exploited United States military assets to pursue his agenda against Iran, including military force. Trump having authorized that targeted attack that killed the powerful Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC commander Qasem Soleimani in January. A maneuver that an Iranian ambassador warned was tantamount to starting a war. The misadministration has also utilized various covert action capabilities. In June of yesteryear, Trump reportedly ordered a successful cyber attack against an IRGC database after declaring he'd called off imminent airstrikes. The goal of the attack was said to be to prevent IRGC attacks on oil tankers. The new reports and allegations that these United States and, it goes sans saying, the Zionist state of Greater Israel are both deploying covert programs in tandem to sabotage all Iranian nuclear and military facilities seems to be naught but an escalation on this front. Earlier yesterday, the opening weeks of last month, an explosion rocked a building used to assemble machines for uranium enrichment at the Natanz industrial complex. Natanz was reportedly the target of a previous United States Covert Action Program, or CAP, C-A-P, codenamed Olympic Games, during the Obama administration. As the New York Times has reported, the attack temporarily took out nearly 1,000 of the 5,000 centrifuges Iran had spinning at the time to purify uranium. In late June, the month before yesterday, an explosion occurred at an Iranian missile facility, which Iran itself falsely claimed occurred at a different facility, with Iran claiming it was but a gas explosion. You know, like the Ayatollah passed a fart or something. United States and Israeli officials denied involvement in that incident. Another explosion hit a power plant, and shortly thereafter a chlorine gas leak sickened thousands of people nigh unto death in southeast Iran. A tactic of mass destruction, the equivalent of what we've seen in Beirut. Rather, its precursor, anticipating the wiping out of civilian populations in a war against the population base itself, employing the tactics of terror. And that was just within Iran. Throughout that month, concluding with what we've seen. There have also been ongoing strikes against Iranian sites outside their country as well, including against a senior Iranian official in Syria and against Iranian-backed militias in Iraq. Now, of course, there be no overt evidence that the explosions are all linked, but they are leading any competent analyst to conclude that they must have been all acts of sabotage designed to slow down Iran's nuclear and military activities. And whilst denying involvement in all these recent blasts, Israel has acknowledged involvement in previous covert action operations. The year before yesteryear, circa 2018, on our Christian calendar, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu publicly acknowledged one such operation that resulted in Israel retrieving an archive of information on Iran's nuclear activity. The specific impact of the Natanz explosion in Iran's nuclear program is not crystal clear, but there be a real risk that, in light of all of these self-evident sabotage attacks, Iran could take its nuclear activities underground to protect itself from more attacks going forward. That means off the books and literally beneath the surface of the earth to emulate what the Japanese were doing in Nagasaki in 1945. That would make it much harder to monitor Iran's activities and, if deemed necessary, even to disrupt them. So when it comes to Iran, the question that everyone should be asking President Trump is quite simply, where are you fucking going? Exploiting the tools in the diplomatic toolkit should be a means, namely the implementation of a well-informed strategy to restart negotiations and to mitigate Iranian threats overall. Instead, what these latest incidents expose is what, by all evidence, be a lunatic American president blindly authorizing operations sans having any endgame whatsoever. The year before yesteryear, in the 2018 year of our Lord, Pompeo called the JCPOA, that non-nuclear diplomatic agreement, a loser bet that didn't pay off for the Obama administration. Now, well over 20 years later, it's abundantly clear that Trump's a loser when it comes to constraining nuclear activity. Whether it's in Iran, North Korea, Russia, or Red China. Absent a 180-degree U-turn in the American approach, implemented by a potential change of president if former Vice President Joe Biden wins the election in November, these United States may be careening toward catastrophe by continuing to toss matches into a volatile region. And we shouldn't be surprised when we ignite a raging fire. That's what brings us back to the Lebanese President Michael Aoun calling for an emergency cabinet meeting today where he declared a 12-week or 14-night state of emergency, as reported by Al Jazeera. He warned that the death toll would most certainly rise from the 100 so far reported dead, with at least that other 4,000 injured thus far. Indeed, Prime Minister Hassan Diab also called for a day of mourning today, a national day of mourning, with the entire nation state of Lebanon, the Crusader state, originally meant to provide safe state or safe space for Arab Christians today. So on this National Day of Mourning in the ancient Crusader state of Lebanon, Aboud informed the press that at least 10 firefighters who raced to tackle the blast are still missing, vanishing into the very flames they rushed to fight. As national hospitals, or rather every hospital in the nation, are overwhelmed by casualties. Yesterday, Pope Francis also offered his prayers. Indeed, he did so again today, during his weekly general audience from the library of the Apostolic Palace in Vatican City, with the pontiff so saying, and here I quote his tea at length and verbatim, "Yesterday in Beirut near the port, there were massive explosions causing dozens of deaths, wounding thousands, and causing serious destruction. Let us pray for the victims, for their families, and let us pray for Lebanon, so that through the dedication of all its social, political, and religious elements, it might face this extremely tragic and painful moment, and, with the help of the international community, overcome the grave crisis they be experiencing." That explosion that tore through downtown Beirut yesterday afternoon was powerful enough to be felt in Cyprus, the island in the Mediterranean. Buildings as far as 10 kilometers away were damaged. Shards of glass filled the thoroughfares of Lebanon's capital, and street lights were extinguished by its force, as if they were candles in the wind, instead of electrically lit bulbs of a different age. And a red cloud, the color of blood, hung over the capital as the city's residents, around 4 million people, began to uncover the scale of the damage to their houses, sought treatment for their injuries, and frantically called loved ones to see if they were safe. At least 78 people are known to have died by name, and thousands are wounded, as confirmed by the health minister. Bain Faki, a filmmaker who lives on the western tip of the city, has been quoted as saying, "I was on the veranda when the entire neighborhood shook left and right." Eyewitness Bakar Gataz, describing the unfolding scene as something akin to an apocalypse, attested that Beirut port is completely destroyed. This tragedy coming after nearly a year of economic and political turmoil that has plunged Lebanon into complete uncertainty. And, according to every expert consultant, brought it to the brink of collapse, where this Hiroshima of Southwest Asia has now taken it into crash and the abyss. Poverty soared to over 100%, and scenes of people scavenging garbage dumps for basic necessities have become commonplace before this. Why, just months ago, young people staged a popular uprising against the country's political class, widely accused of corruption by all evidence. Activist Maya Omar, testifying that I've never seen Beirut like this before. Beirut today looks like our hearts. Broken and never to be put together again. CNN's Tamara Kiblavi writes from Abu Dhabi that we have nothing left. Just when we thought it couldn't get any worse. It did. Now, as a security expert, looking at this as detachedly as possible, to emulate the emotionless character conceived of by Jameson Reese, as inspired by the Black Vulcan character from Star Trek Voyager, whose name I don't remember. Looking at this as an aerospace and defense technology issue, we have the Beirut blast, in which a mushroom cloud was definitively generated, towering into the sky after a supermassive blast in Beirut yesterday. Now, I've got a reminder from Brendan Zogit that Macron is traveling to Beirut on tomorrow. The French President Emmanuel Macron checking on his old colony. In light of the inhuman aspects of this, what is ammonium nitrate? And why did it devastate Beirut? Ammonium nitrate, the material that we are told appears to have caused the supermassive explosion that devastated the capital of Lebanon yesterday, has been behind some of the largest accidental explosions and terrorist bombings, or terrorist sabotage, historically misrecorded as accidental, on record. The Beirut explosion has marked similarities with the Texas City disaster of 1947, the deadliest industrial accident in American history, triggered at a facility of Monsanto, the GMO corporation. You see, the main use of ammonium nitrate is as an additive to fertilizer for helping nitrogen-poor soil. Global production thereof, in the form of a white crystalline solid, runs to over 20 million tons a year. So there be a lot of it around. A small proportion of the total production is employed in industrial blasting products. Because it is a highly efficient oxidizer, a cousin of saltpeter, potassium nitrite, which is the oxidizing ingredient in gunpowder. For this application, ammonium nitrate is typically mixed with fuel oil to create ANFO. That's all uppercase ANFO, an acronym for ammonium nitrate fuel oil. A blasting mix that is much less powerful weight for weight than modern explosives like C4, but extremely cheap to produce. ANFO is used in mining, construction, and quarrying. Although it has relatively a low energy, ANFO is a high explosive, defined as a material which detonates with a supersonic shockwave. Ammonium nitrate, on its own, can similarly detonate at supersonic speed. Ammonium nitrate as fertilizer is a bringer of life, but ANFO can be a bringer of death. Being a favorite with terrorists, as it be so easy to produce in such large quantities, just mix diesel with bags of ammonium nitrate fertilizer. The disadvantage is that it be relatively difficult to detonate. When Timothy McVeigh carried out the Oklahoma City bombing circa 1995, he was unable to get hydrazine, his explosive of choice, or a sufficient quantity of TNT. However, he easily obtained over 5,000 pounds of ammonium nitrate, which formed the heart of a device that killed 168 people, including women and children. While not used as an industrial explosive on its own, ammonium nitrate is unstable, and at high temperatures, it decomposes into nitrogen dioxide gas and water vapor. Again, it is a relatively low-energy explosion, but highly dangerous when large amounts be involved. It is reckoned to be about 40% as powerful as TNT. According to the Lebanese Prime Minister, some 2,700 tons of ammonium nitrate were stored in dockside warehouse in Beirut, having been confiscated, so the resulting blast might have been almost equivalent to a single kiloton weapon. The seismic waves recorded were equal to, at the very least, a magnitude 3.3 earthquake. In April of 1947, the SS Grand Camp was docked in Texas City, Texas. The Grand Camp, a merchant ship built during World War II as a Liberty ship, had been loaded with 2,300 tons of ammonium nitrate that had arrived at the port by rail from Nebraska and Iowa. Allegedly, someone discarded a still smoldering cigarette butt in the cargo hold. Smoke was seen rising from the hold, and several attempts were made to put it out, but the fire kept coming back. Eventually, gas pressure inside the ship blew the hatches open, releasing toxic clouds of yellow-orange smoke. The color be indicative of nitrogen dioxide, also seen in that blood-red cloud that appeared seconds before the main blast in Beirut. When the Grand Camp exploded, it killed over 400 people, including many spectators who had gathered to watch the dockside firefighting operation, and injured more than 5,000 others. At least 1,000 buildings were leveled completely, and windows were shattered in Galveston, Texas, 10 miles away. The Grand Camp's 2-ton anchor was thrown more than a mile away. It was later retrieved and set up in a memorial park dedicated to the disaster. A similar tragedy had occurred more than 20 years previously at Oppau in Die Vaterland, the fatherland of Germania itself, circa 1921, when a store at a BASF chemical factory containing over 4,000 tons of ammonium nitrate exploded. As for the BASF acronym, that is the largest affiliate of BASF SE and the second largest producer and marketer of chemicals and related products in North America. Yes, BASF SE is a German chemical company, and indeed the largest chemical producer in the world. As a matter of fact, their very logo is "We create chemistry." The BAS Group comprises subsidiaries and joint ventures in more than 80 nation-states and operates 6 integrated production sites and 390 other production sites in Europe, Asia, Australia, the Americas, and Africa. Truly a worldwide reach. Nowadays, of course, they say we create chemistry for a sustainable future. But back a few years before my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my birth mother, was even delivered into this world amidst the Great Tokyo Fire. Their chemical factory within the fatherland of Germany itself exploded. And in this case, the problem was that a mix of ammonium nitrate, all 4,000 tons thereof, and ammonium sulfate had set hard in a storage silo. And workers were breaking it up with dynamite. Oh my. That blast killed more than 1,000 people, who vaporized instantly, and it destroyed the factory along with most of the city of Oppau, and was heard in Munich, where Adolf Hitler had just attempted his beer hall putsch at Feldernau, almost 200 miles away. The explosive properties of ammonium nitrate have been well proven. The official statement out of Lebanon, as well as photographs from the port of Beirut, indicate that ammonium nitrate was being stored there. Video of the event itself suggests that the initial fire was in a warehouse containing fireworks. Tree fucking Mindus, let's store fireworks next to all the fertilizer bomb material. That's who writes these plots? This is shit somebody paid to have done to prime this disaster. Somebody was paid to make it certain this would happen. Now, Gabrielle Ruth says, thank you so much for all the information. Hey, honey, thank you for being here. Now, ammonium nitrate, again, is not a powerful explosive and is not easy to set off. But a large enough quantity will produce a massive blast once you can get it to blow, which takes a lot of work. Somebody worked at this. Now, Beirut has seen more than its share of warfare. Now, one thing that I know security experts I've consulted with who have actually operated on site, contracted a short distance from this very port with a view of loading operations, told myself how they were struck by how few signs there were of any past conflict. However, conspiracy theories aside, the latest disaster is being covered up as having nothing to do with politics and, like the Oppau and Texas City incidents, presumably everything to do with failed safety procedures around deadly ammonium nitrate. Which I just can't see happening based on all we knew then and all we know now. I don't view any of the historical tragedies I've related as accidental. So how does a yield of 2,750 tonnes of ammonium nitrate compare against the Halifax explosion of Canada and the Hiroshima bombing itself? Because if we go by what information we be provided by the Lebanese authorities themselves, the blast was caused by improper storage of 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate, which is equivalent to 1,800 tons of TNT. Which, by the way, is acronymous for, if I can rack that out of my memory, what did TNT even fucking stand for? It stood for, not the cable channel, obviously, but trinitrotoluene. Or more specifically, 2,4,6 trinitrotoluene. The chemical compound with the formula C6H2. Parentheses NO2 and after that a 3CH3. Yellow solid, if I remember. Well, fuck, I've seen enough of it. All fucking unstable. It's something I wish I could forget. Now, when I try to look up TNT, I'm getting the Canary Girls band, okay? That's cute. So, I'll just work off what I remember. Either that or I get the cable channel. Anything but the explosive. Oh well. The Halifax explosion, circa 1917, involved 2,653 tons of various explosives, while the Hiroshima bomb was equivalent to 13,000 tons of TNT. So, think Halifax, not Hiroshima, for the Beirut blast. And hearken back to one fall morning in the middle of the First World War, when 2 ships collided in the port of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Well, Canada, where one of our friends has reported from, saying he could hear us well. By the way, I'm getting a message from Sammy Romero, who says, just tuning in, Doug, sounding clear. I will listen to the rest tomorrow. Thank you, dear brother Sammy Romero, and hugs be unto you. We've got a few other notifications what came through. Back to where we were in arc of narrative. Now, of the ships that crashed during that fine fall morning in the port of Halifax in World War I, one was a relief vessel. The other carried munitions. And the collision set off a series of explosions at about 9 a.m. Atlantic Standard Time. The disaster, measured in kilotons, is recorded by human history as the largest human-caused explosion prior to the atomic bomb. It is simply descriptively remembered as the Halifax Blast. Canada records the disaster's official death toll at 1,963, with another 9,000 critically injured and a further 6,000 left completely homeless. Their buildings totally destroyed, nothing even to salvage. Buildings in a radius of over 1,600 feet from the blast were completely level. Responding to the explosion was an international effort, whose efforts are still honored by both the cities of Halifax and Boston, on the other side of the Great Lakes to this day. And then, on the 4th of August, but the day before yesterday by now, in this 2020th year in our Lord, a massive explosion rocks the port of Beirut. It will likely take its time to discern what exactly was stored in that warehouse near the water that caused the towering fire and supermassive blast. Early speculation includes everything from fireworks to fertilizer to grain. Though how that works would take some real chemistry beyond my ability to calculate. Statements attributed to the Lebanese public security suggest that the explosion came from confiscated explosives stored in a warehouse near the port. But what be most important is that there be a range of plausible explanations, from conventional explosives to material that can explode when stored in unsafe conditions or even intentionally set on fire. Marwan Al-Boud, the governor of Beirut, reportedly called this explosion a national disaster akin to Hiroshima. That comparison gets at the scale of the disaster but confuses the likely cause of the explosion and its resulting mushroom cloud, which is, so far as can be ascertained by lack of radiation or any discernible radiation as reported thus far, conventional explosives. In a less helpful phrasing, Lamar Odom biographer Chris Palmer tweeted out first, "Good Lord." Lebanese media says it was a fireworks factory. All I can say is upon my scanning that, or rather rescanning on the internet, what must be the half-dozenth time by now, all I can say is nope. Because that's a fucking mushroom cloud. So, most people, quite rightly, including myself, our first conclusion was exactly what Chris Palmer said. That's atomic. To quote his T, the mushroom cloud forms outside of the factory. There is no question that was an atomic bomb. I am reading his words. An on-site journalist and reporter concluded, per his own words, that is a controlled detonation. If every firework went off at the same time, it would never do that. A fireworks factory exploding would not blow out windows 10 miles away. Now that same Christopher Palmer, who wrote the definitive biography of Lamar Odom, has since been forced to delete his tweets. Sans any explanation or follow-up offered as of my talking to you tonight. But obviously, they got him. They collared him. They silenced him. And they forced him to withdraw. Now, mushroom clouds are iconically linked with nuclear explosions. But that is because mushroom clouds are a phenomenon that follows really big explosions. And no nuclear detonation is ever small. It is perhaps the cyclical nature of the internet, or maybe a general unfamiliarity with big explosions of a non-nuclear nature, that every time a mushroom cloud is observed after such a disaster, casual observers immediately rush to claim that this mushroom cloud is in fact an atomic bomb. Now, I gave a call to Alex Wellerstein, a historian of science at Stevens Institute of Technology, and he said this is just clearly wrong. Mushroom clouds form in all explosions. They just stick around a lot longer for bigger ones. You can tell from the color of the explosion, deep red to blood orange, that it is not hot enough to be nuclear, which always starts with white, yellow, white hot, sun yellow, even with small nukes. Now, in April of 2013, people observed a massive mushroom cloud after an explosion at a fertilizer plant in West Texas. It was not a nuclear explosion, nor was it so in the 2008 refinery explosion, whose own mushroom cloud circulated the internet in its wake. In June of but yesteryear, people saw a mushroom cloud over a fire and explosion at a refinery in Philadelphia. Now, mushroom clouds also sometimes happen for far more benign reasons. But an explosion of sufficient size is enough to abruptly create a mushroom cloud, sans needing a nuclear origin. So, David Dearborn, a physicist at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, told Scientific American magazine circa 1999, back in the old 20th century, that contrary to common misconception, the shape of the mushroom cloud does not depend on the nuclear or thermonuclear component. As you note, to quote as he, a massive detonation of chemical explosives would produce the same effect. Now, to quote as he at length from the article before me from this old 1999 magazine, a mushroom cloud forms when an explosion creates a very hot bubble of gas. In the case of a nuclear detonation, the bomb emits a blast of X-rays, which ionize and heat the surrounding air. That hot bubble of gas is known as a fireball. The hot air is buoyant, so it quickly rises and expands. The rising cloud creates a powerful updraft which picks up dust, forming the stem of the mushroom cloud. So, yay, it will likely take us time to know exactly what sort of disaster befell Beirut the day before yesterday, though ammunition and nitrate remain as likely, or at least more likely, than other explanations so far encountered. What can be stated definitively, inarguably, at a minimum, is that the disaster was, for all of the physicists consulted thus far, not nuclear in origin. Instead, we are told by those who should know, it was a far more conventional tragedy. So again, according to the Lebanese authorities themselves, whose people are suffering the after effects, this blast was caused by improper storage of 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate that, of course, had to be set off by someone. Nevertheless, prior that someone coming along to do just that, the potential explosive had been stored for 6 years at the port, sans any safety measures taken whatsoever. And so, Lebanese President Michael Aoun has declared that the government is determined to investigate and expose what happened as soon as possible, to hold the responsible and the negligent accountable, and to sanction them with the most severe punishment. The blast having been so powerful that it rattled windows on the Mediterranean island of Cyprus, itself a member of European Union, about 100 miles away. That, if reports be accurate, be 160 kilometers, people. Now, how does one even measure an explosion's yield? The yield of an explosion is usually measured in kiloton. This was a single kiloton yield, and one kiloton yield is equal to the energy released in an explosion of 1,000 tons of trinitrotoluene, or TNT, which I've just said in slow motion because it takes a while for the memory to connect to the ton. Now, 1 ton TNT, or trinitrotoluene, approximately releases 4.184 times 10 to the 9th power joules of energy. Thus, 1 kiloton yield equals 4.184 times 10 to the 12th joules, or 4.184 tetrajoules, or TJ, as it's acronymized. Well, that may tell you absolutely nothing other than what I can tell you conclusively. Basically, as Daniel would say, Daniel Arola, this was the biggest non-nuclear tragedy ever recorded in human history. The title of the largest artificial explosion before the advent of the atomic bomb was, as I said, originally held by Halifax City in the Canadian province of Nova Scotia, where on the 6th of December in 1917, a ship carrying tons of explosives, the SS MEMºRIAL, collided with a relief vessel in the harbor of Halifax. The MEMºRIAL was carrying 2,653 tons of various explosives, mostly picric acid, and the collision set off a series of explosions, the ship drifting into town and leveling buildings in a radius of over 1,600 feet, whilst other structures in the city beyond that circumference were also destroyed. And as I said, as per official records, 1,963 people, just short of 2,000 Canadians, were killed. 9,000 were injured, and another 6,000 were left homeless. Later, an evaluation of that explosion's force put the yield at 2.9 kilotons of TNT, just short of 3 kilotons of dynamite, or 12 tetrajoules. The Halifax blast remained the biggest, largest human-caused explosion until the Second World War, where the largest conventional bomb deployed was 10 tons of TNT. Now, what my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, the Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, George Joseph Dietrich, veteran of 3 wars, would have said, the Brits and the Yanks both referring to their cigarettes as fags, and when you burned your fag to the butt, you'd say you were at the fag end. When someone was burned out, they'd say they was fagged out. He would have said at the fag end of World War II, the distinction for the largest bomb then went to that nuclear bomb that the Americans stole from the Axis and codenamed Little Boy, which was dropped on the Japanese city of Hiroshima on this date today by now, ante-meridium, a forenoon, as dated the 6th of August. So that brings us back to the Hiroshima bombing. The first atomic weapon, which was dropped on Hiroshima on August 6th of 1945, had a yield of approximately 13 kilotons. Estimates for the little boy have ranged from 6 to 23 kilotons, but the current official yield is 13 kilotons. The other atomic bomb, the all-American Fat Man, oh, that's so apropos, was dropped on Nagasaki within 72 hours on the 9th day of August, and the yield of the Fat Man is said to be 23 kilotons. Much more powerful than Little Boy, but doing far less damage for all the reasons I've articulated. So when we compare the Beirut blast with the Halifax blast and the Hiroshima atomic terror attack, in cross-referencing what we can, because experts are yet to determine the official yield of this latest explosion of 2,750 tons of explosives. What we be told is ammonium nitrate. We obviously can tell it's definitely having a large impact, with the mushroom cloud leveling a large part of the city, or rather the mushroom cloud indicative of the blast doing so, and thereafter consequently a rising death toll pointing towards a major disaster, a catastrophe of historic proportions, wherein, according to the statement issued by the Lebanese authorities themselves following their meeting of Supreme Defense Council, the 2,750 tons of ammunition, ammonium nitrate, being equivalent to 1,800 or 1,800 tons of TNT. So if one had to estimate the yield of this blast, it would be around 1.8 kilotons or higher, 2/3 of the Halifax blast, and nearly 15% of the yield of the Hiroshima bomb. Although it is unfair to compare a conventional bomb with a nuclear bomb, the energy yield can give you an idea about the impact of the Beirut blast. And while the death toll is most certainly to rise, Beirut Governor Marwan al-Boud has emphasized the living by declaring about 300,000 people having been displaced in the Lebanese capital, and the cost of the destruction itself exceeding $3 billion United States dollars. So, the official estimated amount of damage from this explosion is realistically more what I would calculate to be $5 billion United States dollars, even as much of the grain storage for the city, the entire city, has been destroyed. The source of any future bread for the people in need. Now, that's on the other side of both the Atlantic and the Mediterranean. To bring us back to this side for now. As if the pandemic and attendant crushing economic pressure weren't enough, America is sandwiched by natural disasters this week. To the west, where I be transmitting. The Apple Fire near Los Angeles, California, has forced thousands to evacuate. On the other side of this country, where many of ye be listening, fierce wind and rain have been thrashing the eastern coast. Now, during a press briefing on Monday opening this work week, even Donald Trump himself so noted that it's very serious. A lot of water. A lot of water coming from that storm. Whereas here on the left coast, a massive wildfire in Southern California has forced thousands of people to evacuate their homes, with the Apple Fire burning parts of Riverside and San Bernardino, growing to at least 20,516 acres last time I checked, according to the California Interagency Incident Management Team, and has already forced more than 7,000 people to evacuate, with only 5% of these fires having been contained so far, if you can comprehend that catastrophe. Which brings us to the ultimate catastrophic event, the coronavirus, which is causing new waves of pain and panic across the globe. The Australian state of Victoria declared a state of disaster as coronavirus cases have been rising once again. That means millions of people are on lockdown, including nightly curfews and limits on trips outside. In Manchester, England, a quote-unquote major incident has been declared because of new outbreaks. And Mexico now has the third highest number of coronavirus deaths with 47,000 known fatalities, second only to these United States and Brazil. Speaking of Brazil, at least half a dozen top government officials have tested positive down there. Experts all agree August will be a pivotal month to see if Latin America can stave off skyrocketing numbers of infections. Meanwhile, in Berlin, capital of Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, a large crowd of far-right groups gathered to protest the Deutschen, or German government's coronavirus restrictions. At the end of Yesterceptimania, the closing days of last week into this last weekend, United Germany recorded nigh 1,000, well, to be specific, 955 new infections within a 24-hour time span, the highest number since the beginning of May. So, what has been emphasized by all authorities is that this epidemic right now is different. The White House Coronavirus Task Force Coordinator, Dr. Deborah Birx, on Sunday said the United States is in a new phase in its fight against this pandemic, and it's not a good one. She told CNN's Dana Bash, well, I'll just read from her quote, "What we are seeing today is different from March and April. It is extraordinarily widespread. It's into the rural as equal urban areas. To everybody who lives in a rural area, you are not immune or protected from this virus. This epidemic right now is different." Indeed, a new ensemble forecast published by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention projects more than 173,000 American deaths by August 22nd, within a matter of days. And it could soon be last orders in England's newly reopened pubs across the Great Pond. Amid signs of a coronavirus resurgence in the United Kingdom, a top government advisor has warned the thirsty Brits that they may have to choose between their pints and allowing schools to restart in the fall as hoped. Now, Saturday, prior my latest transmission, Professor Graham Medley, who chairs the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies subgroup on pandemic modeling, told BBC, or British Broadcasting Company Radio, well, I'll just read his quote. Closing some of the other networks, some of the other activities, may well be required to enable us to open schools. It might come down to a question of which you trade off against each other. Then that's a matter of prioritizing. In his own words, do we think pubs are more important than schools? Now, pubs and bars worldwide have become hotspots for the disease. In Scotland, which recently opened pubs, a bar in the northeastern city of Aberdeen has already emerged as the source of a COVID-19 cluster. In these United States, some officials are increasingly frustrated that months of shutdowns are being squandered by Americans now flocking to bars. In Ohio alone, 46 bars and restaurants have been cited for violations related to COVID-19 since May. So on this side of the Atlantic, it may be too late to weigh the beer versus books trade-off. That brings us back to the schools, or back to school, as you would have it. Students are already heading back to school in these United States, and plans to keep the coronavirus out of the classroom are already showing their cracks. In Indiana, a junior high school student tested positive on the first day back after attending class for but part of the day. Another student in Mississippi tested positive after the first week of classes, and Georgia's largest school district confirmed that at least 260 employees have either tested positive for COVID-19 or have been exposed. In areas where school hasn't even started yet, leaders are still considering plans. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo says he'll make his decision later this week about whether schools in his state should even plan to reopen. Despite President Donald Trump's demands for all schools to reopen, many districts have already decided that kids will start the year with online learning. Universities are following suit. Given the current out-of-control spread of the virus and the fears of a second wave in winter, that'll be far worse than what we've experienced thus far. There's a good chance American students will be stuck at home for many more months to come, and that may just drive more and more parents to drink. So let me try and articulate these new waves of infection. 8 months after emerging, the coronavirus continues to spread across the globe at a relentless pace, sparking outbreaks where there largely were none, and resurfacing in countries that fought off earlier waves. In Australia, soldiers are going door to door to find out who's broken quarantine in Melbourne, which is back under lockdown a second time. Hong Kong, a city that earlier went weeks without reporting any new infections, is scrambling to build temporary hospitals to prepare for a surge in COVID-19 patients. España, or Spain, which emerged from a 3-month lockdown in June, has seen cases rebound to more than 3,000 a day, 10 times more than there were but 12 months ago. The fresh spikes in countries that had successful containment strategies, such as Vietnam, also underscore the challenges facing these United States, which has struggled to implement a cohesive plan at all. The World Health Organization has raised the grim probability that no vaccine will ever eliminate this virus, and has ergo urged all governments to instead take the necessary steps to stem its spread. The coronavirus has infected more than 18.5 million worldwide and killed about 700,650 people, as officially acknowledged, what governments are willing to admit to. Now, for a culture what prides itself in exceptionalism, America has been most exceptional in its failure to contain the coronavirus pandemic and to protect its own people. Despite biomedical might, formidable scientific expertise, and nigh immeasurable wealth, the United States squandered every possible opportunity to control this virus. And the result? A global superpower with only 4% of the world's population accounts for a quarter, a full 25% of the world's COVID-19 toll. More than 4.6 million confirmed cases and nearly 155,000 deaths. Now, I've tried to trace what went wrong. From the failure of global supply chains and the very fragility of the nation's healthcare system, to the president's egregious lies and a social media culture that sows misinformation on behalf of a hostile foreign empire. Artois, almost everything that led to this catastrophe was predictable. Experts raised alarms decades ago. Their warnings went unheeded. We must do better. We need a full accounting of everything that happened, every weakness and every failure. We need to grapple with the multitude of pre-existing vulnerabilities that have accumulated in these United States for years, nigh decades. Unless we fix that broken foundation, the empire will be at the mercy of even worse plagues yet to come. As a holder of the credit equivalent of a master's degree in medical journalism who has reported on pandemics, I myself feel a certain responsibility to help people understand this moment in human experience. As an individual who values thoughtful analysis over hot takes, I feel compelled to use my position as a trained critical thinker to provide us, yourselves, my listeners, with clarity and, I hope, some comfort. Right now, the flow of information can seem like rapids. Torrential water surging past us, threatening to sweep us all away. What great journalism can do, and what I hope my reporting does, is act as a rock in the middle of those rapids for you. From my stable position, you can observe what is happening around us. Only then can we develop the perspective that will help us identify how to do better in the future and build a more prepared world for our children who will inherit it. Because this is the pandemic that defeated America. This pandemic has gutted the most powerful empire in the world. Let us begin the work of reconstructing exactly what went so terrifically wrong. These United States be home to just 4% of the world's population, but a quarter of its confirmed coronavirus cases and deaths. 25% of all people who have died in the world of COVID-19 died here. How did we get here? A virus 1,000 times smaller than a dust mote has humbled and humiliated the planet's most powerful empire. Now, the constitutional republic needs a full accounting of what went so catastrophically wrong. And so I, who have spent years warning of such possible failures, as can be traced throughout my transmissions at Revolution Radio, have begun the work of doing just that. I can present to you on a single hand 5 fingers representative of 5 ways America has failed. Number 1, it fixated on the wrong things at the outset. Trump could have spent those crucial early weeks mass-producing tests to detect this virus, asking companies to manufacture protective equipment and ventilators, and otherwise steeling the nation for the worst. Instead, he focused on the border. Number 2, our public health system was underfunded and ill-prepared. Today, these United States spends just 2.5% of our gigantic healthcare budget on public health. Underfunded health departments were already struggling to deal with opioid addiction, climbing obesity rates, contaminated water, and easily preventable diseases. Number 3, our long-running racial inequities were exploited by this virus. Far from being a great equalizer, this pandemic fell unevenly upon America, taking advantage of injustices that had been brewing throughout the nation's history, which is why I always go back to race when discussing this kind of disaster. Number 4, our misinformation ecosystem not only allowed, but actually encouraged untruths. Nay, I say the lies to fester and metastasize as a cancer of the mind. An infodemic of falsehood spread alongside the actual virus. Rumors coursed through online platforms that be designed to keep users engaged, even if that means feeding them content that be polarizing and completely untrue. And number 5, back to Trump. On my thumb, our president actively made this situation worse. Trump is a comorbidity of the COVID-19 pandemic. He isn't solely responsible for America's fiasco, but he be central to it. And Donald Trump is again the White House's primary spokesperson on this pandemic, the consequences being both absurd and alarming. Trump's attempt to obscure the reality of this coronavirus pandemic is getting comical. It should never be forgotten how much of Donald Trump's career has been based on his ability to obscure and defy reality. In the 1980s and early 90s, he built a gaming and real estate empire on a mountain of debt, which eventually forced some of his businesses into bankruptcy. By persuading his bank creditors to let him retain some of his prized assets rather than liquidate them, he converted disaster into opportunity. And by booking a huge tax loss, which he carried over in subsequent years, he seems to have eliminated most, if not all, of his federal tax obligations for at least a decade. Despite scraping through his financial busts with some of his businesses intact, Trump would have all but disappeared from the national scene were it not for a starring role on reality television, a medium that has nothing to do with actual reality. After The Apprentice became a hit, Trump erased the failures from his resume and ran for president on the image of a successful businessman, even as it emerged that one of his surviving ventures, Trump University, was naught but a scam. Circa 2016, Trump defied yet another reality. His opponent, Hillary Rodham Clinton, defeated him in the popular vote by well over 3 million ballots, she winning the election by a landslide. But the antiquated, anachronistic, malevolently designed Electoral College ushered Trump into the White House on the basis of Russian hacking, where he continued the assault on fact-based reality that he had launched during his electoral campaign, repeatedly labeling the media as fake news and the enemy of the people. 3.5 years later, he'd still be at it, to bring America's trust in media to an all-time low. This is a remarkable record of manipulation and effrontery. But the coronavirus doesn't listen to Trump's bluster or read his tweets. On the 3rd of June, according to a running tally maintained by the New York Times, the 7-day average for confirmed new cases of COVID-19 was 21,958. On Monday, opening this work week, the 3rd of August, the 7-day average was 60,202. That's an increase of about 175% in but 12 months. Since early July, as the virus has spread across the empire, the number of deaths from COVID-19 has more than doubled. Even after a welcome decline during the past 48 hours. The weekly average is still more than 1,000 a day. Confronted with these developments, Trump has become even more brazen in promoting an alternative reality. On Monday, opening this work week, he lashed out at Deborah Birx, the response coordinator of the White House's coronavirus task force, tweeting, "So crazy Nancy Pelosi said horrible things about Dr. Deborah Birx, going after her because she was too positive on the very good job we're doing on combating the China virus, including vaccines and therapeutics. In order to counter Nancy, Deborah took the bait and hit us. Pathetic." The president was referencing an interview that Birx delivered to CNN's Dana Bash over the weekend, and if you watch it, you'll see that she didn't hit Trump or his administration at all. To the contrary, Birx defended the White House task force, saying that it had shifted course more than a month ago after it became as clear that the pandemic had entered a new phase, the task force adopting a more granular approach, providing individual municipalities and counties with the support and guidance they needed to address the rising number of cases, so she said. She also pointed out that in some places where they have been introduced, mitigation efforts seem to be having a positive impact. In hard-hit Arizona, Florida, Texas, and in half a dozen other states, new case numbers have declined somewhat in the past fortnight or 12 weeks, as the New York Times published interactive guide has shown. That's what I sourced for the latest numbers, and it displays that case numbers are still rising in 15 states and Puerto Rico. So we're fucked anyway. So just what was, however, Birx's offense? She openly acknowledged that the virus is spreading. And she warned people in Trump-supporting areas the rural areas, of the dangers that this presents to them as red Republicans who will turn out to be just as human and just as mortal as any colored mud people dropping like flies in the cities in service of the red countryside. So she, Dr. Birx, be most guilty of having testified, "I want to be very clear," to quote as she, "What we be seeing today is much different from March and April. It is extraordinarily widespread. It's into the rural as well as urban areas. And to everybody who lives in a rural area, you are not immune nor protected from this virus." Birx going on to say is that people living in the rural areas need to socially distance and wear masks, including at home, if they have potentially vulnerable family members. In other words, Birx used her media platform to attempt to save American lives. Now asked about his tweet attacking her at a press conference on Monday afternoon, Trump declared that Birx was a person I have a lot of respect for, but he refused to say as to whether he agreed with her diagnosis, her mass diagnosis of the pandemic. Could there be a clearer demonstration that Trump expects his health advisors to defer to his preferred version of reality, even if adopting such a strategy puts more American lives at risk? Having failed to adhere to this communications policy, Anthony Fauci, the best-known member of the White House task force, has not been invited to appear alongside Trump for weeks. Birx is still more visible, but Trump, having restarted his regular coronavirus briefings, is again the misadministration's primary spokesperson on pandemic. The consequences are, by turns, both absurd and alarming. Yesterday, Septimania, last week, when Trump granted a taped interview to Axios' Jonathan Swan, he came prepared with charts which he claimed proved that these United States was doing better than other countries. Now, Swan, himself a plain-spoken Australian, was obviously puzzled. To quote as Trump, the American empire was doing better than other countries in numerous categories. Swan responded by saying, "Oh, you're doing death as a proportion of cases?" So he said after Trump handed him one of the charts. Now, Trump seemed flummoxed and responded, "I'm talking about death as a proportion of population. That's where the U.S. is really bad, much worse than South Korea, Germany, etc." Actually, I'm reading from the transcript. That's what Jonathan Swan said. "I'm talking about death as a proportion of the population. That's where the U.S. is really bad, much worse than South Korea, Germany, etc." That's where Trump got all discombobulated and said, "You can't do that!" And Swan replied, "Why can't I do that?" And Trump said, "You have to go by the cases." Now that was a comedy routine. As comedic as my transposing who was saying what, but after HBO aired the interview on Monday night, it was compared online to Spinal Tap and Curb Your Enthusiasm. The interview also contained darker moments, though, especially when Swan pressed Trump on whether he, or rather why he kept insisting that the virus was under control, thereby giving a sense of false security to his supporters. Swan saying, "They don't listen to me or the media or Fauci. They think we're fake news. They want to get their advice from you. And so, when they hear you say everything's under control, Don't worry about wearing masks. I mean, many of them are older people, Mr. President. And Trump's face went blank. Well, I mean, you know, blanker than it always is. And Trump said, rather tightly, "Under the circumstances right now, I think it's under control." And Swan repeated the fact that every day 1,000 Americans were dying. And Trump went on, "They're dying, that's true. And it is what it is. But that doesn't mean we aren't doing everything we can. It's under control as much as you can control it. This is a horrible plague that beset us." Now, nobody could deny Trump his final point. But a battleground state survey from CBS News, which was released over this last weekend, displayed that 60% of North Carolinians think that the Trump misadministration could be doing more to contain this pandemic, and that 58% think it is merely letting the virus run its course, which of course be exactly what it's doing. In Georgia, another red state, the survey findings were practically identical. For decades, Trump has made his way by concealing the true nature of things. But some realities are just too big and pressing for even him to obscure. Now, about those coronavirus vaccines, leading the race to be first. Don't ditch the masks quite yet, because all the enemy empires are cutting corners on their vaccines. You see, as the world races to produce a viable coronavirus vaccine, revanchist, revisionist, expansionist Russia and the communist Chinese Empire have both recently claimed to have pulled ahead. But the global scientific community has all doubts, particularly on the safety of these supposed breakthroughs. While Russian officials are calling it a Sputnik moment. You know, kind of like those satelloidal dingleberries that cling to the hair of your butt after taking a shit that you've got to wipe off. The ones in orbit round your anus, from where the turd emerged and left the dingleberries. The Gamaleya Research Institute scientists in motherless Russia behind their new vaccine have yet to publish any data showing that it even works. And it doesn't yet meet any World Health Organizational standards. In Red China, they're telling state employees it's safe to use an experimental coronavirus vaccine, even though it has yet to undergo a third phase trial, which would establish efficacy and longer-term safety profiles by following thousands of participants. Scientists warn that no vaccine should ever be presented as definitively safe and effective, whilst testing is still ongoing. So temper all those early vaccine expectations, folks. You see, nearly $6 billion United States dollars has been allocated. Clinical trials are entering a crucial third phase, and Operation Warp Speed is getting closer to the goal of delivering some 300 million doses of a COVID-19 vaccine by January. But when Americans line up for their immunizations, the vaccine they receive might not be what they expect. The popular notion of a vaccine, a shot in the arm that prevents diseases such as measles, polio, or shingles for years, or even a lifetime, will not apply. Under all recently released federal guidelines I've consulted, a COVID-19 vaccine can be authorized for use if it be safe and proves effective in as few as 50% of those who receive it. And effective doesn't necessarily mean stopping people from getting sick from COVID-19. Much like a flu shot, it means minimizing its most serious symptoms. Although there be no way to predict what lies ahead exactly. The first round of COVID-19 vaccines will almost certainly not eliminate the need for other public health measures such as masks and social distancing. And we're scaling back a testing task force even as I speak. In the early days of coronavirus testing, mine own Golden California's public health officials teamed with private industry executives for an immediate impact. The group, established by Governor Gavin Newsom, added more than 100 new test sites in 3 weeks, launched partnerships with new innovative labs, and managed the flow of swabs, chemicals, and gear through my Golden State's sprawling new testing infrastructure. But as the state nation, in disambiguation from a nation state, we are a state that functions as a nation and has an economy far larger than that of the British empires. As we now grapple with surging infection rates and looming test supply shortages ourselves, the task force I alluded to has shrunk in size and influence. Dozens of task force members have departed and have not been replaced, and the senior health official who oversaw the team has since resigned. The diminished state of our task force alarms some experts and former members who say a fully staffed team is needed more than ever to help cover a public health department that is chronically understaffed and ill-equipped to respond to emergencies on their own. My Bear Flag Republic of California has fallen short. Well, we've fallen long short, meaning we've long fallen short. We've been falling short a long time on providing adequate testing throughout the state. But in the end, does that really matter when the coronavirus is never going away? No matter what happens now, the virus will continue to circulate around the world. The coronavirus that causes COVID-19 has sickened well over 20 million people across 6 continents. It is raging in countries that never contained the virus. It is resurging in many of the ones that did. If there was ever a time when this coronavirus could be contained, it has, in all probability, passed. One outcome alone is now looking nigh certain. This virus is never going away. The coronavirus is simply too widespread and all too transmissible. The most likely scenario, all experts agree, is that the pandemic ends at some point, simply because all vulnerable people have died. Those that will not die have either been infected or finally vaccinated. But the virus itself continues to circulate in lower levels around the globe. Cases will simply wax and wane over time. Outbreaks will pop up here and there. Even when a much anticipated vaccine arrives, or if, it is likely to only suppress but never completely eradicate this virus. For context, consider that vaccines exist for more than a dozen human viruses, but only one, smallpox, has ever been eradicated from the planet, and that took 15 years of immense global coordination. So, look this reality in the eye and learn to fucking live with it. Because we will all probably be living with this virus for the rest of our fucking lives. Back in the winter, public health officials were more hopeful about SARS-CoV-2. severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus mutation 2, the coronavirus that causes COVID-19. SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome alone, a closely related coronavirus, emerged in late 2002 and infected more than 8,000 people, but was snuffed out through intense isolation, contact tracing, and quarantine. The virus was gone from humans by 2004. SARS and SARS-CoV-2 differ in a crucial way. The new virus spreads far more easily, and in all too many cases, completely asymptomatically, meaning sans any visible symptoms. The strategies that succeeded with SARS are less effective when some of the people who transmit COVID-19 don't even know they be infected. And so Stephen Morse, an epidemiologist at Columbia University, has testified it's very unlikely we're ever going to be able to declare the kind of victory we did over SARS. If not, then what does the future of COVID-19 look like? Well, according to MEMºRIAL, an infectious disease researcher at Harvard, that will depend on the strength and duration of immunity against the virus. Now, MEMºRIAL and his colleagues at Harvard have modeled a few possible trajectories. If immunity lasts only a few months, which unfortunately seems to be the case, you can catch it and catch it again and again and again, each time weakening a little bit more systemically until you die. There could be a big pandemic followed by smaller outbreaks every year. If immunity, as in some cases, potentially lasts closer to 2 years, COVID-19 could peak every other year. At this point, how long immunity to COVID-19 will last generically in a median baseline is completely unclear. The virus simply hasn't been infecting humans long enough for us to know. But related coronaviruses are reasonable points of comparison. And so in SARS, antibodies, which be one component of immunity, wane after 2 years. Antibodies to a handful of other coronaviruses that cause common colds fade in just a single year. And so Grad has gone on record to attest that the faster protection goes away, the more difficult for any project to try to move forward towards eradication. This has implications for a vaccine as well. Rather than a one-time deal, a COVID-19 vaccine, should it ever arrive, would more than likely require booster shots to maintain immunity over time. You might get it every year or every other year, much like a flu shot. And so even if the virus were somehow eliminated from the human population, it could keep circulating in the biomass of animals, and thereby spread to humans yet again. SARS-CoV-2 is likely, well, it very likely originated as a bat virus, with a still unidentified animal serving as the intermediate host according to popular media, which I have identified, which the Chinese know was a goddamn pangolin. Nothing wrong with pangolins. They are an endangered species we need to conserve. This poor pangolin, along with so many other animals that didn't belong there, wound up in China's infamous wet markets because Trump was in active trade war, and the trade war against China brought China's economy to the point where people were unable to purchase food because there had also been the African swine flu that had wiped out their pig population, and the Chinese protein source is pig, pork, and therefore they had to turn towards other sources of protein. And the wet markets loaded up with every animal they could catch from all over the goddamn world, including nigh extinct pangolins, from which that middleman, we get what we've got now. Now, SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, also originated in bats, with the cat-like palm civets serving as an intermediate host, which led officials to order the culling of thousands of civets. Now, Timothy Sheehan, a virologist at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, now wonders if, with SARS-CoV-2 so widespread across the globe, humans might be infecting new species and creating new animal reservoirs. He's so saying, how do you begin to notice the extent of virus spread outside of the human population and in wild and domestic animals? By the way, this is why they don't announce the pangolin as the definitive source, even though I know it to be, is because it's an endangered species and they don't want everybody killing them or culling them. So I agree with that. I'd rather have... I'm not going to say it. I almost said I'd rather have a bunch of humans die than pangolins. But yes, God, I don't want it to be anyone we know, right? Hate to have people's mothers and relations and children die. But pangolins, if you took a look at pangolins, you'd probably agree they're cuter than most people anyway. Peter Moon says he and his wife Paula lost power for 2 days and it has only now been restored. He's gotten some more painting done and a lot of sleep. Well, good. That's good. I'm glad he's gotten some sleep. He needs it, yes. And so there you go. Very happy for him. And so there we have that. And hope he's doing well. Best wishes unto he. And don't know if he hears us now. He's active online. So Peter Moon sends his regards. And now so far, tigers at the Bronx Zoo and minks on Dutch farms seem to have caught COVID-19 from humans. And in the case of the minks, passed the virus back to humans who work on the farm. So the existence of animal reservoirs that can keep reinfecting humans is also why scientists don't speak of eradication of these viruses. You'd have to kill the animals. The Ebola virus, for example, probably comes from bats. Even though human-to-human transmission of Ebola eventually ended in the West African epidemic circa 2016, the virus was still somewhere on Earth and could still infect humans if it found the right host. And indeed, in 2018, the year before yesteryear, Ebola broke out again in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Ebola can be contained through contact tracing, isolation, and a new vaccine, but it can never be eradicated. Like the Manitou of that horror film, it's an evil that forever waits to be reborn. No one is quite sure why SARS has never reemerged from an animal reservoir, but this coronavirus could well follow a different pattern. In the best case scenario, a vaccine and better treatments blunt COVID-19's severity, making it a much less dangerous and less disruptive disease. Over time, SARS-CoV-2 becomes just another seasonal respiratory virus, like the 4 other coronaviruses that cause a sizable proportion of common colds: 22.9E, OC43, NL63, and HKU1. These cold coronaviruses are so common that we have likely all had them at some point of time in our lives, maybe even multiple times. They can cause serious outbreaks, especially in the elderly, but are usually mild enough to fly under the radar. One endgame is that SARS-CoV-2 becometh the 5th coronavirus that regularly circulates among humans. In fact, virologists have wondered whether the common cold coronaviruses also got their start as a pandemic before settling in as routine viruses. In 2005, biologists in Belgium studied mutations in the cold coronavirus OC43, which likely evolved from a closely related coronavirus that infects cows. Because genetic mutations accumulate at a somewhat regular rate, the researchers were able to date the spillover from cows into humans to the late 1800s. Around this time, a highly infectious respiratory disease was killing cows, and even more curiously, circa 1889, the year my biological father Adolf Hitler was born, a human pandemic began killing people around the world. The older people were, the more susceptible they were. This illness, which produced malaise, fever, and pronounced central nervous system symptoms, was linked to influenza based on the antibodies found in survivors half 100 years later. But the cause was never definitively proved from tissue samples. Tissue samples, I'm trying to say. My tongue has been chewed to hamburger and is still very delicate and is continually brushing against my teeth, so I'm in excruciating pain. Bearing it all for you. So, could it have been a coronavirus that jumped from bovine biomass, i.e. cows, to human beings? This is all speculative, and the possible links between the other three cold coronaviruses and past pandemics are even less clear. Now, my source for what happened with the bovine biomass around the time Adolf Hitler first laid eyes upon this world is a Mr. Bertram Fielding, a coronavirus researcher at the University of the Western Cape. And he says, I wouldn't be surprised. It would also be good news in a way, because it would suggest that COVID-19 could become less deadly over time, making that transition from pandemic to common cold. With the virus, there be a general trade-off between how contagious it is and how deadly it be. SARS and SARS-CoV-2 are illustrative points of comparison. The earlier virus killed a much higher proportion of patients, but it also did not spread as easily. And what a virus ultimately wants to do is keep spreading, which is much easier to do from a live, ambulatory host. It is a walking live person than a static dead one. So, MEMqədRIAL, a coronaviral researcher at the University of Texas Medical Branch, observeth that in the grand scheme of things, a dead host just doesn't help the virus. Unless, of course, they're the walking dead. That's another rabbit hole completely. Let's not go there tonight. The other 4 coronaviruses may also be less deadly because we have all encountered them as children. And even if our immunity does not prevent us from getting them again, it may still prevent severe disease. All of this, along immunity from vaccines, means that COVID-19 is likely to become far less disruptive down the line. Influenza might be another useful point of comparison. The flu is not one virus, of course, but actually several different strains that circulate seasonally. After pandemics like 2009's infamous H1N1 avian swine flu, the hemagglutinin 1, neuromodase 1, So-called Spanish influenza reborn. The pandemic strain does not simply disappear. Instead, it turns into a seasonal flu strain that circulates all year but peaks during winter. A descendant of the 2009 H1N1 pandemic strain is still the seasonal flu today. The seasonal peaks never quite reach pandemic heights because of building immunity in the population over time. Eventually, a new strain, against which people have no immunity, cometh along and sparks a new pandemic, and then it becometh the new dominant seasonal strain. In this way, the long-term outlook for COVID-19 might offer some hope for a return to normal. And so, Ruth Caron, a vaccine researcher at Johns Hopkins, has concluded by saying, I think this virus is with us throughout the future. Into the future and throughout thereafter. But so is influenza with us. And for the most part, flu doesn't shut down our societies. We manage it. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, and Aftermath Tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can read excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book, or review scenes from his attempts at producing video documentaries. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. That's the TucsonMurders.com. It's spelled Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, or simply telephone the Baron Ben to guide your personal tour or your group tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Okay, let me take a look in the live dashboard here. Now, I'm hoping most of you, or more of you, start interacting in the chat room. I want to see more than what I'm seeing. I'm happy to say that we're maintaining, even gaining listeners. But want to see more people talking in chat. That's always reassuring. I'm praying all of you can hear me, so do reassure me of that. Now, I guess, as kind of an upper after all this down, as we move into other serious topics tonight, with what time we have left, which is, well, it's about, we've done 9.5 hours this far, so we've got 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, shit. We've only got 2.5 hours left. Well, let's see what we can do. Alright? And so in terms of the time we have available, okay, I would dare calculate if we average out my speed of speech, we can just about make it. The question to ask, to start us off on the wrong foot, is who's afraid of TikTok? So could these first shots of the new Cold War be fired over teen dance videos? President Donald Trump's threat to ban the app TikTok adds up to more than a grumpy 70-something spoiling the kids' fun, I assure thee. It could herald a new high-tech Iron Curtain that divides the world. Silly videos of kids lip-syncing pop songs seem harmless enough, on the face of it, to use upon. But the app's critics warn that because it is owned by a communist Chinese company, Beijing can force it to turn over data on millions of American users and even infiltrate United States corporations. Those cybersecurity concerns are not unfounded at all. Chinese law, communist Chinese law, requires local companies to cooperate with governmental intelligence gathering. But there's also plenty of room for skepticism over Trump's motives. Teenage trolls use that app to register fake sign-ups. Signs up is the proper term in the plurality for his low turnout rally in Oklahoma in June. Comedian Sarah Cooper TikToks her videos mercilessly lampooning Trump's speeches. And the president hasn't shown the same interest in issues connected to the United States-based Facebook, which has served as a platform for his own Russian-sponsored disinformation, disinformation. So TikTok could be the biggest casualty yet of the crossfire unleashed when Trump turned on Beijing to boost his re-election effort. So Trump trade advisor Peter Navarro told Fox News, "I know TikTok's fun, but it's dangerous. Does the Chinese Communist Party know where your children are? Fuck, they wouldn't want them. Jesus Christ, they're a handful." And the answer could be yeah. Yeah, that's how they know how to avoid them. Fuck. Here's some free intel for the Chi-Coms or the Chinese communists. The kids are all at home instead of school or college because of the botched American handling of COVID-19. There's some intel for you, chinks. I'm sorry, I can say that because I'm Chinese, okay? Don't say it yourself. Now, Trump, as usual, is sowing confusion and chaos. He wants TikTok's American operations to be sold to a non-Chinese company, possibly Microsoft, by September 15th, but is also demanding a pile of cash for the United States Treasury. In other words, he's holding it hostage and wants ransom. TikTok may be just the start. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who leads the American march to eradicate Chinese giant Huawei from the West, has warned of wider action, accusing Middle Kingdom technologies firms of feeding data. I can't get anything out tonight. Feeding data directly into the Chinese Communist Party. Now, since Red China is unlikely to spike its own guns, we could see the global technology sector split into dueling Western and Chinese firms and applications in a splintering that could reshape the entire internet. Well, this is what the world fucking needs. We need multiple nets for multiple world powers so they can keep their technology clean of each other's influences. And if TikTok is the start of that, more power to it all. Microsoft says it may buy TikTok from its Chinese owner after President Trump announced plans to ban the popular video sharing app because of national security concerns. The president's claim sent users into a frenzy, and some tech experts worry that banning the app would only make other tech giants, like Facebook, more powerful. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo says Trump will take his action on TikTok in the coming days. If he wants to ban it, he could try to do so through the Emergency Economic Powers, the Emergency Economic Powers Act, or an executive order, although it's not clear what legal challenges that would face. Owing to the Trump administration's policies, the American empire lacks the allies and economic power to ever prevail against communist China. That would take other parties in a united front to take Red China down. That may yet happen. But the United States cannot go it alone. The dragon's just too fucking big. That's why Trump will never win his new Cold War with China. Yester Septimonia, last week, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo visited the Nixon Presidential Library, a 9-acre compound in Yorba Linda, California, which is how I knew about it, because it has recently partially reopened amid the pandemic just for this occasion, with Pompeo placing a wreath of red, white, and blue flowers at Richard Nixon's grave. He toured the museum, where he was photographed at an exhibit featuring life-size statues of Richard Mulhouse Nixon reaching out to shake the hand of Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai during that historic first visit by an American president to Communist China circa 1972. After his tour, Pompeo walked to a dais overlooking the parking lot, where folding chairs for a small audience were set up 6 feet apart, in spaces normally reserved for tourist buses, and angrily declared that Nixon's outreach to China half a century agone had utterly failed. He called on allies to create a new NATO-like coalition to confront the People's Republic and stop just short of calling for regime change. Basically, he declared a new Cold War. To read the writ that was transcribed from Pompeo's spoken word, "We, the free nations of the world, must induce change in the Chinese Communist Party's behavior in more creative and assertive ways, because Beijing's actions threaten our people and our prosperity." After which he rails against the long-standing American policy of blind engagement that had allowed Beijing to rip off our intellectual property and trade secrets, endanger the world's waterways, exploit international trade, and expand espionage in a quest for global dominance. Nixon's policy of engagement benefited Beijing more than it ever benefited these United States, Pompeo so said, in a remarkable insult to the Nixon family assembled for the speech. "The truth is that our policies and those of other free nations resurrected Red China's failing economy, only to see Beijing bite the international hands that fed it. If the free world doesn't change Communist China," Pompeo so warned, "Communist China will surely change us." Well, it's already fucking done that, buddy. It's taken over Hollywood and shut down all communications that protest the Beijing agenda. Pompeo's provocative speech, the last of 4 on Red China in recent weeks by top American officials, including Attorney General William Billy Barr, the FBI Director Christopher Wray, and the National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien, represented a total policy reversal by the Trump misadministration. For 3 years, Trump has heralded his personal connection with the Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping. "We have made tremendous progress in our relationship. We've gone from cocksucking to butt-fucking." No, he didn't say. Trump boasted instead, during their first summit at his Mar-a-Lago resort in April of 2017, that he and Xi Jinping simply crossed streams of urine in the male lavatory. He declared the relationship outstanding ever since, meaning, I guess they both got boners. Trump even confided to Xi over the most beautiful piece of chocolate cake that you've ever seen. That disappeared quick. I can't remember which one of us took it. I'm not shitting you. This is the fuck he said. That chocolate cake that he had just ordered when United States ships attacked Syria for its use of chemical weapons. Now, when Xi Jinping was choking on his chocolate cake while the missiles were landing in Damascus, in the Anglo-corruption thereof, Xi Jinping was so surprised over the disclosure of classified intelligence and a military operation that he paused for 10 seconds and then asked the interpreter to repeat himself. Now, even after the coronavirus from Red China began infecting the world in January, Trump was fawning over the communist Chinese dictator. He tweeted that the giant trade deal with the People's Republic would bring the two nations even closer. Terrific working with President Xi, a man who truly loves his country. Much more to come. He was coming all right. In February of this year, he praised Xi Jinping's handling of the pandemic. Great discipline is taking place in China as President Xi strongly leads what will be a very successful operation. So he tweeted. Relations have tanked since then, rather breathlessly. The views reflected in Pompeo's speech represent one of the fastest, most dramatic shifts in attitudes towards a major power in our history. Now, the new American policy has been declared by former American ambassadors to Communist China who served under other Republican presidents and have asked for anonymity. It's been appraised as pretty appalling. Those are the words they've used. Stapleton Roy, who participated in the secret talks that led to the Sino-American relations in the 1970s and served as ambassador in the 1990s, called Trump's gambit completely reckless. He so saying, there was no strategic thinking. He himself dismissing Pompeo's address as a political speech to appease voters who view Red China as a threat, and himself testifying, and remember, Roy was ambassador to Beijing during the George H.W. Bush and Clinton administrations. He has attesting that, well, to quote his T, to mindlessly hurl yourself against China is a misunderstanding of the situation in China and in East Asia, where countries don't want a confrontation. Well, even more stunning was the notion that Washington could win a Cold War with Beijing. Now, those same anonymous ambassadors have attested we could win a Cold War with the Soviet Union 30 years ago, but we cannot win a Cold War with Communist China today. You see, unlike the Soviet Union, Red China is far too integrated into the world economy, a point that even Pompeo himself has conceded. And in terms of seeking a, how would I call it, an analysis that I would deem relevant, Robert Zoellick, the former World Bank president, was speaking at the Aspen Security Forum this month. Well, last month by now. Unless maybe it was it was in the transition between Yestermenses and August. He said, Beijing is more dependent on us than we are on them. Or rather, Pompeo said that, and he was repeating Pompeo's claim to deconstruct it, with his counterclaim being that yet America is also dependent on China for many basic commodities. Indeed, every basic commodity across the fucking spectrum, including roughly half of our medical supplies, which in a time like this be pretty fucking vulnerable. That's like depending on your enemy for insulin when you're a diabetic. China is the United States' second largest source of car parts, surpassing Canada and tripling in value since 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, died. Many of these parts are made in Wuhan, nicknamed the Motor City of China, and the initial center of the pandemic, if you remember. If Red China stopped exporting parts, it could close down multiple American plants. In 2017, Red China provided 60% of all imported electronics, including cell phones, to the American market. China even provides a significant share of bicycles sold in these United States, when you can no longer afford your cars or the gas to propel them. You're left pedaling your bike. China is also a valuable market for American goods. China has provided, according to the former World Bank president speaking at Aspen Security Forum from last month into August, Robert Zoellick, China has provided the greatest contribution to global growth and the fastest growing destination for American exports for 15 years until the Trump administration. They have a lot of leverage over us. Now, throughout the last Cold War, which spanned more than 40 fucking years, the United States had powerful allies on the European front lines to stand united, pool resources, and squeeze Moscow. Today, all major American allies in and around Asia, including Australia, want to foster cooperation, not confrontation with Communist China, and don't want to choose between Washington and Beijing. All of America's old friends in the Asia-Pacific region, the Japanese Empire, the South Korean Republic, Singapore, the city-state, Australia, Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, and even my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, have far more trade ongoing with Communist China than with these United States. Which means that polarization doesn't align with any of their interests. Western allies don't want confrontation either. An American Cold War with Communist China could be quite lonely. Of course, nobody likes Communist China either. So, there's kind of a balance of two assholes cross the world stage that engaged in conflict. It would be exceptional in the sense that everybody would be rooting for both sides to lose. And unlike the last Cold War, which pitted Washington and Moscow against each other in proxy military conflicts on 4 continents, Beijing has expanded its influence largely by investing in development projects, from as far afield as Ecuador and Kenya. The projects be self-serving, pushing some countries, like Ecuador, into chronic debt, or rendering them into virtual tributary states. Red China's railway projects in Black Africa are partly to provide transportation to export badly needed raw materials to China itself. Its Belt and Road Initiative, launched by Xi Jinping in 2013, is one of the most ambitious development schemes ever conceived. It seeks to create a new transcontinental Silk Road by land and sea from China into Europe. It's way too late to do to the People's Republic what the United States and its Western allies did to the Soviet Union. Trump is also starting his new Cold War with a weak hand. He himself has reduced United States engagement globally as Communist China has deepened its own involvement. Within 48 hours, just but 3 days of taking office, Trump withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership of 12 nations that accounted for 40% of the world's economic output, leading instead to a Japanese-dominated new Pacific Co-Prosperity Sphere, because Japan took the TPP and ran with it. Amid the pandemic this year, Trump withdrew from the World Health Organization, the United Nations agency founded circa 1948 to deal with pandemics and public health. Beijing pledged to increase its financial commitment to said organization. Trump has also limited leverage with the world right now. America is deeply unpopular worldwide, according to a Gallup poll released on Monday opening this very work week. A survey of public opinion in 135 countries found that, on average, only a third of the world approves of the current American leadership. Only 1 point higher than approval of the leadership of the Communist Chinese Empire, and only 3 points higher than Russian leadership. That too does not bode well for rallying global support to confront or contain Asia's powerhouse. Mind you, nobody likes the Chinese or the Russians or the Americans. A three-way conflict in which everyone's hoping all three lose, and I'm sure everyone's going to get their wish. Pompeo's speech was striking for the personal vitriol he used against Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, who certainly deserves such, and whom he dismissed as a true believer in a bankrupt totalitarian ideology. A true believer in a bankrupt totalitarian ideology. It's hard to tell whether that's capitalism or communism. Seriously, in communist China? Fuck. Is it capitalist or is it communist? Well, in communist China, you find out they really are not even opposite sides of the same coin. They actually connect in the circle, the great ring of life. And that's why the only choice is fascism, to get out of the endless cycle of stupidity and auto-destruction. Now, in one of Pompeo's several sweeping statements, Mr. Pomp pronounced, "Communists will almost always lie." Not that I argue with that, but quite an ironic statement given that Trump has made more than 20,000 false or misleading statements since taking office, according to an analysis by the Washington Post. Pompeo so called on the world to engage and empower good actors, a thinly veiled appeal to the Chinese people to rise up against their own government, and perhaps a nod to democracy activists in Hong Kong, one would hope. Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping is the most powerful Chinese autocrat since Mao Zedong, who led the Chinese Revolution in 1949 and then ruled until his death in 1976. The new United States-China policy mirrors the Trump administration's tactics on Iran. If the word China has been, replace the word China with Iran, and the policy prescriptions be almost identical. Well, other than the fact that the United States isn't blowing things up. But then we did at that one time, didn't we, back in 2017? That big-ass explosion in communist China, where that one punk who was on my show at one point and conducted a back-ass ambush by just talking without saying anything. He was in China at the time, probably the source of the explosion. Oh, if I could remember the fucker's name, I've been trying for years to forget it. Fuck, I could probably look it up. What was that dumb punk suck? Sorry, don't want to get too obscene here. It's just, he had this stupid alias on Skype. You're doomed. Man, I'm finding a bunch of stupid aliases here in my contacts list. How do they get in contact with so many fucking losers? Who are these people? Man, I don't recognize anybody going down my contacts list. I mean, I recognize some people that are all up in the favorites. The rest of them are just plain strangers. I mean, I literally don't know these people. Has someone gone inside and inserted these people? Anyhow, I can't find the fucker's name right now, and it doesn't really matter. He was a loser for the ages. And at any rate, he was in China at the time that big explosion took place. Some people saying it was tactical nuke, but it wasn't that. Now, the danger is that Trump's policy could backfire. Now, the individual that I was sourcing earlier, who had served in so many administrations, Robert Zoellick, the former World Bank president. He wasn't the diplomat I was thinking of, but he's probably more applicable here, or maybe not so much him, but the individual, the diplomat I was sourcing before, Roy. Trying to remember his last name now. Now, forgive me while I wander. It's getting to be that time of night, and I best hurry this up, of course, and bring this to some level of wrap-up with the time limits that we have. The Stapleton Roy being his last name. The man who participated in the secret talks that led to the Sino-American relations in the 1970s under Richard Mulhouse Nixon himself. Now, whose, grave was being spat upon by that Pompeo. That same Stapleton Roy was basically saying that, how would I say it? He was basically saying that by admitting hostility toward China, we are driving the Chinese people into the arms of the Communist Party. Now, this is the same individual, Stapleton Roy, who founded the Kissinger Institute at the Woodrow Wilson Center in Washington. So we can take as much of what he says as we feel we need to take it. The challenge from these United States may only strengthen China's already historic sense of nationalism. Beijing is indeed deeply repressive, a pioneer surveillance superpower. Its new national security law on Hong Kong is nothing less than draconian, an apropos term to apply. And communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping himself has abandoned any of the reforms that led to Red China's opening in the 1990s, as well as the principle of collective leadership since assuming power. Circa 2012, he has pushed to abolish term limits so he can now rule for life. At the same time, Stapleton Roy observes that Red China has raised the standard of living for hundreds of millions of people with unprecedented speed. So, those who see as China only as a disruptor are misleading themselves. And that's what Zoellick has been analyzing. And frankly, self-deception is very dangerous in diplomacy. And yet, despite all I've articulated, the idea of a new Cold War with China does, despite all logic, resonate at home. In other words, it sells to the Americans. They want to be tough on somebody. 2/3 of Americans harbor an unfavorable view of the Communist Chinese People's Republic, according to a recent poll by the Pew Research Center. It was the most negative rating on China since Pew began asking the question circa 2005, and up nearly 20 percentage points since the start of the Trump administration. So more than 70% of Americans also said they do not trust Xi Jinping to do the right thing in world affairs. On Capitol Hill, both Republicans and Democrats support a far tougher stance on Communist China. More than 350 bills criticizing or featuring the Communist Chinese Empire, an unprecedented number, mind you, 350 fucking bills, have been introduced during the current Congress, according to the Sino-American Business Council. Yet Trump's new China policy was sprung on the American people sans the kind of consideration or debate that marked the beginning of the Cold War with the Soviet Union. The term Cold War itself became prominent circa 1946 in a public speech by Bernard Baruch, a wealthy financier and State Department official? No, he was just an intellectual who advised presidents for 3 decades on the basis of the fact that he was rich. 'Twas George Kennan, a senior State Department official writing under the pseudonym of X, who ignited wider public debate when he outlined the first policy of containment against the Soviet Union in Foreign Affairs magazine in 1947. The term was further popularized in a column by Walter Lippmann, a friend of Bernard Baruch's, in the New York Herald Tribune. Now, Red China, according to Kurt Campbell, an Asia specialist who has worked at the State Department, the Pentagon, and the National Security Council, he predicted at that same Aspen Security Forum that World Bank guy was that Red China will be the most consequential issue in a United States foreign policy for generations to come. Yet the United States is really plummeting down a staircase towards an extraordinarily competitive, confrontational set of relations, which will have consequences that are very difficult to predict, with extraordinarily little discussion thereof. That's actually quoting from Kurt Campbell, in follow-up to his saying this is going to be the most consequential issue for generations to come in United States foreign policy. So Kurt Campbell himself is questioning whether the Trump misadministration was going with the idea of regime change, or whether it's all simply rhetoric during election season. The more effective policy, most diplomats would concur, would be to look for areas of cooperation on climate and the environment, counterterrorism and non-proliferation, and peacekeeping in conflict zones, while still holding the People's Republic to account for theft of intellectual property, horrendous human rights abuses, and regional ambitions in the South China Seas. The mere fact that China has integrated so extensively provides the outside world with leverage too. Once isolated behind the so-called bamboo curtain, millions of Chinese have now traveled the world, been exposed to freedoms, experienced democracy, and debated ideas. So it is possible that decades of engagement have generated attitudes in China that believest full modernization requires political as well as economic and social modernization. So Pompeo's abrasive speech may have played to Trump's base, but undermined long-term American interests that appear quite likely to fail, like so many of President Trump's foreign policy gambits. But I myself, based on the history of Communist China's response to anyone being reasonable, I say, fuck it. Go all the way. and go for regime change. Back the Japanese empire and take out Beijing. Occupy it and thereby reestablish a free, fair China. But let's look past China's rise for the trends shaping Asia. Under the leadership, or rather the dictatorship, of the Communist Chinese autocrat Xi Jinping, Red China has not shied away from asserting its authority in Asia. But while the Communist Chinese Empire's rise often makes the headlines, it's not the only trend shaping events in Asia. Now, under this dictatorship of the so-called President Xi Jinping, Red China has begun to more aggressively challenge America's role as the key economic and political power in Asia, and increasingly repressive at home. Xi has not shied away from asserting China's regional influence, positioning Beijing as the power broker on everything from trade routes to the ongoing efforts to denuclearize North Korea. And with its Belt and Road Initiative, Red China's influence is spreading well beyond Asia, into much of Africa, and deep even into Europe. China's ascendance is also evident in how much attention other global powers are paying to Beijing and its policies. United States President Donald Trump made his trade war with China the centerpiece of his first term in office, and has publicly vilified Red China over its response to the coronavirus, and rightly so. But while Red China's rise often makes the headlines, as I said, it's not the only trend shaping events in Asia. Nationalism has become a force in democracies like India, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi, let's just say this, neo-nationalism, the proper way to reference it, as this is not popular or proper nationalism, has become this force in dying democracies like India, where the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has rode the wave of Hindu nationalism to a massive victory in that empire's 2019 parliamentary elections. And the Philippines, where Presidente Rodrigo Duterte's electoral gains in midterm elections but yesteryear left even fewer checks on his increasingly totalitarian behavior. Meanwhile, Myanmar's government continues its persecutions of Rohingya Muslims. Though democracy has taken a hit across parts of the continent, South Korea and the Japanese Empire continue to offer models of liberalism. Both face challenges, however, primarily of the economic variety. The South Korean Republic is attempting to tackle corruption while deepening its ties with other parts of the continent, and the Japanese Empire's government is hoping to finally turn the corner on a period of flagging economic growth. But uncertainty over the trade war between these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire, as well as fallout from the COVID-19 coronavirus outbreak, have dampened the region's economic prospects. And regional flashpoints also remain. Tensions between India and Pakistan rose again after aerial skirmishes and tit-for-tat attacks in early yesteryear, 2019. More recently, a deadly border clash between India and Red China put residual tensions between those two superpowers back in the spotlight as well. Afghanistan faces an uncertain road ahead as the United States seems determined to end its nearly decade-long military presence in the country, whether or not the government in Kabul manages to secure a peace deal with the Taliban. And North Korea remains a perpetual wild card. But the one thing I can tell you that renders everything quite hopeful is that the United States is doing something right. We are beginning to turn towards my homeland and heartland of Taiwan for our Vulcan intervention. So, in terms of that intervention, the United States Health and Human Services Secretary, Alex Azar, I am quite enthusiastic to announce, is set to make a historic visit to the Nationalist Republic of China as re-established on the 100 Islas Formosa, or Beautiful Islands in the Portuguese, known to the rest of the world as Taiwan, in the coming days, a move that is most certain, indeed guaranteed, to send Red China across the Black Straits into a blood-red rage. Alex Azar will be the most senior official to visit my island since 1979, when Washington broke all official ties with my native Taiwan to establish diplomatic relations with Beijing. Remember, the Communist Chinese Empire considers my self-governing island to be part of its territory. Alex Azar will meet with senior Taiwanese counterparts and experts to discuss the global pandemic response and the future of Taiwano-American relations. The United States does not maintain formal diplomatic ties with Taiwan, but still supports my island and acts as our primary arms supplier. So, times are indeed a-changing, and someone is listening and whispering into the ear of Donald Trump, and your Vulcan intervention is finally beginning to manifest. Now, quick check into time remaining. Jameson Reese says, ye be audible, and George Knight says, just came on, Douglas, much love unto you forever, my hero. God bless you, my son. All right. Back into the arc of narrative. Amidst all this, I've articulated abroad. America itself is not going out with a bang, but with a whimper. This long, slow twilight in which America has remanifested, remodeled itself, de-invented itself as a post-Soviet state. The callous nihilism of contemporary Russian society is everywhere in the Trump misadministration's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, which is why the Americans are finally understanding they need help and turning towards my Taiwan. How did it get to be so bad? They finally realized they needed Vulcan intervention. Well, I've been plagued by a nauseating sense of recognition as of late. Story after story of the pandemic response in these United States reminds me of the evil empire that I spent most of my professional life warning about. The Soviet Union, and also the Russian state that was born after its collapse, but which could never shake many of its traits. One persistent Soviet trait is the ways in which Russian institutions handle information. What we might call the culture of reporting upstairs. The best known example is the Soviet government's cover-up of the extent, nature, and danger of the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. This wasn't only, or even primarily, a matter of suppressing uncomfortable truths. What drove officials to lie was not so much a desire to conceal the facts from ordinary people, as it was a need to supply the leadership with upbeat reports. For many officials, before and after Chernobyl, the production of cheerful stories that were entirely divorced from reality was a full-time job. They lied about the number of shoes that the country's factories had made and about the length and location of roads that its workers had built. Now, once, when I must have been about 11 years old or so, I believe my parents saw a television story about a newly built road in the Soviet Union, and they were laughing their asses off because this story was related by a Russian couple that had defected. And they were talking about how they had, hearing about this newly built road, decided to take a trip to it in their recently acquired Zhiguli car, an automotive vehicle being a rare treasure in the former Soviet Union, and this defecting couple being wealthy enough to own one. The husband being a Red executive, a Soviet businessman. It turned out that there was no road, only a few feet of pavement where the report had been filmed. So little that was made or said by official Soviet institutions fit, worked as intended, or made any sense, because so much of it existed only for the purpose of reporting upstairs. An old Soviet joke goes, what doesn't buzz and doesn't fit up inside your ass? A Soviet machine for buzzing inside your ass. It is the dildo. Soviet dildos are so poorly manufactured, you can't even fit them up your ass to do what they're supposed to do, stimulate your prostate, if you're a man. And I find myself recognizing this anti-culture in these United States now when, for example, I read a report in the Times on how the Trump administration convinced itself back in April that the COVID-19 pandemic was on the wane, or when the administration shifted the duty of collecting coronavirus data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to the Department of Health and Human Services. Now, forced into visiting my native Taiwan for advisement and supervision. The CDC had been pliant, but not, it seemed, pliant enough for Trump. Could moving data collection to a cabinet agency explain as to why the curve of new cases seems to have flattened, or at least seemed to flatten for a while? I felt a similar sense of recognition when I read the Times' report on the $52 million temporary hospital in New York City that ended up treating a total of 79 COVID-19 patients while people died of the virus in other hospitals, sometimes for lack of access to any care at all. The facility in question, set up at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in Queens, turned some patients away because they weren't sick enough and others because they had a fever. Because confusion reigned over whether patients could be transferred there from other hospitals, almost none were. The chaos recalled the USNS Comfort, the United States Naval Hospital ship, which also was supposed to ease the burden on hospitals in New York City. At what was nearly the local peak of the pandemic, only 20 of its 1,000 beds were ever occupied. Arcane and absurd rules and procedures kept it from admitting any patients. I thought back to all the times when I would tell a story about Russia to an American friend based on all of the intelligence reports and documents I collated and destroyed in my time with the Department of Defense, and how these American friends I would relay such facts to could never understand how nonsensical rules could govern and destroy people's lives. I myself could never really explain it, and I always had the sense that none of my friends ever quite believed me. Exempli gratiae. A person who served time in prison in the old Union of Soviet Socialist Republics could not obtain a residence registration. It asked a government permit to live at any particular address if they didn't have a job, and they couldn't get a job since any residence registration, whilst not working in turn, was an offense punishable by incarceration. So they were sentenced the rest of their life to prison because they couldn't exist outside. The intentional institutional ineptitude and callous nihilism of Russian society is the product of a 70-year Soviet totalitarian experiment. Or so I myself had long believed. No such experiment ever took place in these United States. So how is it that the pandemic has made these United States resemble the post-Soviet Russian state? Part of the explanation lies with Donald Trump himself in the ways in which he performs power. He acts like a totalitarian dictator in absence of totalitarianism, a mafia boss without a mafia. And to an astonishing degree, he gets away with this act. He has created a culture of reporting upstairs that is entirely reminiscent of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. As a result, Deborah Birx, once a highly respected public health leader, is suddenly willing to obscure the impact of COVID-19 for him, and the CDC downplays its own safety guidance in urging schools to reopen. Some of the enabling behavior in Trump's entourage can be explained by the president's ability to damage almost any Republican politician's career with but a single tweet. But it'd be harder to understand why people who could leave the government to work in the private sector, sans having to appease a deranged boss or debase themselves on a daily basis, continues to take his part in his sick circus show. It may be obvious to an individual within a labyrinthine bureaucracy that things ought to be done differently, that a person should not be turned away from a hospital for having a fever, for God's sake. But individual actors have little power as cogs in the machine. In the cases of the Billie Jean King Tennis Center and the USNS Comfort, one might have imagined Governor Andrew Cuomo or Mayor Bill de Blasio intervening to cut through red tape. Each of them likes a grand gesture, and in their coronavirus responses, they worked not in concert with, but explicitly in opposition to the president. Still, bureaucratic absurdities dominated much of their conduct, and in the end they enforced irrational and inhumane rules themselves, like Communist Party apparatchiks would. The United States and the Russian Empire have vastly different cultures, incomparable histories, disparate ideological influences, and completely divergent economies. One similarity that unites them, however, is radical inequality. In the former Soviet Union, members of the party elite lived in a different universe than the rest of the country. They had their own neighborhoods, schools, roads, actual roads, resorts, stores, and of course, their own healthcare system. They were known as the nomenklatura. the Russian mandarins. And this is still true today. A wealthy and well-connected Russian can receive world-class medical care, whilst ordinary people be reduced, much like in Soviet days, to having to buy their own disposable syringes and pay cash for nursing care in the hospital. Or a nurse simply doesn't care for them. Wealthy Americans also live in a different universe, and when they get sick, they land in different hospitals than middle and lower class Americans, which, as the coronavirus has shown, makes it much more likely that they will survive. This radical inequality was a direct cause of the Soviet culture of reporting upstairs. The person who received and passed on the final reports of the number of shoes manufactured and roads not built, but extant on paper, did not wear the shoes and did not travel the roads. It did not matter whether these stories were true, because those other people who used the non-existent shoes and traveled the invisible roads, the ordinary Russians, might as well have never existed. The same culture permeates Trump's Washington now. Members of his administration will not die because of a shortage of nursing care. They will not be turned away from any medical facility, and their children will not be attending any of the public schools that the administration is forcing to reopen. They feel invincible. Trump can refuse to wear a mask, and his officials can stand by at his side at his coronavirus briefings, because when they talk about the pandemic, they are not talking about themselves. And neither was Cuomo, nor was de Blasio talking about themselves when they held briefings in New York. The disproportionate number of deaths among poor New Yorkers, the plain reality that many died because they had lesser medical care and no medical care at all, does not detract from New York's pride in successfully flattening the curve. This fundamental sense of division, of alienation rather, between the people who run things and the people who die, is what makes the rest of the pathetic debacle possible at all. The runaway bureaucracy, the adverse incentives, the lying. It's possible because we are not in this together. But we will die together as an empire in free fall if we here now do not stand. We'll be like the 79-year-old Texas man named David Nagy, N-A-G-Y, who at Fort Wayne, Oregon, 14 nights ago, died from coronavirus complications. In his obituary, published in a small local newspaper, his wife Stacy issued an incendiary warning, joining a wave of honest memorials that refuse to accept the official American handling of this pandemic. It reads, "Family members believe David's death was needless. They blame his death and the deaths of all other innocent people on Trump. Texas Governor Greg Abbott and all of the other politicians who did not take this pandemic seriously and were more concerned with their popularity and votes than lives." The widow Nagy wrote that also to blame for her husband's death be the ignorant, self-centered, and selfish people who refuse to follow the advice of the medical professionals, believing their right not to wear a mask was more important than killing innocent people. She concluded by saying, or by reading from her writ, "Dave did everything he was supposed to do, but you did not. Shame on all of you, and may karma find you all." Well, that brings us to the 2020 election. Will the Republican National Convention be closed to the press? The Republican National Committee says no decision has yet been made, even though a convention spokesperson said it would be, citing local coronavirus restrictions. Both the Democratic and Republican National Conventions have made numerous changes to their convention plans this summer, with the DNC, or the Democratic National Committee, planning on only a few hours of programming a day. Meanwhile, the next few days will bring several pivotal political decisions. Joe Biden is supposed to announce his running mate this week, and Representatives Rashida Tlaib of Michigan and Ilhan Omar of Minnesota will face primary election challengers looking to break up the influence of the so-called Congressional Squad. You know, the Mod Squad, because these are ethnic ladies. The Republican Party's own internal splits over a post-Trump future have become increasingly obvious, slowing legislation and affecting campaign strategies. So just what is Trumpism's future? President Trump has transformed the Republican Party over the last 4 years, but now, with his re-election in doubt, Republicans have finally begun to sharply divide on whether those changes will or should outlast his presidency. Old guard Republicans acknowledge that there be no going back to the pre-Trump status quo, but they see a political opening to steer the party away from Trumpism as the religion. At the same time, Trump's allies have started to jockey for the top in a potential post-Trump party. Those tensions have already begun to have an effect on legislation, leadership power, struggles, and campaign strategy in Congress, and all across the country. In Kansas, yesterday, longtime Trump ally Chris Kobach, a polarizing reactionary who lost his 2018 gubernatorial bid, lost again in the Republican Party primary for the seat now held by retiring Republican Senator Pat Roberts. Well, all of this brings us back to stimulus. Another week, another round of contentious stimulus negotiations on the Hill. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, and White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows are supposed to meet. Well, today is when they were supposed to meet to try and get closer to a bipartisan stimulus agreement. The major sticking point now is that $600 United States dollar unemployment benefit that lapsed at the end of Septimania last week, as well as how much more funding state and local governments should even get. Both sides having failed to find common ground, but with jobless numbers up for a second week in a row, the pressure to get something done is only going to increase. Yet the president and his allies at the local level have left the American economy teetering on the edge of a renewed collapse. The Republican Party's latest coronavirus stimulus does not take into account Trump's blundering. The coronavirus standing proposal that the Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell released on Monday was much as expected, at a time when 44 million Americans are out of work and filing for unemployment. The draft bill would cut their unemployment benefits by $400 United States dollars a week, while leaving them with $200 to live off of. It contains only very limited relief for states and municipalities that have seen their tax bases hit hard already, and nothing in the way of bonus payments for essential frontline workers, such as nurses, hospital orderlies, emergency responders, and bus drivers. The roughly $1 trillion United States dollars in proposed budget authority does include enhanced tax breaks for business lunches, as well as $1.75 billion United States dollars for a fancy new FBI headquarters across the street from Donald Trump's hotel in Washington, so he's not looking out on such an eyesore. Fortunately, this odious Republican proposal represents merely an opening bid from McConnell and the White House. Under questioning from reporters, McConnell said that the White House was responsible for the inclusion of the funding for a new FBI building because Trump's tired of the old worn facade. Because Democrats control the House of Representatives, and both parties be eager to pass something before Congress breaks for its August recess, compromises seem quite likely. Yet even at this stage, however, one outcome be crystal clear. Trump's abject mishandling of the pandemic has greatly increased the financial cost of dealing with it. By botching the initial response, discouraging the use of masks, and encouraging many states to reopen far too early, the president and his allies at the local level have created a situation in which the economy is now teetering on the edge of a precipice and ultimately a crash. Senator Ted Cruz and some of his Republican colleagues can complain as to all they want about the federal government running up more red ink. It's Trump's ghastly blundering that has given Congress no choice but to authorize another costly stimulus. Back in March and April, Congress passed 3 emergency spending bills, including the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act, acronymous as CARES, C-A-R-E-S, Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security. Together, these pieces of legislation allocated roughly $3 trillion United States dollars in cash and loans to help families, workers, businesses, and municipalities get through the coronavirus shutdowns. Totaling about 14% of the gross domestic product, this was the largest economic rescue package that the United States has ever introduced outside of wartime. The relief measures, which included a $600 a week boost to jobless benefits, could not prevent the stay-at-home orders from leading to an unprecedented drop in spending and employment. They did put a floor under the economy and prevent a massive upsurge in poverty and destitution, which would most certainly have resulted if Congress had not acted promptly. A study by economists at the University of Chicago and the J.P. Morgan Chase Research Institute proved how the newly jobless cut back their spending until they received unemployment benefits, at which point their allies rebounded sharply. That's how stimulus programs are supposed to work. With some of the relief measures, including the enhanced jobless benefits, scheduled to expire during the summer, it was always clear that another substantial spending bill would be necessary. In May, House Democrats passed the $3 trillion HEROES Act, which provided for a second round of cash payments to low and middle-income Americans, big increases in federal outlays on health care, food stamps, or, of course, what we call SNAP, the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, which is not stamps but plastic, your card, that once you get it will be with you the rest of your life, and housing and rental assistance, and student loan relief, plus about $1 trillion United States dollars in additional financing for the states. Republicans dismissed the bill as a partisan wish list. They also claimed it was premature. Kevin Hassett, a White House economic advisor, told CNN's Jake Tapper, "We think that we have a little moment, the luxury of a moment to learn about what's going on so that the next step that we take can be prudent." Well, we now know as to what was going on. In May and early June, the number of new infections fell sharply in the Northeast, and many states, particularly ones run by red Republicans like Florida, Georgia, and Texas, rushed to reopen their economies, sans taking any adequate public health precautions. For a time, spending and hiring surged. Before long, of course, the number of COVID-19 infections also surged, at which point the economic rebound stalled, as some businesses were forced to close again and consumers got wary. And so Mark Zandi, the chief economist at Moody's Analytics, attested since mid-June, everything has gone flat. Everything points to the economy flatlining. It isn't falling yet, but it won't take much to push it over the edge. Now, Zandy and other economists are particularly worried about the jobs picture. In March and April, employers laid off or furloughed more than 22 million people. In May and June, employers restored about 7.5 million jobs. In a healthy recovery, this gradual build-back would continue, but recent figures for unemployment claims and a real-time employment survey from the Census Bureau both conclude that job growth has stopped already. When the Labor Department releases its July employment report next week, it may well show a rise in the official jobless rate from its current level of 11.1%. If that happens, it could have a very negative impact on consumer sentiment and the stock market, which in turn could lead to further spending reductions and even further job cuts. But even if the employment report isn't quite as bad as the experts fear, the recent stall in the economy means another hefty stimulus package is essential to prevent a downward spiral. Ian Shepherdson, the chief economist at Pantheon Macroeconomics, has testified that the V-shaped recovery is toast. There is no question about that. The Nike swoosh might also be toast soon. And the way to prevent that is for the federal government to step in and spend more. Well, how much more? Given all the uncertainties, it's hard to know for sure. To cover the period between now and January, Zandy and Shepherdson have both concurred that at a minimum, a spending package of about $1.5 trillion United States dollars be needed. That's roughly 50% more than McConnell's proposal. The Trois economists also emphasized another key point. The worse the pandemic gets, the more money the federal government will have to borrow and spend to prevent an economic disaster. Citing simulations from the statistical model by Moody's of the United States economy, Zandy presented an arithmetical formula. For every daily increase of 10,000 new infections recorded nationwide, the economy needs an additional $100 billion in stimulus spending. Since early June, the daily figure for new cases has jumped from about 20,000 to about 65,000. On Monday, opening this work week, more than 54,000 new cases were reported. So over the same period, the amount of necessary new spending and borrowing has risen by about 450 billion United States dollars by estimate. That's a considerable sum, even in an economy in which the gross domestic product was about 21.5 trillion United States dollars before the virus hit. It comes to about 3,500 United States dollars for each and every single household in the American empire. And it confirms that during a deadly pandemic, you cannot separate the economy from public health policy. The Trump misadministration tried, and as a result, the American empire is now faced with a tremendous human and financial cost. Mitch McConnell and the Republican Trump cult cannot avoid this inescapably harsh reality. And the other aspect of this reality, the ultimate aspect, Donald Trump himself forced an anti-racist reckoning. Trump inadvertently forced a racial reckoning in America. When Donald Trump became the president of these United States, Americans could no longer deny the racism in their country. Just as the 1850s paved the way for the revolution against slavery, Trump's presidency has paved the way for a revolution against racism. So there be three major takeaways here from history. Donald Trump revealed the country's prejudices anew. He has held up a mirror to American society, and That in turn has reflected back a grotesque image that many people had until now simply refused to see. An image not just of the racism still coursing throughout the American anti-culture, but also of the reflex to deny that reality. And in doing so, Trump inadvertently helped power an anti-racist revolution. The America that denied its racism through the Obama years has struggled to deny its racism through the Trump years. It has become harder in the Trump years to blame black people for racial inequity and injustice. What happens next is up to Americans. Now that Trump has pushed a critical mass of Americans to a point where they can no longer explain away the nation's sins, the question is what those Americans will do about it. So in the final wrap-up to tonight, in the time we have remaining, this final hour and 10 minutes, we must ask, is this the beginning of the end of American racism? Now, in that, I will have to say, Donald Trump has revealed the depths of the American prison rape anti-culture's prejudice and has inadvertently forced this reckoning. On the 30th of July, nigh exactly a year ago, but yesteryear in the 2019th year of our Lord, not long past 9 a.m., Marine Corps One, the helicopter version of Air Force One, was waiting for the President of the United States on the south lawn of the White House, because Donald Trump was headed to historic Jamestown to mark the 400th anniversary of the first representative assembly of European settlers in the Americas. But black Virginia legislators were boycotting the visit, because over the preceding fortnight, or 12 weeks, the president had been engaged in one of the most racist political assaults on members of Congress in American history. Like so many controversies surrounding the Trump presidency, it had all started with an early morning tweet. Now, how can I recall this more precisely? On Sunday, the 14th of July, in 2019, Trump tweeted, "So interesting to see progressive Democratic Congresswomen who originally came from countries whose governments are a complete and total catastrophe, the worst, most corrupt and inept anywhere in the world, if they even have a functioning government at all," he said that in parentheses, "now loudly and viciously telling the people of the United States, the greatest and most powerful nation on earth, how our government is to be run. Why don't they go back and help fix the totally broken and crime-infested places from which they came? Then come back and show us how it is done. These places need your help badly. You can't leave fast enough." Trump was referring to 4 fresh women members of Congress: Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, a Somali American; Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts, an African American; Rashida Tlaib of Michigan, a Palestinian American; and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York, a Puerto Rican. And so, Presley screen captured Trump's tweet and declared, "This is what American racism looks like." And so on the South Lawn, Trump was thereafter facing reporters and their cameras, and over the drone of the helicopter rotors, one reporter asked Trump if he was bothered that more and more people were calling him racist. And Trump replied, hands up, palms facing out for emphasis, like he was being held up in a mugging or a robbery. I am the least racist person there is anywhere in the world. Then his hands came down. He singled out a vocal critic, the Reverend Al Sharpton. Now he's a racist. What I've done for African Americans, no president, I would say, has done. And the African American community is so thankful. It was a absurd statement. But in a twisted way, Trump was right. As his administration's first term comes to an end, Black Americans, indeed all Americans, should, in one respect, be thankful to him. He has held up a mirror to American prison rape anti-cultural society, and it has reflected back a grotesquerie that everyone until now refused to see. An image not just of the racism coursing throughout American history, but of the reactionary reflex to deny that reality of its existence. Though it was hardly his intention, no president has caused more Americans to stop denying the existence of racism than Donald Trump. We are now living in the midst of an anti-racist revolution. This spring and summer, demonstrations calling for racial justice attracted hundreds of thousands of people in Los Angeles, Washington, New York, and other large cities. Smaller demonstrations erupted in northeastern enclaves such as Nantucket, Massachusetts, and Bar Harbor, Maine, in western towns such as Avre, Montana, and Hermiston, Oregon, in mid-sized cities such as Waco, Texas, and Topeka, Kansas, and in wealthy suburbs such as Chagrin Falls, Ohio, and Darien, Connecticut. Veteran activists and new recruits to the cause pushed policymakers to hold violent police officers accountable, to ban chokeholds and no-knock warrants, to shift funding from law enforcement to social services, and to end the practice of sending armed and dangerous officers to respond to incidents in which the suspect is neither armed nor dangerous. But these activists weren't merely advocating for a few policy shifts. They were calling for the eradication of racism in America once and for all. Trump held up a mirror to American society, and what it reflected was so shocking, so gruesome, that what people had refused to see, they now could never unsee. And the only way to unsee it was to act. The president attempted to portray the righteous demonstrations as the work of looters and thugs, but many of the people watching at home never saw it that way. This summer, a majority of Americans, 57%, according to a Monmouth University poll, said that police officers were more likely to use excessive force against black culprits than they were against white ones. That's an increase from just 33% in December of 2014 after a grand jury declined to indict a New York City police officer in the killing of Eric Garner. What's more, by early June, roughly 3 out of 4 Americans were saying that racial and ethnic discrimination is a big problem in these United States, up from only about half of Americans in 2015 when Trump launched his presidential campaign. It would be easy to see these shifts as the direct result of the horrifying events that have unfolded in 2020, a pandemic that has had a disproportionate effect on people of color, the video of George Floyd dying beneath the knee of a psychotically impassive Minneapolis police officer, the ghastly killing of Breonna Taylor shot to death in her own home. Yet fundamental shifts in American views of race were already underway before the COVID-19 disparities became as clear and before these latest examples of police violence surfaced. The percentage of Americans who told Monmouth pollsters that racial and ethnic discrimination is a big problem made a greater leap from January of 2015, 51%, to July of 2016, 68%, than from July 2016 through June 2020, at 76%. What we are witnessing right now is the culmination of a longer process, a process that tracks closely with the political career of Donald Trump. In the days leading up to Trump's attack on Omar, Presley, TLAÍP, and Ocasio-Cortez, Fox News slammed the squad, especially Omar. All four had been publicly sparring with White House Speaker Nancy Pelosi over a $4.6 billion United States dollar border aid package that they thought did not sufficiently restrain Trump's immigration policies. Yet Pelosi promptly defended her fellow Democrats on July 14th of yesteryear, when Pelosi tweeted, "When at real Donald Trump tells 4 American congresswomen to go back to their countries, he reaffirms his plan to make America great again has always been about making America white again." It has always been a racial slur for white Americans to tell Americans of color, "Go back to your country," because their country is New York City, where Ocasio-Cortez was born. Their country is Detroit, Michigan, TLAÍP's birthplace. Their country is Greater Boston, where Presley lives. Their country is these United States, to which Omar's family immigrated when she was but young. So young that the age doesn't even bear recounting, as she was similar to my age when I came to these United States, which had to have been about half a dozen years on this planet. As Democratic politicians raged at the president that Sunday, Republicans were silent. Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said on the Senate floor, "It's become frighteningly common for many of my Republican colleagues to let these moments sail by without saying even a word." To be fair, by Monday, a few Republicans, including Representatives Mike Turner of Ohio and Will Hurd of Texas, had called the president's tweets racist. But Trump himself, emboldened by the silence from the rest of his caucus, doubled down on his attacks. And Trump wrote to the 4 women on Twitter, all uppercase, mind you, every single letter, "If you are not happy here, you can leave." The President of these United States adding, "If Democrats want to unite around the foul language and racist hatred spewed from the mouths and actions of these very unpopular and unrepresentative congresswomen, it will be interesting to see how it plays out." By Monday night, House Democrats had had enough. They introduced a resolution to strongly condemn the president's racist tweets. Trump woke up the next morning once again in a state of angry denial. He saw tweeting, "Those tweets were not racist. I don't have a racist bone in my orange body." Well, he didn't add the orange part, but it would have been apropos enough. It would have at least rendered him of a different ethnicity. The orange vote of the Great Pumpkin Patch. Now, for better or for worse, Americans see themselves and their country in the president. From the days of George Washington, the president has personified the American body. The motto of these United States be E pluribus unum. Out of many, one. That one is your fucking president. To Trump and to many of his supporters, the American body must be a white body. When he launched his presidential campaign on June 16th of 2015, he began with attacks on immigrants of color and on the person whose citizenship he'd questioned as a peddler of birtherism, Barack Obama. They were all desecrating the American body. Of Mexican immigrants, he said, "They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. The rapists." Of Obama, he said, "He's been a negative force. We need somebody that can take the brand of these United States and make it great again." Trump presented himself as that somebody. To make America great again, he would make it seem as if a black man had never been president, erasing him from history by repealing and replacing his signature accomplishments From the Affordable Care Act to DACA, the Dreamers Bill, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals Policy, DACA, Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, the Dreamers Act. He would also build a wall to keep out immigrants, and he would ban Muslims from ever entering our country again. Days after first proposing his Muslim ban in December of 2015, still early in his candidacy, Trump told CNN's Don Lemon, "I am the least racist person that you have ever met." Trump's denial was audacious, but back then his audacity only contributed to the complacent sense among many Americans that this interloper from reality television posed no serious threat. Yet the Americans who dismissed Trump's chances were living in a denial all their own. For many, Obama's presidency was proof that the country was rising to its ideals of liberty and equality. When a black man climbed to the highest office in the land, it signified that the nation was post-racial, or at least that history was inexorably bending in that direction. The Obama administration itself boasted that it was fighting the remnants of racism, a mop-up operation in a war that was all but won. Now I myself was less sanguine. In the months leading up to the 2016 election, I told what family I've created in lieu of my biological family, whom be dead, and my friends, that Trump had a good chance of winning. Across American history, racial progress has normally been followed by its opposite, what we've come to call a white lash. So I was, in a sense, glad to be overwhelmed on election night, dealing with trying to get down to Arizona in what has to be one of the greatest nightmares of a nightmare life that be naught but an endless sea of horrors. I did not want to see people I loved shocked that a racist nation had elected a racist president. On November 8th of 2016, I was watching the returns come in, and I stayed up until, at the absolute minimum, 1:35 a.m. ante-meridium, a forenoon. In the morn, the dark of night, really. When Trump carried Pennsylvania, the television was turned off. Later, I would read about how, around 2:50 a.m., Trump greeted his exuberant supporters in New York City with a victory speech. He pledged to be a president for all Americans. Within days of being sworn in, Trump broke that promise. He reversed holds on 12 oil pipeline projects, including one through the Standing Rock Indian Reservation, which was opposed by more than 200 indigenous nations. He issued executive orders calling for the construction of a wall along the southern border and the deportation of individuals who pose a risk to public safety or national security. He enacted his first of no less than 3 Muslim bans. By the end of the spring, Attorney General Jeff Sessions had directed federal prosecutors to seek the harshest prison sentences whenever possible. Sessions had also laid the groundwork for the suspension of all the consent decrees that provided federal oversight of law enforcement agencies that had demonstrated a pattern of racism, with Trump saying, "I'm the least racist person there is anywhere in the world." Led by Steve Bannon and Stephen Miller, the administration worked on ways to restrict immigration by people of color. There was a sense of urgency because, as Trump said at a private White House meeting in June of 2017, Haitians all have AIDS, and Nigerians would never go back to their huts once they came to these United States. Then came Charlottesville. On August 11th, 2017, about 250 white supremacists marched on the University of Virginia campus, carrying torches that lit up the night sky with racism and Judeophobia, demonstrating against Charlottesville's plan to remove statues honoring Confederates. They chanted, "Blood and soil," they chanted. "The Jews will not replace us," they chanted. "White lives matter." The white supremacists clashed with anti-racist demonstrators that night and the next afternoon. White lives did not matter to the white supremacist James Alex Fields Jr. He drove his Dodge Challenger into a crowd of counter-protesters, sacrificing Heather Heyer, the breeding-age white woman, and injuring 19 others of white complexion. With Trump in response, declaring, "We condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides, He spraketh about there being very fine people on both sides. On the 5th of September in 2017, Trump began his long and unsuccessful attempt to eliminate DACA, which deferred deportations for roughly 800,000 undocumented immigrants who had arrived in these United States as children. The Trump administration also began rescinding the temporary protected status of thousands of refugees from wars and natural disasters years agone in Sudan, Nicaragua, Haiti, El Salvador, Nepal, and Honduras. Near the end of his first year in office, Trump wondered aloud at a White House meeting, "Why are we having all these people from shithole countries come here?" He was referring to Haiti, El Salvador, and nations in Africa. He suggested that the United States should bring in more people from countries like Norway. 3 days later, on the 14th of January in 2018, speaking before reporters in West Palm Beach, Florida, he was again asked if he was racist, responding, "No, I'm not a racist. I am the least racist person you have ever interviewed." Now, the America that denied its racism through the Obama years has struggled to deny its racism through the Trump years. From 1977 to 2018, the General Social Survey asked whether black Americans have worse jobs, income, and housing than white people, mainly due to discrimination. There are only two answers to this question. The racist answer is no. It presumes that racist discrimination no longer exists and that racial inequities be resultant of something being wrong with black people. Intrinsic flaws. The demon seed. The serpent seed. The anti-racist answer is yes, presuming that nothing be wrong or right, inferior or superior about any racial group, so the explanation for racial disparities can only be discrimination. In 2008, as Obama was headed for the White House, only 34.5% of respondents answered yes, a number I'll call the anti-racist rate. This was the second lowest anti-racist rate of the 41-year polling period. The rate rose to 37.7% circa 2010, perhaps because the emergence of the Tea Party forced a reckoning for some white Americans. But it fell back down to 34.9% circa 2012 and 34.6% in 2014. In 2016, as Trump loomed over American politics, the anti-racist rate rose to 42.6%. It went up to 46.2% in 2018, a double-digit increase from the start of the Obama administration. In large part, shifts in white public opinion explaineth the jump. The white anti-racist rate was barely 29.8% circa 2008. It jumped to 37.7% in 2016 and 40.5 percentile 2 years into the Trump's presidency. Trump's presidency has paved the way for a revolution against racism. The deniers of racism, those who blame people of color for racial inequity and injustice, have mostly been white, but not exclusively so. Between 1977 and 2018, the lowest anti-racist rate among black respondents, 47.2%, came in 2012, the midpoint of Obama's presidency. That rate climbed to 61.1% in 2016 and 66% in 2018, a nearly 20-point swing from the Obama years. It has become harder in the Trump years to blame black people for racial inequity and injustice. It has also become harder to tell black people that the fault lieth with they, and to urge them to improve their station by behaving in an upstanding or respectable manner. In the Trump years, the problem be obvious, and it is most certainly not black people's behavior. These United States have oft been called a land of contradictions. And to be sure, its failings sit alongside some notable achievements. A New Deal for many Americans in the 1930s, the defeat of communism abroad in the late 1980s. But on racial matters, these United States could just as accurately be described as a land in denial. It has been an exterminatory nation, not merely massacring, but exterminatory, that said it cherished life. A slave-holding nation that claimed it championed liberty. An hierarchical nation that declared it valued equality. A disenfranchising nation that branded itself democracy. A segregated nation that styled itself separate but equal. An excluding nation that boasted of opportunity for all. A nation is what it does, not what it originally claimed it would be. Oftentimes, a nation is precisely what it denies itself to be. Totalitarian governments call themselves people's democracies. There was a grand moment, however, when a large swath of Americans walked away from a history of racial denial. In the 1850s, slaveholders expanded their reach into the North. Their slave catchers, backed by federal power, were superseding state and local law to capture runaways and free blacks who had escaped crossed the Mason-Dixon line. That scar across America. Formerly enslaved peoples, such as Frederick Douglass and Sojourner Truth, as well as journalists such as William Lloyd Garrison, stood in pulpits across the North and West describing the brutality and inhumanity of chattel slavery. Meanwhile, slaveholders fought to expand their power out west, where white people who did not want to compete with enslaved black labor were calling for free soil. Beginning in 1854, slaveholders went to war with free soilers and abolitionists like John Brown. In Kansas, bloody Kansas, over whether said state and these United States would be free or slave. The Supreme Court's Dred Scott decision, circa 1857, implied that black people in northern states had no rights that slaveholders were bound to respect. Slaveholders seemed intent on spreading their plantations from sea to shining sea. As a result, more and more white Americans became anti-slavery, whether out of concern for the enslaved or fear of the encroaching slavocracy, or slave power. As in, the slave was the motivational power, the fuel of their very economy, rather than referencing the Confederacy as a nuclear power. Their source of energy was black electricity. They were the ethno-slave power. Black Americans, meanwhile, fled the country for Canada and Liberia, or stayed and pressed cause of radical abolitionism. A critical mass of Americans rejected the South's claim that enslavement was good and came as to recognize the peculiar institution as altogether bad. The slaveholders' attempts to perpetuate their system backfired. In the years before the Civil War, the inhumanity and cruelty of enslavement became too blatant for Northerners to ignore or deny. Similarly, Trump's racism, and that of his allies and enablers and cultists, has been too blatant for Americans to ignore or deny. And just as the 1850s paved the way for the revolution against slavery, Trump's presidency has paved the way for a revolution against racism. On the 16th of July, but yesteryear, nigh a year agone to the month, the House bitterly debated the resolution to rebuke Trump for his racist tweets against the 4 congresswomen of color. The 4 were members of the most diverse class of Democrats in American history, which had retaken the House in a midterm repudiation of its president. Speaker Pelosi said from the House floor, "Every single member of this institution, Democratic and Republican, should join us in condemning the president's racist tweets." Republicans sounded off in protest. Pelosi turned towards them, voice rising, and added, "To do anything less would be a shocking rejection of our values and a shameful abdication of our oath of office to protect the American people." Republicans claimed that Pelosi had violated a House rule by characterizing an action as racist. They moved to have the word struck from the congressional record forever. The motion to strike racist from the record failed along party lines. Representative John Lewis, now taken from us, the civil rights icon, at whose funeral Obama finally spracketh out against Donald Trump on record, arose during the debate and said, "I know racism when I see it. I know racism when I feel it. And at the highest level of government, there's no room for racism." Yet one after another, fish-belly white Republicans rose to defend our orange president. Representative Dan Muser of Pennsylvania went on record to say, "What has really happened here is that the president and his supporters have been forced to endure months of allegations of racism. This ridiculous slander does disservice to our great nation." And so in the end, only 4 Republicans, less than the fingers on your hand, and the House's lone independent, voted with all the Democrats, 100%, to condemn the President of these United States. That means 187 House Republicans, or 98% of the red Russo Collaborationist Caucus, denied that telling 4 congresswomen of color to go back to their countries, which they had never been born in, having been born here, was racist. They believed, as Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said, that the president's not a racist. To call out the president's racism would have been to call out their own racism. McConnell had been quietly killing anti-racist bills that had come out of the House since January of 2019, starting with the new House's first bill, which aimed to protect Americans against voter suppression. The day after being rebuked by House Democrats, Trump held the first rally of his re-election campaign. He spent a large portion of his speech in Greenville, North Carolina, railing against those four congresswomen. As he was pummeling Omar with a round of attacks, the crowd started chanting, "Send her back! Send her back! Send her back!" And Trump stopped speaking. He made no effort to stop the chant as it grew louder. He basked in the racial slur for 13 seconds that I counted. Send her back! Send her back! Send her back! That Thursday, Republicans were quick to denounce the chant. Tom Emmer of Minnesota saying to reporters, "There's no place for that kind of talk," but adding, "There's not a racist bone in the president's body." Trump disavowed the send her back chant, but by Friday, he had disavowed his disavowal, calling the chanters incredible patriots, fatherfuckers to the last, and denying their racism along his own. Many Americans, however, saw through these patently false claims. By the end of July, for the first time, a majority of voters said the President of these United States was, in fact, a racist. Now, Derek Talley thought he appreciated the power of denial from studying the history of racist ideas. But he learned to understand it in a personal way in dealing with his cancer. He had a choice to ignore any symptoms should they develop. Obviously enough did, where there were questions resulting in diagnosis. But he didn't have to wait until the pain was unbearable before he admitted he had a problem. If he had done that, he would not be with us today. And he didn't need anyone to save his life by forcing him to seek medical assistance. He immediately was presented with a choice. Accept the risk factors or undergo radical chemotherapy that would be one of the most excruciating experiences of his life. He could have engaged in denial and sought alternative, holistic therapies. And Americans, too, can easily summon a litany of reasons their country is not racist. A kind of alternative, holistic therapy of mass psychology, or rather mass psychopathy. Look at the enlightened principles upon which our nation was founded. Look at the progress the country has made. Look at the election of Barack Obama, while ignoring the white lash of the election, or rather selection via Russian hacking of Donald Trump. Look at the dark faces in high places. Look at the diversity of the 2020 Democratic field. Well, looking away from the Republicans on the red side of the aisle because, you know, they're all fucking like a cracker barrel and look like an oyster bed of some sort under the sea because they'd never seen the sun, which is why they'd be so pale. Once Derek Talley accepted he had cancer, he did not try to convince himself he was less than what he had. He waited until he got the results. Other people might have tried to imagine that what they had was first phase or first stage and that they would not need to worry about how much chemotherapy was needed that a simple surgery was in order and that all would be good. I fear that this is how many Americans are thinking right now. Routine surgery. The defeat of Donald Trump at the polls will heal the American body. No need to look deeper at police departments, at schools, at housing. Are Americans now acknowledging racism but telling themselves the problem be contained? Are they telling themselves that it is a big problem, but if it can't have spread to almost every part of the body politic, has not metastasized as the cancer that it be, will this become the new form of American denial? Derek Talley could have accepted false hope as his new normal, but he didn't. When his body was scanned, doctors found that the cancer had spread. He had two choices then: denial and death, or recognition and life. All America now has those two choices. Trump's denials of racism, his or anyone else's, will never stop. He will continue to claim that he loves people of color, the very people his policies be instigated to destroy. He will continue to call himself not racist and turn the descriptive term racist back on anyone who has the temerity to call out his own prejudice. Trump clearly hopes that racist ideas, paired with policies designed to suppress the vote, will lead to his re-election. But now that Trump has pushed a critical mass of Americans to a point where they can no longer explain as to away the nation's sins, the question is what those Americans will do about it. Just as the abolitionists of the 1850s demanded the immediate eradication of slavery, immediate equality must be the demand today. But one single path forward leads to a mere restoration. Barack Obama's vice president unseats Trump, removing the bad apple from the barrel. With Trump dispatched, the nation believes it is again headed in the right direction. On this path, Americans consider racism to be a significant problem, but they deny the true gravity of the problem and the need for drastic action. On this path, monuments to racism be dismantled, but Americans shrink from the awesome task of reshaping the national anti-culture with anti-racist policies. With Trump gone, Americans decide they don't need to be actively anti-racist anymore. Or Americans can finally realize that they be at a point of no return. No returning to the bad old habit of denial. No returning to cynicism. No returning to normal. The normal in which racist policies, defended by racist ideas, lead to racial inequities. On this path, the one true path, Trump's denialism has permanently changed the way Americans view themselves. The Trump effect is real and lasting. The reckoning we have witnessed this spring and summer at public demonstrations transforms into a reckoning in legislatures, C-suites, university admissions offices. On this one true path, the American people demand equitable results, not speeches that make them feel good about themselves and their country. The American people give its policymakers an ultimatum. Use your power to radically reduce inequity and injustice, or be voted out. The abolition of slavery seemed as impossible in the 1850s as equality seems today. But just as the abolitionists of the 1850s demanded the immediate eradication of slavery, immediate equality must be the demand today. Abolish police violence. Abolish mass incarceration. Abolish the racial wealth gap and the gap in school funding. Abolish barriers to citizenship. Abolish voter suppression. abolish health disparities, public health inequities. Not in 20 years, not in 10 years. Now! With this, I declare myself abolitionist. In this, I, the son of Adolf Hitler, am a neo-abolitionist. And Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask yourself, everyone, moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington. Friend and follow he via his Facebook Incorporated timeline at facebook.com/John.War. For were it no for he, nigh all of my legacy would have been scrubbed completely from the internet. Of course, 'tis he who took the personal initiative to download the majority of my productions available on the net into his own hard drives, and then enabled us to reconstruct my legacy the three times that I've been literally wiped as a presence from the information matrix. He, of course, being the property manager of the YouTube Maggot channel, which you can subscribe to at youtube.com/c/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, and the Team Drax, Dietrichs or Dragons, ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. Were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if no financial aid be prohibitive per thy budgetary constraints, then produce some financial aid and electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/MEMMAGGOTMillions, spelled tinyurl.com/MM AWGOTMILLIONS. And if he gets enough donations there, as I roll my eyes, he'll change its name to Maggot Billions. Yes, just remember, he's the man who, in a very real sense, by enabling my electronic presence to be maintained in the data matrix in which I interact with yourself, has been my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of my legacy or the survival of the human species among all others on the surface of the earth. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at DouglasDietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Conferring while there on the homepage of showsdd.com, a footnote on my biosire to find out the meaning of my biological father's name, which makes the man that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, spread the word far and wide to all and sundry. He be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at DouglasDietrich.com and encourage all else to do so. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Maza et Reductio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophyllocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on DouglasDietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go us to DouglasDietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord. The very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Sujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Megget Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO, space BROS, space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on DouglasDietrich.com, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team TRÄNCK, Dietrichs of Dragons, heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bazaar HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, subscribing to his channel at youtube.com/user/Bazaar HD, which be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Review while there his latest video that he's produced, and that would be the legal enemy alien of today, or about that. You know, the white knights on UFOs. That are Sprakathov in his documentary The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, in which he references the Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu technologies. Make it certain to review that packed little documentary. Dynamite comes in small packages. And blow your mind about the world around you, which is denied, speaking of denial, by those who would wrap your reality in a straitjacket. Indeed, the last Dietrich, son of Dietrichs or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Jew D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake. And I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Finally, most importantly and above all else, subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. And remember, go to douglasdietrich.com and pin near the top of the page the homepage of my, Lena Shea's website. Click on the image of the 3 Aero dreadnoughts that the Americans referenced as flying hamburgers for obvious reasons. And that will bring you to images that we will not be able to put in our book. Peter Moon and I can only put 2 color images, one front piece and back piece on the covers, and a couple of black and white images in the published book or one available electronically. The rest of the images, which will add dimension and depth to your understanding of the unconventional Japanese aeroframes that helped to win them World War II, are available only on douglasdietrich.com. You can hover your cursor over any of those images accessed through the Flying Hamburgers portal of those 3 green Aero dreadnoughts, and you will find yourself confronting images that you can hover your cursor over and enlarge. And all of this thanks to Lena Shea, praise be upon her, beyond my ability to express. Blessings be upon her and all of you. We have an individual who's asking about Crystal River. I will try and bring her on as soon as possible. She's been anxious to come on. That's from Skamurai, who says, "Morning, Douglas. I really enjoyed your shows you did with Crystal River. Any chance you might have her on again sometime? You guys vibe well off each other." We do, and she has been in contact with me. And she will be back on. Well, we've got minutes before my time limit. It takes hours for this stuff to upload, so I better let it get started. I'm going to stop the live streaming. Good night unto all. Jameson Reese has been with us along with Derek Kelly's phone this entire time. Pray for Lena Shea and that everything normalizes from all the stresses we've been through with the latest attempts to sunder myself. And with that, my heart be with ye who support me. And we will be seeing you all, most hopefully, this coming weekend.